6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
No time wasted today. We're going straight into Squadron 42.
Let go. Let go.
Command have confirmed that we don't just go around operations.
This is an SSN news flash, delivering the news you need. A statement issued by the UEE Naval High Command Office has revealed that a Vandal version into the has been stopped. News flash. More coverage.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Chris. The homie Chris. Chris, the homie Chris.
Hey, I hope you like what you've seen so far in day one.
Yup. Also, remember that Warhammer 40K helmet we were talking about? Yeah. This is the slice at 115% size to see if I can put it on.
Anyway, so I hope
To know whether or not I need to
like what you've
print
seen
the full
so far in
helmet.
day one of CitizenCon 2954. I think the future of Star Citizen is incredibly bright. We have a few more things to show and tell you about tomorrow. But
Let me turn the
let's
caption
talk
on real
about
quick so I can
Hornet
see
in
what
the
you're saying.
room.
That's
Last
huge,
year
man.
we announced that Squadron 42 is feature complete. So what has the team been doing since?
All right, pause that.
Given the scale and ambition of Squadron,
Since
our teams
that's
have
still
been
not-
focused on polishing and
The level that I need. What up, Burger? How you doing? You gonna watch the day 2 stuff? Base building 1.0. Not sure how you are on time. We're going to watch it, not today necessarily, Azrael. We are going to be hopping through the Squadron 42 gameplay. I started and suggested that we would watch the Squadron 42 gameplay and then straight into some Death Stranding. But from what I look at today, it seems like the Squadron 42 gameplay, or like day 2, is only like 4.5 hours long. You might be alone over there, Burger. There's 4 different streams happening from this computer. So maybe not alone. I'm doing well. You can't sleep. I'm sorry to hear that, Dr. Ketchup. Hopefully it gets fixed quickly and you get to knock out. All right, let's see if this fits. Ooh. Okay, so 115%, just 15% larger than what it was. Still leaves room for the locks. I mean, it's not perfect because this is not perfect, but it does fit. I probably could lower it down some, but like I don't want to be wasting the amount of filament that it's going to take to print this a bunch more times to properly gauge. Day 2 was much shorter. Yeah, I was expecting day 2 to be like 9 hours as well. And like day 2 was only like 4 hours, it looked like. So if it's only 4 hours, then we'll probably just knock out the last of it today. But also I'm hoping that they get the servers back up to some kind of decent so that we can play Star Citizen this week, because I'm trying to play with the locks in game because they're there now. Kind of excited about that. Take out all the fluff from day 2. They had stall multiple times. I mean, if that's the case, we might knock out some Squadron 42, or we might knock out day 2 today. So that way we can kind of fully focus on finishing up Death Stranding, because Death Stranding was my primary goal to finish for Spoopy Month. Even though it's not necessarily the spookiest game, Death Stranding was the goal. So I wanted to try to finish that out. Control is next up, so hopefully we can knock out Death Stranding in the next couple of days and then do some work on Control and maybe not focus as much on the little stuff I tend to do. Pretty far from the end, but I believe we can do it. I had the feeling it would be a while before I got near the ending, since I'm barely a third of the way across the country at the top. Which it's also very, it's like if the United States of America was a county sized, not even a county, like a couple miles square, does not feel like the whole thing. How's North Texas? It's hot AF in South Central Texas. I mean, we're in DFW, so hot enough.
Hot enough.
All right. But yeah, Nightmare, we're watching the streams. So I know a lot of people are suggesting, like, hey, if you're gonna watch Squadron 42 because it crashes, watch the second upload that they made. But it's like, we don't like to sugarcoat in here. Like, I'm a positive person. and I prefer not to look at the negative of things, but like Star Citizen is in process. It is literally a thing that we regularly talk about as not being done. And I feel like it would be a disservice to people who are curious about the game to kind of gloss over the live issues. Also, I love the idea that they show us the live issues. We don't get that a lot from most companies. So for me, that continues their like openness in their dev process. It's hot, but it's not as hot as a month ago for sure. True facts. I mean, to be fair, I've only been outside to walk the dogs today, and the rest of the time, I'm in here. Like, I'm not trying to go outside if I don't have to, cause hot. You know what I mean? I feel like somebody, you know what I mean? Somebody knows what I'm talking about in this. But yeah, let's get back into this. I'm so stoked though, because like now we see that I learned a couple different things slicing this slice for the helmet. Two things primarily. One, the first helmet, we use their pre-sliced smaller piece helmet. I've got 3D gloop gluing it together, but it's also falling apart. My first Helldivers helmet is falling to pieces, even with the tape on it. I didn't have a base, so it kind of like sat on the sides and I just kind of pulled the tape and the glue apart. So with this slice, it was too big to be on the bed of the printer. So I sliced it twice. I sliced it across the middle here, and then I sliced it in the back here. If I can print the whole helmet in 3 parts, that to me is way better than like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 12 to 15 parts for the first helmet that we printed, and about the same for the second. So if I can like print this in 3 pieces, if I can print the rest of the helmet in 3 pieces, I'm gonna be much happier with the result in the end. But I digress. Let's get back to hearing Chris talk about Squadron 42.
The game meets the high standards that I have, the team has, and you guys have. This level of quality does take time, and we're committed to delivering an experience worthy of the journey. So I'm not sure if we've officially talked about gameplay time, but the story on a regular playthrough is anywhere to 30 to 40 hours in length, which is...
That alone makes sense why it's going to be 2 years before they drop it. Shepard, what up? How you doing, fam? Doing well. How about yourself? Fam, if you're on the TikToks and you see Shepard34, go and toss fam a chip. Go and toss fam some follow support. Oh, snaps, we got the
heart knees.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Bro, what do you use for your notifications? Is it Tickfinity? Because you have some serious like notifications that I'm kind of a fan of. I'm gonna try to
Be like you when I grow up.
appreciate the likes, Sauce God. Sometimes you got to get a little saucy. A little saucy. Did you win yet? We always win. The stream is better? Appreciate you. All right, cool. Actually, I did have a thing that I was prepped and forgot to actually put in there. So let's do that now. About the likes. Let's see if it works. Let's see if it works. All right, let's resume this so I can do this while
Not inconsequential.
we're talking.
So
bet.
what does that look like? To show you, we thought it would be...
Oh, that's what I was saying. He said 30 to 40 hours in a playthrough. And I was saying, like, that makes perfect sense. If it's polishing up something that you've been making for a decade, that's going to be 30 hours long? Yeah, fam, that is not a year. That's not going to be a year of getting it done. So it makes sense that they might need to, but also they might need less. We'll see.
Best to boot up the game and start at the beginning.
Hold on.
So what does that look like? To show you, we thought it would be best to boot up the game and start at the beginning.
Schmort. Are they talking about single player story
now-
release yet? That's literally what this presentation is about. Shepherds. We've been hearing about Squadron 42. Literally, that is the reason that Star Citizen exists. They made $50 million in the Kickstarter, and they were like, bro, this is more than what we need. What do y'all want? And the community said,
We want an MMO.
so Star Citizen was born. And that's how we got to where we are currently because reasons. What the hell? Delete that. But no, like right now, if we're talking about, you're talking about alpha of Star Citizen, I don't expect any Star Citizen content to be fully like released like 1.0 until Squadron 42 goes live, because I feel like there's stuff in Star Citizen that is going to require Squadron 42 to have been released because of content. The whole point of Star Citizen is you finished Squadron 42, now you're a citizen. Let's go from here. You can play Star Citizen without it, but the point was you have. So the idea that it's going to be 30 to 40 hours, and that's for people who are not completionists. Hi, it me. I'm not a full completionist, but I know how the cake is made. It's always been a thing when I play video games, that if the game is obviously telling me to go over there, what the fuck is over here that the devs didn't want me to see? Or they wanted me to see, but they were waiting for somebody curious enough to go and check out what's over there. That's where my brain works, so I'm very excited to see what happens with things, which is why we're like 20 some hours into Death Stranding and haven't finished it, because I like to look for stuff. So let's continue and see what's up.
Quite a few people want us to play a pre-recorded video where we played it safely offline, but that's not our style.
It isn't. It really isn't. It really isn't.
We are going to play this live.
Let's do it live. That's one of my favorite things about Cloud Imperium. They always do this live. Also, I figured this is a thing that it may not be like a cool splash when we get to certain like goals, but I want the fam to be recognized with those likes. So we're just going to keep this. Let's keep it up here with me. Let's keep it up here with your boy. Like, actually, it's probably blocked by other stuff right there. So let's put it right there. Let's put it right there. So that way we got Shepherds with the likes, Rat with the likes, Kokoskito, and Sauce God.
This is the way.
Sauce God. We got the fam getting your likes. I want you to get your shine. And also, if you're on Twitch or YouTube, you don't see none of that. So don't worry about that.
Don't worry about that. We're not talking to you.
What if it's a black hole over there and it eats you? Then I get 8 because they made it for me. They obviously wanted me to go get 8. So I'm going to get 8. It happens that way. It happens that way. That's just how it works. I don't make the rules. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I don't make the rules. I'm cool with it.
Through many times, flawlessly not crashed, sorry. Occasionally, we've had a few.
Hey, yo, who mans is this?
But fingers crossed. But what you're about to see is the prologue of Squadron 42's and the player's origin story. And you can think of it sort of like the opening of Gladiator, but even more epic. And I want to remind everyone that we are still polishing.
How the service today? Not live. So we are watching CitizenCon. We're recapping the stuff that's been happening over the weekend, or should I say that has happened over the weekend. We got Kokoskito with the follow. Appreciate you.
About to see in here is still work in progress and will continue to be improved. But I hope you agree it is shaping up to be something special. So to take us on this live journey, I would like to bring Richard Tyra, Senior Game Director, to the stage to play the game.
Okay.
All right, Rich. It's in your hands.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Hello, CitizenCon.
Yeah.
My name's Rich Tyra.
Hi, Rich.
I'm the Senior Game Director for Squadron 42 in Star Citizen.
Just added the top like a source to my live this morning, too. I mean, it's right there. You got to do it. You got to do it.
Play, so who wants to start? Should we go?
Me. Let me play.
Okay.
Please and thanks.
So as Chris says, this is going to be playing it as...
Oh, that's coolish. Oh, that is the coolest main menu. The fact that you get to look at the Galactopedia and get the details of like what's going on in the verse before you touch it is great. Keep it and watch recaps, but you keep popping up on my FYP, so I might as well stick around. Appreciate you. Is it Javan or Havan? I want to say it right. The fact that you have characters, load your saves, new games, continue your previous save, level select, which is nice, and the options. I like that this is a menu that is like, no, you could do a thing. The question is, do you walk around? Javon, appreciate you. Thank you for the clarification. What is about Squadron 42. It's a single-player game that is being made alongside Star Citizen. Very excited.
We'll go from there.
Very excited. Appreciate the follow.
And this,
Javon, thanks
here
much.
is the combat pilot training application form.
That's what I get for not looking.
Actual playthrough with Hopefully we don't run into any issues, but we'll go from there.
Okay, so it's not a walking thing. It's just, I do like the fact that the menu moves around.
And
It's better than just like, it's
going
to sit here and look simple.
that we're going to submit for your application. But once we get into the game, I'll kind of be quiet and just let the game speak for itself.
Who you though for real though? Hey, we know that guy. Superman. It's actually a separate game, Michael. Squadron 42 is its own thing. It's a single player game that is separate. Like, imagine World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft is a thing, but World of Warcraft came after Warcraft 1 through what? 3? Imagine that. The story of Warcraft 1 through 3, but the MMO came later. That's how they're playing this. You can play Squadron 42 if you don't like MMOs. Or if you do like MMOs, you play Squadron 42 to get benefits for having gone into... Like, you finish Squadron 42, so now you get to go into Star Citizen. 3 hours before you're done, hey.
I play Navy.
Thank you for your support, Superman, a.k.a. The Witcher, a.k.a. Henry Cavill. Wait a minute, what ship is that? Hold on. Time out. Is that a lightning? It looks like the lightning. That makes me think it's a lightning. But it might be a different variant, because I don't think the wings fly in like that. It's gorgeous. I have a lightning, and I don't feel like the rear of it looks like that. I want it. F8 Alpha. Okay, cool. It's a different variant. All right, cool. I was concerned for a second. I was like, I don't recognize that. Game recognized game, Granddad, and it's looking real unfamiliar. Oh. Psychological profile test? Are you serious? That's cool. Oh, that's what's up. They make you train through all this? Bro.
So should we go rookie?
So standalone and helps with the main game. That.
Legatus. Tron.
Of course the audience is asking for Legatus.
Yeah, let's do it.
Oh, he went Angel. Wait, did he go? Yeah, he went
let's do
Legatus.
it.
All right, cool. You hear the look at us! Go look at us! Modified F8, I want mine to look like it. Big Sane. It's planning to keep Squadron 42 separate from Star Citizen, or do you think at some point... Oh no, Squadron 42 leads into Star Citizen. By beating Squadron 42, you have benefits in Star Citizen. For example, I feel like there's a ship that you get for beating Squadron 42 that you get to bring into your Star Citizen experience. That's why when, for years, when people have used my referral code to get the game, I'm like, bro, make sure when you cop it, you get Squadron 42. Because it was only like a $20 upgrade. Where Squadron 42 is going to cost, it was $45 the last time they let you buy it. So $20 upgrade from Star Citizen just seems like a genius move. Like, spend the 20 now so you don't have to spend another 40 later. And yes, Star Citizen is 10 years after Squadron 42 lore-wise. Appreciate the follow, Poussoir. Also,
We know what Poussoir is.
other. Oh, that's what's up. That's a
So
quick
will
way
be
to
able
let you pick
fully
your
customize
characters.
your character further into the game. But in the prologue, this is how you select it.
I assume you talk to all rookies that way.
Huh.
I assume you talk to all the rookies that way.
I need to tell them that I want to record voice for one of the
Should we
characters
go?
in Squadron 42. Or I want to be an NPC. It's been at least a year since I played, but patiently waiting for full release. You might be waiting a little while, but it happens. Would you be able to carry over the characters? That's the idea. That's the idea. This is gorgeous, though. Golly. 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 Bearing 287. You get your head scanned like Meyer. Meyer got his head scanned? Bro, I'm jealous. Absolutely jealous. I've not seen any of this, Black Wolf.
We're clear. Commercial vessel on the main street. Remind them that civilian traffic is restricted and locked down. Copy that.
Myron Gamble and Supermac, bro. When did Gamble get his head scanned? Also, hope Gamble's well. No, it'll be a while. Remember watching Star Citizen content in college? 31 now. Fair enough. I backed the game in 2015 originally, so yeah, it's also been a while. This looks amazing, yeah. And the fact that they're running this live, which means that this is already functional from them. Oh yeah, I know that. I know Gamble has kids. When I was at Gamescom with him, not long after that, we ended up talking about it. He showed up online like last year, I think. Damn, that's pretty. Cannot wait, right? Don't even know what I own on this. Probably a lot of it. Came out. No, we are watching the Squadron 42 gameplay from CitizenCon this past Saturday. Since I haven't seen it, we play a lot of Star Citizen in here, so like we gotta do it. We gotta do it. I know crafting is in day 2, and I'm very excited about that. So we might. With day 2, I loaded up the stream. It's only like 4.5 hours, so we might just knock that out before we get into Dead Rising 2. I was gonna watch like one presentation a week, but like, or one presentation a day this week to start in Star Citizen and to move to something else. But if we can knock it all out today, so be it. Needs to come out already. Played for 2 years. I'm on a break. Take your break. Like, we're gonna be watching the rest of the CitizenCon stuff literally after this, but this is like an hour and a half in and of itself. So yeah. Literally can't think I'm gonna go back, go break in the HQ and take that. No, don't do that.
Don't take it.
Is the build available today? Oh no. They said at the end of this that they're launching the single player in 2026. So feature complete is what happened last year. They've been polishing. They did say probably 10 minutes ago that the game is going to be 30 to 40 hours of gameplay. So hey, we got the follow. Appreciate you, Substash. It's gonna be a long time to polish up 30 to 40 hours of gameplay. Just so anxious to play. That's why Star Citizen is out. You can play Star Citizen in the meantime, fam. Go do it. Go it.
Go do it.
Same guy that did Pirates of the Caribbean. Nice. I know Pedro's also awesome. Like, Pedro's music is just top tier. And what's cool is that Pedro has been in the stream. And Pedro was like, I'm going to let people know that it's me. And he actually updated his website and was like, no, go to the website. It's actually me. And it was like, hi, Nightcore. It was like, delightful. Maze and Weevil Eggs need to come back inside Starlancer again. I missed that money and piracy. I mean,
piracy is stopped.
It's actually close. Don't know if I'm ready even after all this time. Thank you for understanding that, Javon, because there's 2 different camps about the release date. Really 3. The first camp is, that's pretty close. The second camp is, that's not too far, but it's a long time. And the third camp is, it's been 2 years away since 2014. So you can understand the people's frustration that it's not out, because in 2014, they were like 2 years away, and we are way more than 2 years away. So I can understand the frustration from people, but at the same time, game development takes time, and they literally showcased half the morning was showcasing tools that they've developed for this engine to make things better. And for years, I've been talking about it. They chose the stanchion system so that they can make all the biomes for all of the systems. It is the most diverse system in the game. So they wanted to make all of the biomes now. DJC 291, 3 months of it. Appreciate the sub support.
This is the way.
So they have frozen tundras, they have deserts, they have rocky barren asteroids, they have they showed off jungles in this. So what happens when you go to a system that is nothing but red rock? That's pyro. So the next red rock system, they already have what they need to make it. It's gonna be easier to make those planets. So it's so much stuff. Quit work game, you mean? I mean, I would love to quit work and game all the time. Technically, my work is gaming all the time, so that for me that doesn't necessarily fit. But yeah. Now what's nice is all the people over here are helping to get more people in here. I just need to adjust this a little bit because it's a little too tall. I don't want to cut people's names off. Also, I want to focus on the top 5.
Top 5.
All right, let me see if we can go to this, delete. Ah! Unpause. Back. Need to put this game on console. I need to stop playing and build my PC. You want to play this?
Build your PC right now, Hannibal. Do it. Do it.
I know I just wrote you.
I love that last year they showcased that this part showed, they swiped between different people to show how much the graphics have changed in the game. It's gorgeous. Also, the idea that you could have picked, they had like 6 pictures up there, or actually like 3 across, 3 down, or 2 or 3 down. So at least 8 to 9 people that they had pre-made, which is nice. Never played, but been playing though. Built my PC, just built the PC.
Congrats.
But a couple of hours ago, proximity
Argo.
sensors jump got twigged and went
It's a
down.
mining ship. I'm guessing it's in Argo Mole.
Word is it might be that clan that we've been battling with. Guess that
It's a Chris Roberts.
quite like we all hoped.
I love that I think the word is didactic, so we can actually see that he's sending an email to Chris Roberts. That's great. It's not out yet. No, it's not out. Alex with follow. Appreciate you.
I'll write as soon as I can.
Have great news. Played the Shattered Space DLC and Starfield, and it was fun, as I expected you would consider it to be. Appreciate you. Also, big points to Diedrich, the first person who clicked off the specs command, which showcases that we now have
A link to the AMD store
that supports your boy. So you got options. Great news. Blah, blah, blah. Last time I played this was when they let you finally walk around in your ships, and you looked like that AI robot from the Robot and Frank movie. Oh, you played a long time ago. Cool. One where you can refine ore on board. That sounds like. Oh, but it's the one that's not out yet, and it starts with an A. Arastra. I think I know which one you're talking about. Is it an RSI ship? I feel like. Possibly.
Never gets old, does it?
Sir,
Eddie's. I used to do the same thing when I was first coming up. Post up to the flight deck whenever I could to watch the launches. Have you seen the F-8s up close?
no, sir.
The thing's a beast.
It is a beast.
12
It is a
million
beast.
thrusters and 3 mains. It sure sounds like it. Sir.
OG Optimus for this game, same. I wasn't OG fully, but they hit you with the star power right away, right? No, coffee. It started with Henry Cavill. Like when they selected in the menu, you got a video of Henry Cavill's character. So like they hit you with the star power before you get into the game. It's
great.
Also, what's up, Furfur? How you doing?
I saw you apply to the Flight Academy again.
Always.
Yes, sir.
Keep your head up.
Got the CV is awesome.
Hit me a couple times before I got in.
Rick with the resub.
Thank you, sir.
You're simply the best.
Better than all the rest.
This is the way.
Appreciate that resub, Rick. Hope you're doing well, man. Oh crap! I forgot about the stupid football thing. Not stupid, but like my brain is like, you're stupid. So I was speaking aloud. I'm stupid for forgetting. I'm sorry. Is it too late to do it?
And before we move on,
It's called the Ratchet. Look
yes,
it up.
this is
Bought
a
it
live
now, waiting for
demo,
its release.
and no, it
Then I'll
won't
come.
crash. Well, we hope so.
Oh, I know the ship you're talking about. It's just been a while.
I talked to Watkins in logistics and he said the recon team was wiped out.
Really? Then why are we sitting here? Vandal aren't stupid. If they know we know, they would have hit us by now.
Hey, they can take as much time as they want. Not only they wait, more of a chance for 42s to get there.
Well, they can hit whenever.
Still in concept. I mean, to be fair, concept ships are regular things. I own multiple concept ships because it happens. It was last minute. Doesn't mean I won't ask again next year. Fair. Thing I love about this is the transition from cinematic to gameplay. Yup, it is just instantaneous. because their cinematics are in game.
Where's your helmet?
He looks familiar. Hold on for a second. He looks like, is it Damson Idris? Coral? Featuring the Star Citizen official channel. You have the gameplay video with more quality and best sound. Oh, no. I want specifically to watch the stream. KB lame, maybe. But like, he looks familiar to me is all I'm saying. So for anybody watching, I am watching literally the 4K live stream from what they streamed to CitizenCon. I could watch the video that they showcased, that they went back and re-recorded. But I would prefer not to do that because I want to showcase Star Citizen as if we were at CitizenCon. Crashes are a part of Star Citizen. I will never sugarcoat that. And since crashes happen, I want to see what they did live. We can watch the other one later, but I want to see what people that were at CitizenCon saw, because I feel like as much as we have the gameplay that is recorded after the fact, I want to see the real. I want to see what I would have experienced if I were playing it there. And for me, this is the realest way to do that.
Where's your helmet?
When deep dive technology gets released. But no, like I have multiple
Rookie mistake.
concept ships.
I gotta get to my turret.
That screen tear though. I'm curious if they saw the screen tear or is it just us because of this stream.
And I haven't been able to sleep since.
I heard we aren't getting any reinforcements.
Right, we've been getting tuned up for weeks.
There were tech setup issues. I mean, tech issues happen. I'm not even mad at that.
High command's been freaking out about having to make cuts, so everybody.
We experience tech issues every time we play Star Citizen, so I want to experience it here. It has screens here in the demonstration. Cool. Yeah, no T poses. Nobody standing on side the furniture.
For their main gun.
Almost like the suits on F1 an attack.
Okay. The actor is not in the IMDb for the game.
You heard about this show?
Are they seriously doing another show about this?
All right, cool. Have a good one, Michael. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate you. Also, Stash up here with the 2K likes, almost 3K.
Appreciate you.
Golly.
Golly.
Doing work.
Take him to Lake Pyrian. He's old enough. And teach him.
When is Squadron coming out? 2026. Bought a concept shipping this weekend, but it's supposed to be flyable next month. Which one? We want to know. We want to know. Watched day 2 last night and just wow for what they want to do. I won't give spoilers. Oh, we were watching day 2 after this. When I saw that day 2 was only 4 hours, I was leaning to possibly doing it today, but like people were saying that they had to delay some stuff, so we'll be sliding into that after this. This is gonna be a long stream day anyway.
Hey, Lala not home.
So we gonna be in here. That's right. Put your armor on. I like that there's a locker with armor in it that you can put it on immediately.
Streamer.
Huh?
Hydrate.
How dare you when I have very little water? Last of the liquid. There it is. Hydrated. Happy. Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? This is a posture check. Streamer. He looks familiar, man. That haircut, though.
You didn't sleep last night?
Yeah.
Homie is hydrated. Of course I'm happy. Appreciate you. What a rat. I see you with the likes, man. Appreciate you. I see you down there.
See you down there.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you.
Bad news.
Bad news.
Goofy was assigned to your rig for his last shift.
Day 2 videos to tell you what content we'll see in IAE. Yeah. I'm excited. I'm excited. Also, I see you trying to push up the leaderboard, Rat.
I see you, my boy.
I see you, my boy. My boy.
CitizenCon upgraded to orange. All reserve personnel get to your stations.
Looks like this could be it.
Oh, I'm sure, Wonko. This had to be fantastic to see live.
Hey.
I wish I was there, but bro, so
See you up there.
nah.
You got it.
I like that there's a key press to dap your homie up. Like that's what I'm talking about, man. Dap up your boy. Dap up your boy. You see why I have a lot of work ahead of me? Oh, I'm sure. Like just seeing the org information that they put out earlier was like, yeah, you can be busy now. You can be busy. Squad 42 Live? Not at all. We're watching the gameplay that they had from CitizenCon this past weekend.
So glad you could join us. Want you calibrated and ready to fire in 5 here?
There were only 5,000 of us there. Half of them with the bar citizen on Friday night. You use a 3D printer to print filament for 3D printing. This is not a real question. Oh, Grim, you didn't see it. I reprinted the... Let me pause this real quick. Like, for those of you curious, I'm printing a Warhammer helmet for the Reaver, which is my favorite class thus far in Space Marine 2. This is the slice that Galactic Armory makes for you to test whether or not your helmets would fit. I sliced it, and actually this is the first time I've used the cut system to like actually cut the print before printing it. And I got to cut it twice so that we got to take this thing, which would not fit on my bed in one piece. And now we see that it would fit on my head with the locks down, which is what I needed before I can print it. So now I know what I need to do to get my print kicked off. And it's going to be fancy. I'm very excited so that when we get back into Space Marine 2, hopefully we could be rocking the helmet when we do it. Yeah, I'm saying. Yeah, I'm saying. How realistic is Star Citizen minus the obvious that it's in the future? The point is to start it at a personal level. It's futuristic. There are going to be like cloning. There's cloning technology as part of the game. But I don't know if we're talking like Newtonian physics level realistic, but it's fairly realistic. They fixed the servers. I don't think the servers are fixed yet. We had the launcher open. Actually, I can close that. Don't need that up. And then if we go to the launcher, when I was at the main, it said degraded performances. So I get the feeling that the servers are still being demolished currently, because is what servers do when everybody and their moms wants to play, especially during CitizenCon weekend. For those of you who don't know, CitizenCon is like the convention for the game. So like it is when people who have not played Star Citizen in a long time are most likely to come back and touch it, because it's when the people who make the game are talking about the game. So, in my opinion, I expected this much. We got Angelus with a raid. Thank you very much. What are you up to today? Appreciate you bringing community by. Fam, go show the fam follow. I'm not playing it, cheese. We are rewatching Squadron 42's gameplay from CitizenCon last Saturday. It's also a free week. Not until IAE. Tried to play him, finally was able to log in. Stuck in the bed, so I'll wait. Yeah, I'm not touching it today. Watch the whole thing. It's lit. Oh, and we didn't watch it all, but we're watching it all on stream at some point. So that's why we're here right now. More because the update they put out right before CitizenCon. To be fair, I played that update in PTU. Swear I got to show off the fact that they put locks in. And the only reason I stopped playing is because I wanted to not put that much work into PTU when I knew it was going to be getting pushed live. So I feel like, first things first, they patch pretty often. Second, they just had CitizenCon, so they're probably not in the situation to have many people be patching because they were at the convention center. But I'm expecting them to patch it soon or restart the servers. But for all intents and purposes, issues like this around major events are common. Any game that has its own convention, when that convention happens, the servers for that game are going to get destroyed unless it's been there for a long time. And Star Citizen is still in development, so it'll be some time. Let's see. Got a bunch of your stuff in your hangar. First time I logged in since 2018. Hey. So hope this patch's rollout is solid. Don't want to repeat for 3.18. I feel like they don't want to have the servers mid for the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo. So I'm expecting that they're going to be patching this
real soon.
Real soon, if I may.
Put up one of their ships for you to follow.
Do they see that they allowed Evo to stream 4.0? No, I did not. If I would have been able to stream it, I would have been streaming it because I don't touch Evo. Never. Are those fakes?
Should be all set for controlling your turret.
Oh, that's just a test to get you. That makes sense. It's the start of the game.
Simulated rounds, so don't worry about friendly
Simulation enemies. That's cool that that's a part of the game. This is one of my favorite parts to see in games because there's nothing better than when a game shows you how to play it. We don't have this in Star Citizen right now. This also adds the benefit of if you hop into Star Citizen, you've played Squadron 42, you already know what you're doing with the controls. They're doing a really good job of showing people how to use these controls. I wonder if they're going to use a variant of this tutorial to start you in Star Citizen. Ooh, that would make perfect sense. That would be fire. Absolutely fire. That is a big deal. I think that's one of the first times we've seen a Vandal ship at that size digitally in one of these presentations. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Keep watching. Oh, we're watching. We're not gonna not watch.
All right, people.
All right, people.
Eyes open, mouths shut.
Shut your mouth.
Any idea what's happening?
Also, let's pause. We got the bot with the shout out for Angelus. Let's read this real quick. Like, greetings, Earthlings. Wait. Greetings, Earthlings. Angelus X is your go-to. It's a co-working companion from a galaxy far, far away. We're not battling the forces of procrastination with lightsaber-like precision. He's producing indie games and streaming cozy vibes. Engage warp speed into productivity with his ADHD-powered coffee-fueled creator. May the force of extra life and stack up be with him. Hey, that's flames.
Covering your sector and
that's fire. They're saying day 2 they're planning on adding a story to the versus. Well, I heard that part at 1.0. Also, don't tell me anything else because we're going to be watching that soon. It's the first time watching the video? Yes. I try my best to not watch stuff like this before stream because we miss out on coming to hang out with the fam when we watch it on stream. Squadron 42, Mikey B, they had gameplay of it last Saturday at CitizenCon, so we're just catching up. Appreciate the follow.
Not bad time.
Somebody that showed up on my scanners had to make use of the flight suit recycling system. I mean, sometimes you gotta recycle. Also, what up, Hatton Sandos? How you doing? Hey, the homie Gary Oldman, we see you, bro.
This is Admiral Bishop.
Admiral Bishop. This is Admiral
6
Bishop.
months now, we have faced
Yeah, this is just a prologue.
determined to see the Empire burn and every human with it. There have been battles. There have been losses. Each and every one of you has proven yourself time and again, but today I must ask for more. Today, we fight one last battle. Advanced recon indicates the entire Vandal fleet has just entered the system. This means a king ship is headed our way.
Live demo.
Now some of you will not survive today,
These shots are fire.
but there will be no time for sorrow.
No time for sorrow.
We will have to grieve for them later. Because 2 billion souls in this system hang in the balance.
Sheesh.
There should be no illusions
That looks
about
like
what we were up against.
Sergeant Gamble.
In the history of the UEE,
Hold
a
on.
king's illusions.
That's Sergeant Gamble's hair, how he used the rocket, so I get the
There should be
feeling.
no illusions
It
about
might
what
be.
we were up against. In the history
Switch to
of
the one
UEE,
Rich recorded
a
after.
kingship-
No, John. No. Appreciate the follow. Yeah. For all intents and purposes, I've been streaming Star Citizen since 2015. I do know for the most part that there are many situations in which games crash and have issues. It happens with Star Citizen. We don't sugarcoat that in Star Citizen. I'm cool with it having the screen tearing because this is what was watched. There are apparently crashes in this. I don't want to skip that because for me, that's the important part.
Represented human space a handful of times. Battle of Orion.
Has nothing to do with the crashes. For me, it does.
The fall of Caliban. But we are the second.
I don't want to sugarcoat what this is with watching a recorded version from later. Like, literally, he started off the presentation with like, look, I know people want us to play a recorded video. We don't want to do that. We want to do it live. That is how I showcase Star Citizen in any kind of gameplay coming out of SIG, because I would rather show it as it is than a fancy recorded version. How much does this game actually cost? I want to play, but I feel like you got to make $250 a year to play it. Nah, it's just $45. That's it. Mark Strong, yes. Gary Oldman, Gillian Anderson, Mark Hamill, Henry Cavill. There's a lot of high-tier people in here. Still is Rich literally recorded a couple hours later. Oh, I know. We're going to watch that later. But we want to experience it as it was experienced at TwitchCon. Andy Serkis. Oh, yeah. John Rhys Davies. There's a lot. There's a lot of people. A lot of people.
About it being kind. Because today, we will define ourselves.
Aren't ships like hundreds of dollars? Ships are hundreds of dollars if you want to do like Kickstarter as the project initially was started. The only reason to pay more than $45 is if you want to see the project succeed more than the base value of the game. That's it. It's not even that there are microtransactions, Tootsie. It's more just that, like in Kickstarter, for example. I'm going to pause this. Those of you who've been here for a while know how I operate. We're going to have a quick moment of like, let's showcase the thing. So I don't know anything about any of these things on here. Let's go to games and then just pick a game real quick, just for reasons sake. See if we can find a video game and not like board games. Ooh, Everspace 2. I backed Everspace 2, so I feel like this is. How dare you not actually let me click that? Rude. All right, let's hit the filters. I don't see video games. I want to look at the board. Is Twisted Crypt a video game? Yeah, I don't know. That's a video. Quit playing. Load more. Although the idea of cat Sudoku sounds pretty awesome. Cross-platform, fully automated. There it is. All right. So, Star Citizen started as a Kickstarter. So, this is the key. You can back Celestial's Clash for $10 right now. Wallpapers, the beta access, in-game backer badge, and citizen title. If you want the base copy of the game, you upgrade to this. You get the physical for $25. For $50, you get even more stuff. But this is the idea. For Star Citizen, is no different. You pay $45 for a base package. If you want to do more than that and get a different ship, you can. That's it. The vast majority of ships in Star Citizen can be earned with in-game money that you make in-game. So get a ship, do some box missions, make money, and then buy that ship in-game. It's literally no different. If we were to go to the Star Citizen homepage, actually, let me open up one of the commands real quick, hit the exclamation SC, and then we go to the Fly Now New in a private tab, just because I'm already logged in on the main. So, right here. CitizenCon 2954 starter pack. Holy shit. For $56, you get, oh my God, an Avenger Titan with Ironweave paint, $15K. You get a helmet, backpack, arm. Oh my God, you get a whole fit. 2 years of insurance and a fancy hangar. You could go with a different ship. Actually, the cutter is, for all intents and purposes, I would recommend the Titan. But if you didn't want to spend $56, the cutter would be the ship I would recommend. So $48. There's insurance cover if you lose your ship. They actually talk about the insurance tiers day 2, but if you pay for your ship, like it comes in your package, you're always going to have insurance. It's just that in-game insurance, to get your ship faster, you got to pay more in-game credits. You do missions to earn in-game credits, so you're gravy. That's a game active today. I'm not in the game. We're watching CitizenCon. have been able to play or stay in the lobby for more than 4 minutes. They were having server issues, but again, we're literally watching stuff from CitizenCon. They just had a convention. I get the feeling we probably have had more people in Star Citizen this past weekend than we have had in years, or since last year. Thought you lost it indefinitely? No. If you pay for a ship, the insurance means that you don't pay for that insurance, I'm guessing. Because the way that they had it, what originally was, is like you don't fly what you can't rebuy, just like an Elite Dangerous. But if you paid for this ship and it's a part of your game package, you'll never lose your ship. It's just going to take longer to get it back. It's like you might have to wait like 10 minutes. And if you blow it up quick, you might have to wait like 20 minutes or something like that. So don't worry about losing your ship indefinitely. If you pay for it in your package, you're never going to lose that ship. For real, I'm highly recommending, if you haven't created an account, if you want to buy the game now, this easily is my suggestion. Hands down, no question. Agree, and CitizenCon dropped so much stuff to have hype. Squadron 42 looks so dope in base building as well. Oh yeah. I always appreciate the dedication to people playing this game all these years. For me, it's a simple concept. I have been playing video games for a long time. Cloud Imperium is doing things that no one's ever done in video games. And I regularly say the sentence, and I will continue to repeat the sentence. To get to something that no one's ever gotten to before, you have to do things that no one's ever done. They want a game that boosts PCs. They want to do things that no one's ever done before. And for me, that's worthy of support. I would rather do that.
Scam! Squadron 42 was ready in 2017.
Sure looks like they're doing a good job of showcasing it. Also,
do you work there? Have you played what they've been making? If you have not, shut the f up.
That is all. I've been playing since 2015.
We will not lose the system. We will not fall back.
Spent $65 on a horse in Diablo. Just didn't want to keep it. No, you don't. You never have to give them more money. Never. Get your base package and never pay another cent. That's what I highly recommend to people.
40 years from now, when you're surrounded by everything and everyone you hold dear, and they ask, "What did you do?"
This game gave you right.
You can look them in the eye and say, "I held the line."
Hey.
Men and women of the Second Fleet.
You first, Eric.
I am proud to stand with you.
I'm gonna tell people to buy the $50 ship because it's a better choice in my opinion. Also, who the has $50,000 to do anything for any video game? What even is Star Citizen? Is it No Man's Sky, more cyberpunk? What's the gameplay loop like? There's a lot of different parts of the gameplay loop. It is not done right now. They are still making the game. It's an MMO. And for all intents and purposes, MMOs are never done. I love how people are like,
this game's never going to release. It's never going to be fully done.
Tell me, how long is it going to be before World of Warcraft is fully done? I'll wait. Oh, you mean to tell me they keep releasing they keep releasing stuff for that? Oh, they keep releasing expansions for an MMO that's been out for 20 years? Who'd have thunk it? So if World of Warcraft is never done, why the are you mad that this isn't done yet? Playable server, what's your argument? What's yours?
Good luck.
This is a video truck. I try not to get too much in the day too because we haven't gotten there yet, but we will soon.
Let's get into position.
People hate pretty much. No wonder. Oh no, this is a video of a game this is the prologue of Squadron 42, which is a single player experience that's going to be done in 2026 as they've set their launch date for. But this is not different than the graphics in Star Citizen. Star Citizen's graphics look this good right now. Oh, easily, Tootsie.
Easily.
Buttery smooth. Ship pipeline is a hot mess, though. They're backlogged on a year's worth of promises. We did hear some updates on this a while back. The people that were working on certain ships no longer at Cloud Imperium, and the new people have to kind of come in, learn the design language of the ships, learn the way that they have their ship pipeline functioning, and catch up. Somebody new learning new things is always going to be a problem because it's going to take time. I've worked in game dev. I know how it works. I worked in Madden as an interface designer, and I had to just my side of things. Anytime you see a score pop up, like, or a stat pop up, that was my job to make that look good. They had a design language I had to stick with, but like every one of those, I had to make look good. Somebody else made them. I had to base off what I did off what they did. And that's just visuals. That's just a 2D screen. Somebody coming in to make a ship look right with 3D capabilities to like model in 3D. Even if they're not modeling it, if they're making it work, where do you place the engines? How do you connect that to the controls of the ship? There's a lot of different things that need to go into it. And the ship pipeline is just, there's a lot of different teams. So a lot of different ships are going to come at a lot of different times. And it's just a work in progress. I feel like the ones that we're getting, for the most part, are the ones that they needed for Squadron 42. I don't think we're going to start seeing new ships that were not needed for Squadron 42 for probably another year. Starlancer, no. I have plenty of ships. I don't need any new ones. And if I do want new ships at this point, I'll just melt something to grab a new one. Swindled Best Buy for an extra $500 off. Hey, do what you do, fam. The Star Citizen worth it, in my opinion. Yes. They got new people in. They need to not overburden them. Right. Like, you got to build up to understanding what you're doing. Now that I'm working in VR, it's been a trip to translate what I know from traditional MMOs into this whole new weird space. You're so excited for everything. Big say. But yeah, as a heads up, if you've been here for a while, you already know Star Citizen is not done. Squadron 42 is not done, but this is the prologue that they already have done. It's in polish. They're making it look good. They're making it work. Even part of the reason that I'm watching this live presentation is because it crashes. There's desync. Or should I say screen tearing. So they wanted to do it live, and they showed this live. They played this live. Part of the reason I'm not going to play the other video that they recorded later is because this is as it was shown. And it shows that there's bugs, there's issues, and to me, it explains why we won't get it for 2 years. Also, BG, I saw you earlier. My bad. I was like mid-sentence. 30K every 5 minutes still. I mean, the hype from CitizenCon is not down yet. So I feel like we'll probably see some bugs for the next couple days until they patch, and then probably still after they patch. But it's cool. It also happens. Every time they have a major event, the servers get wrecked. And this is without a free fly. So once we get to a free fly, sheesh. Unless they have 4.0 in for the next free fly, we're going to have some issues. What even start if you're a new player for Star Citizen? Make a character. Pick a city. There's a tutorial that walks you through the basics. But I feel like at this point, even though they are going to have stuff in game to do it, I think we need to actually follow through on starting to make a video on how you get started in Star Citizen to make it easier for people who are new to the verse. And I think I'm going to have to start doing that real soon. So enough people ask that I need to provide. How many companies would have the balls to play a live demo on stream of a game that's not out for 2 years? It's rare. It's always pre-recorded. So the people asking me to watch the pre-recorded footage that they recorded after they did this live, that is the reason why I like Star Citizen, because they had the nuts, they had the cojones, they had the balls to do this live. And for me, that's dubs. Had to step away, really hoping they'll follow through. It takes time. I understand completely. Hopefully it'll pick up on Squadron 42 drops. I feel like when Squadron 42 drops, we're going to get a just hammered with stuff. And I get the feeling we'll also get hammered with stuff in the lead up to it. But once Squadron 42 drops, it's going down. You know, Taddy Man. The Rick and Morty reference for real, Taddy Mason. I also have a Galaxy. I don't mind not seeing it. I would rather them take their time with it and get it done right. But also, we did just get the Zeus. At this point, if they did, a lot of people would be big mad. Big mad. Because there's a lot of ships that were started early on that were not done yet. But also, I feel like a lot of those ships probably they're waiting for the functionality of those ships to be added to Star Citizen. Because all the functionality of the game isn't there yet. Expert thief? I don't know what you're talking about. I plead the fifth. All right. Holding on to Apollo for years. I feel like Apollo might have been in the videos that they showcased for the ships coming in the next 12 months. I need to double check that. Because they had a highlight on Twitter that was pretty impressive. Proves how far they've come, how far they to go. I think the stated release date is impressive given the scope of the game. I just need a new computer. Understand? I'm probably going to need a new one by the time we get to it. Probably. Boom, 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 boom. Hey, we got ravioli with a follow per show. True. Also, if you are planning on playing Star Citizen, if you do not have a solid state drive,
get one.
It is required. At this point, if you're playing games on your PC, you should have a solid state drive. But if you don't, get one. You're going to see an immense upgrade to the games you're playing currently, and this game requires one. Or should I say Star Citizen? All right, we got a challenge in the leaderboard. We got Seb Stash up here with the 27 hundo. Shepard's is pulling up behind with the 25. We got Mark Not Marcus with like what, 1100 and some change. We got Jordan right behind that, and Ravioli with the follow,
getting beastly
in 5th place.
You trying to get up there? Step your game up. Tap that screen.
Mark Strong, yeah. Oh, the list of stars in this game is long. Requires what? SSD or solid state drive.
What are they waiting for?
You?
They're waiting for these nuts.
That ain't good. Somehow I get the feeling that ain't good. That looks like a mosquito, don't like. Oh, good God. I don't think they've seen a ship that big at this point. Bro. That shows the size of that ship. If they are just stunned and not even knowing what to say, good God.
We are the Vanduul. We are here to eat your cookies. You better have chocolate chip.
I thought it would be bigger.
So did I.
They look so beastly. Yeah, they do. Green, what up, fam? Sheesh. That boy look mad. Andy Serkis work. They got a Tesseract? You do voice actor work? Occasionally, yes. What is it? Squadron 42 is a single player experience that's going to be releasing in 2026. We're watching the recap of them playing it last Saturday at CitizenCon. That just sounds problematic. Are they just dumping them ships out in the, like, are they making them in there? Cause that's efficient, bro.
No, sir, I don't like it.
Don't like it at all. They pulled the Battlestar, they really did. They really did. They've had aliens this entire time, yeah. They're not in Star Citizen. This is Squadron 42. Fire! The big boy guns. Are you gonna play Vanduul once they put him in the game? I didn't think they were gonna put him playable. We'll see. I know I got a helmet. that apparently makes me look like a vandal. That hammerhead though, let's go.
The big boy Idris.
Defend our chocolate chip cookies and milk for will. Said the past, the alien races are not gonna be playable. I had that feeling. That's why I talked about the helmet. Because I know the helmet's there. Cringe vandal attacks on the first, but this is after 1.0. Yeah, 1.0 is gonna be a wow. Why does that gun have a gun on it? Jokes. Cause jokes? They may take our lives, but not our cookies! Defend the oatmeal raisin! Not made of money that have fun in it? You can get into this game for $48 with a ship that costs more right now, Headhunter, so I don't know who lied to you. Right now you can get in for $56 with the ship that I recommend to most people. This is in my backup account that only has one ship. This is the ship in it. Or get an alien ship or the cutter. And the cutter is quite possibly one of my favorite ships to recommend to new players. So you get one of these and then make money in game and buy another ship in game. So somebody like you, they said like,
you got to spend stupid money.
No. 56 or $48 right now. And this ship is normally 60. This one's normally 75. So $56. Skip this Hewlin. I mean, my recommendation is this, like hands down. And the fact that it comes with 15K instead of 5. It comes with a skin or it comes with a paint for the Avenger. It comes with a full suit of armor, a backpack, a sniper rifle.
Yes, easily this.
If you don't have a package for Star Citizen, this is the one to get. I resume. Still expensive for a game item. For all intents and purposes, it is a game that would cost you $45 anyways for the base ship. So for $11 more, you get a lot more stuff. And we're living in an age where games typically cost $60 is the old price for games. It's now $70. So for the fact that this was $75, it is now $56, and the base game can be grabbed for $45. In my opinion, there is hands down no better value package than this. Got it for $40 and now own some of the largest cargo ships in games, spent money afterwards. Yeah, but you didn't have to. You didn't have to. Bought my ship after steaming up with friends. The small medical ship that just came out. The C. It comes with, the one that comes with the characters. The C8X or the C8, I believe. What a first chapter. This is the game with the 50K ship in real life. Been wanting to play this. I mean, again, $56 gets you a game package right now. So you don't have to pay anything. You pay just like a Kickstarter. If you want to see the project through and you want to give them more support than the base package, you can. You never have to. What's the name of that pack? If you go to the Play Now, is the Adventure Titan CitizenCon 2954 starter pack. It is the, if you're going to get the game, use that code, because right now you get 15,000 of in-game credits if you use that. If you use my code, you get another 5, so you start with 20 grand, which they put another number next to my name that says, hey, DJ sent you. Or you can wait. If you make an account using this code anyways, wait until the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo, as has been pointed out. It's going to be free, but it's also going to, when I say it's going to be free, there's going to be weeks where you can play without spending any money. I don't know if they're going to have a package this good. I'm guessing they will, but like you can literally play for nothing next month. Make an account though. You got to have an account to play. Free fly for a win. Yep. You never have to pay anything for this game when they do a free fly. They do them every like 3-ish months. At least twice a week. This game will never be done. Neither will World of Warcraft, which is also an MMO. This is Squadron 42. This is going to be done. They're going to release this in 2026. If they're following through with what they said on CitizenCon from Saturday. Right now, if someone buys your referral code, you both get a hover quad. Wait, there's a hover quad too as a referral bonus? What? Oh no, we talked about that earlier, Cooper, because Squadron 42 has been 2 years out since 2014. No worries there. No worries there. I did not know that they were giving out hover quad referrals. That's what's up. We're not actually playing right now, Rickety Wreck. This is the video from last Saturday at CitizenCon.
Protect our fighters.
Until 20 UTC on Halloween? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. No, it's not about accuracy. I think they're just about explosions, because explosions are cool. See, this is why I didn't want to go watch the pre-recorded video.
Oh no.
It's an account lock quad. I'm okay with that personally.
Oh no.
So, people have been wondering, DJ, why are you not watching the one that was recorded later? Appreciate the follow. Jeremy, thanks so much. Because of this. A lot of people are saying, like somebody said earlier,
This game was done in 2017.
but nah, though. They are still making it. This is the single player experience that we don't have yet. They're still making it. This is a game that has been in development for a while, and they're still making it. And I think they're going to restart. What is that? I think it's go for like 40 something seconds. Okay, so yeah, they just crashed.
Goblet, I've got bogeys I can't shake. I need a
Okay, cool. So they did it. The save seems like it was in the middle of this battle, which is good.
protect our fighters.
What do you think is the best chill thing to do in small ships? Package delivery missions. Go to a place, pick up a box, put it in your ship, fly to another place, put it down in another place. Super chill. And 3 crashes on the live stream from Saturday, which is why we're watching the live stream from Saturday. One of the devs was sitting in front of us. Oh, that had to be weird. He put his head in his hands. I'm sure, but that's game development. That's why most companies would never do this live, because crashes are likely. I would much rather show this game in its state, in its current state, than watch the other stuff. I don't think the hate and criticism was deserved until the reached over 10 years in development. For all intents and purposes, most MMOs take 10 years to get developed, to be at a point where people want to play them continuously. And only until recently have we had engines that have enough tools to where they could make them faster than that. Appreciate the follow, Jesse. Somebody who has worked in game dev, I taught people how to make video games from 2012 to 2016. So I understand a little bit about what I'm talking about, because I've taught people to make games. Making a game at this level. MMOs typically take a decade. Why do you think World of Warcraft is still going after so long? They've recouped the dev cost for World of Warcraft thoroughly. Overwatch initially was to be an MMO. They scrapped that and they made it a shooter. With that much money though,
Buildings still cost money to hold up.
Cooper with the 5 gifted, appreciate you.
This is the way.
First things first, let me find these beans because we got the 5 gifted. Average price for a PC that can run Star Citizen with ease. I mean, you can get one for probably 1,000. Just not necessarily going to be the best, but also most of the issues with Star Citizen are server related. Now this particular bean, I can't even remember which one this is. What is it? It is Barf or Peach. Great. Peach. We win. We win! Patch, you couldn't be more wrong. You clearly don't know what it takes to make something brand new. Star Citizen's biggest money laundering scandal I've seen in a while. Okay. I've done this regularly, but we'll do it now. I'm not talking about anything specific, but last I remember hearing it, they were at 700 employees, but then they bought Turbulence. So let's say 1,000 people. Times a computer that's going to be good enough to build Star Citizen. So let's be conservative and go with 2,500. It's 2.5 million just for PCs. I digress. Let's talk about space. I think there are like 4 studios right now. So if we have 4 studios, if you have 1,000 people and you need the space to hold 1,000 people, and you have 4 different places to do it, let's be conservative and say, like, let's say there's like 10K on the lease per location per month. Because if it's $1,500 for an apartment, they're going to pay some good money for space to store that many employees. And I'm going to be super conservative. So let's say it's 40 grand times 12 months. So that's already $500,000. And again, stupidly conservative. Realistically, they're paying way more than that for leasing space to have that many employees, right? Right. So that's already almost $3 million. Now, mind you, they don't need to upgrade the computers every year. So that's just sunken cost. That's just part of the business. But that is, man, I feel like this is way short, way short. But let's say that's how much they pay a year in just the place. We have not factored power into this. We've not factored water into this, because you have to have power and water if you're going to have employees. People got to use the bathroom. People got to flush toilets and whatnot. You got to have internet connections, which means you're going to pay, I pay like $50 to $60 a month or something like that. Probably 70 now for fiber internet. If you need internet capable
for 1,000 employees,
you're spending stupid money. So you see how this could add up real quick, like, and think about the fact that they're probably paying this in 3 months for 4 places. For everything that you got to have people do it. Also, we haven't even talked about salaries. So let's say they have 1,000 people, and then we real conservative in $50,000 a year. That's $50 million a year. We're talking mostly devs, which means 50,000 is a joke. So we're already talking silly money just yearly to keep the business running. That's just keeping the lights on and keeping people paid. That doesn't factor in healthcare. That doesn't factor in any of the extraneous things that are a part of running a business. So this is the most conservative estimate that I can say that they spend yearly to keep people on to make the game. Let's not even get into the fact that they have had live servers since before I touched this game in 2015. I've said it before, I will say it again. If they took down the live servers for 6 months, we would probably see a huge boost in what is capable in the game. But they'll never do that, because if they took the servers down for 1 month, people that come in and say, like,
this game is never going to be done,
would literally lambast them for the entire 6 months that I would say they could do. Because it would be like,
game dead.
So, nah, don't even worry about it. Camera quality is crispy. That's because this is a DSLR. Appreciate you for that, King Next Door. And what up, Sable? Good to see you. Hello. Can you recommend me a PC able to play this game? You got $100? Or not $100, $1,000. I would say you can get a PC that can play this for $1,000. Especially once they implement the server updates that they need, because most of the issues of Star Citizen are server based. Most of the problems are server issues. If you played Arena Commander right now in a private session, your frame rate would be through the roof. Use flight sticks? I don't, but I have them. Literally, I have a X56 Rhino in here installed setup. Appreciate all those follows, by the way. But yeah, we could talk about this all day, every day. But like, why? I'm gonna keep it a buck and say one thing before we go back to watching this trailer. If you do not like this game, or the concept of this game, or the concept that they've been making a game for a long time and it's not gonna be done yet. If you're concerned that an MMO is never going to be done, it's an MMO. MMOs are never done. I will use World of Warcraft as a reference again, because World of Warcraft has been running since like 2000. It's 24 years. When was the last World of Warcraft expansion released?
The latest World of Warcraft expansion was Dragonflight, which was released in November 2022.
I'm pretty sure that was a lie, because I remember people talking about World of Warcraft expansions within the last year. But even if it's not, that's still 22 years after it released. Or 20-something. Or 20. Don't care. The War Within just came out, right? War Within World of Warcraft release date. August 26th, 2024. So right before my birthday, they released another expansion with World of Warcraft.
But this game's never gonna be done.
Well, the Warcraft is not. Warcraft launched in... Warcraft. World of Warcraft did not launch in 2024. First things first. 2004. Okay, 20 years. So the game's been out for 20 years. And just got an update less than 2 months ago. When did Star Citizen launch? It's not launched yet, but I could launch it right now. I could play it right now. The servers are mid, probably because, as we've said, CitizenCon was just this weekend. Their yearly presentation about the stuff that's upcoming into the game. So I'm going to say this before we get back to watching this video, because if we were sitting here debating and just having discussions about game development, we would be here all day, because we could, and I would, because I've been here. But it's as simple as, if it's not for you, that's fine. It may not be for you. That's completely cool. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just not your bag. It is my bag, though. How much does Star Citizen cost? $45 to get a base package. Right now, you can get a package as low as $48 with a ship that costs more. There's a $60 ship package that is $48. Or this ridiculously valuable deal of a Titan package. You comes with a full suit of armor, $15K. If you use my referral code, you get $5K more. Iron Weave paint, sniper rifle, 2 years of insurance, and a fancy hanger that... Even if you don't want to see this game right now because it's not done yet, even if you want to just wait for it to finish, get it now and just let it sit. Just let it sit. Have you spent enough to access the secret shop? No. I don't care about the secret shop all that much, though. WoW launched the same year as Final Fantasy 11, I believe. I was team Final Fantasy 11. Nothing wrong with that. Okay, so for a game like Star Citizen with the level of detail, fidelity, interaction, and physics modeling realistically entire systems, 13 years is a drop in the bucket, especially as they push boundaries. No ever game dev has had the latitude and funding to pull something like this off, and none may ever will again. Because of the negativity that Star Citizen is getting, I don't foresee any developer to ever be doing this and talk about it publicly. That'll never happen, I think. I don't see it happening. Also, appreciate those follows. When it'll be finished? When it's done. What platform is it on? PC. Yeah, the shop doesn't matter. I feel like I want to get to the million mile high club with referrals of people getting base game packages. That's all I would like for people. If you want to get into the game, literally, I have never seen a package more valuable than $56 for all that comes in this. So if you want to get into Star Citizen, that package. Or just make an account. Literally, you'll be able to play for free next month. They're saying the single player game will launch in 2026, Will Cav. You can play Star Citizen right now. Star Citizen is not done yet, but it is the MMO that the single player experience that we're watching right now leads into. 10 years after this campaign is finished, Star Citizen starts. This you get in 2026. You can play Star Citizen right now. I play Star Citizen solo most of the time, Jordan, so yes. Not optimized yet, Jay, but it is way more optimized than it was years ago. They added in FSR, they added in Vulkan, they added in DLSS for NVIDIA. So for Squadron 40 or for Star Citizen, you can run better, but typically optimization happens after all the game mechanics are added, and the Star Citizen's game mechanics are not anywhere near being done. And yes, that is Gary Oldman. So the optimization won't happen until we get closer to 1.0.
Bring that Moiler into your
Star Engine sale eventually will be the birth of mecha games, mark my words. Oh, we've been talking about that for years, Red One. Single player won't be out for a couple of years? Yes. This is from that single player. This is from that experience that doesn't release till 2026. This is just the prologue. And yeah, you saw Gary, you saw Mark Strong, Gillian Anderson is on the bridge. That's Mark Strong right there. Mark Hamill's somewhere. May not be here for sure, but Mark Hamill's around. Henry Cavill is like the pilot training video you see when you start up. So we're going to Nyx in 2025. What happened to Pyro? Oh no, they mentioned Nyx and there's a C system as the next system's coming. And considering that I literally have flown in Pyro, it was a small part of Pyro, but I've been to Pyro already. We got some fancy foods. We did a whole food tour last year of Pyro, but Pyro's likely to be here by New Year's. And if a lot of people are frustrated with Star Citizen, but I feel like this is probably the best state the game has ever been in, because last year in Disco Lando's 2024 cast, he suggested that we would see a lot of stuff happening before the first half of 2024 is over, and they're only a few months behind on Pyro, because they just said the second half of the year for Pyro. They didn't say summer, they said the second half of the year. Like, they were aiming for the end of summer, but development happens. So if they push out Pyro by the end of this year, that means that everything in Disco Lando's 2024 cast, which was about 3 or 4 minutes of direct, this is what we're adding to the game, quickly, all of that will have been added in, and I don't think that there's been a time in the Star Citizen's development where they were able to do that. Ever. So we are in a situation where they can start actually following through on the stuff that they talk about at these events. So when they say 2026 now, I believe it. I believe it. Pipeline Disco shared the pie chart of what initially was promised and what is in, and they're like 80% there. We're literally nearing the finish line. Yeah. And I get the feeling that might be from day 2, which we're going to get in after we get done watching this. If we can get done watching this, if people can stop saying,
dead game, game dead, dead game.
Do not regret a single penny I've spent on this game. Waiting is getting a bit old, but the progress they've made in just the last year is very promising. Agreed. You think we'll actually get 4.0 this year? Yeah, considering 4.0 was in Evo last week, and they allowed people to stream it, they're confident in 4.0. And they've made a lot of progress with the server meshing. The fact that they had a server meshing test with something like 2,000 people, it wasn't the smoothest, but they had it working. And I think they were most stable at 600 something people across like 4 or 5 servers, which says a lot, because when I started playing Star Citizen, it was only 20 people per server. There were no planets to land on. Not long after that, they boosted that to 25. And then not long after that, they boosted it to 50. Now, mind you, this is over the course of 9 years almost. So then when they got it to 50 is a stable number for servers. And that was only a few years ago. And then they pushed it to 100 now. So there's 100 players in Star Citizen servers currently. And it's been only like that for like 3 to 4 years, if that. And the idea of them going to 600, even that's the low end of what they're aiming for with server meshing, 600 is huge. Absolutely huge. Is this game actually going to come out? This is the prologue of Squadron 42. Star Citizen you can play right now. I'm going to shut up. We're just going to kind of power through this, because if we don't power through it, we'll be sitting here talking about it instead of looking at what they're already showing. 30 to 40 hours? Yeah. It makes sense that will take 2 years to polish. How big of a time sink is Star Citizen? I'll say it this way. I will click on the, where's my, is it down here? I think it's down here. Yeah, there it is. I have streamed since, in the last 3,649 days, I've streamed 1,429 hours of Star Citizen. Is Squadron 42 going to be open world, or is it guided? I'm expecting it to be somewhat open, but this is the prologue, because we are talking about a game that has hundreds of star systems, or over 100 star systems. And when I say star systems, I'm saying star systems. We currently in Star Citizen have the Stanton system, which is like 3 major planets with a bunch of moons for each. So, yeah.
Push forward. Let's see how strong that line is.
Pretty pissed about the demo, to the point where I think no longer care about it. Feel lied to and betrayed and no longer believe anything he says. Why do you say that, Uriah? Why do you feel lied to in regards to this? Stopping the vid does kill the emotion of the cinematic moment a bit. I mean, it's there. Only gonna have 5 systems at release? I don't care about that. For real. Worried I just wouldn't have time to make it work? I mean, only one way to find out.
Could have been capital ship fire.
Also, it's not out yet, so if you get it now, you can have it available to try out later.
Do we have a line on them? Turrets have been taken out, sir. Gauntlet, come in. We need you to sweep up some fighters on us.
Oh, we have not touched day 2 stuff yet. We're gonna watch it after we get done watching this. What are my PC specs?
Aye, sir.
Right now, this is a video. But my PC specs are, somebody on Twitch type in exclamation specs. I have a Ryzen 9 5900X, a Radeon 7900 XTX, 64 gigs of DDR4. And yeah, this is the end of day 1. Day 2 is only 4.5 hours, and apparently there's a lot of delays, so we're just gonna slide into that as well. Your great-grandchildren will love this game. Your great-grandchildren are like teenagers? Or almost teenagers? Currently scanning Microtech moves for good base locations after what we saw yesterday. Just a reminder, that display info now displays coordinates, so you can find the same location twice. Really? Good to know, William. Thanks. Appreciate the follow, Matt. Squad 42 demo showed exactly what people wanted from a new wing commander, so it's exactly what Chris Roberts kind of promised for Squad 42. 4 planets in Stanton. Yeah, I figured it might be wrong when I said it, but I was like, I would rather err on the side of down than up. You have a YouTube? Yes. Same name over there. It'll be less than 4 hours if you skip the booths. Oh, we're definitely skipping all that. I've had it since 2015, Hershey, and it has never been in a better place. Castro System is now my new home. When it dropped Nixer before. Fam, Sherman is going to be my home. No questions. I'm going to live in Sherman. I'm living there. Still play this great game. Saying, what game is this? This is Squadron 42, single player game that leads into an MMO that is Star Citizen. We're watching the prologue of Squadron 42 that releases in 2026. Planets have 5,000 to 6,000 plus locations, not just also local landing zone. The 5 systems will have more playable opportunities than the 100 systems stated in the Kickstarter stretch goals. Shit. Also, I like how they just blew up an entire massive ship. $90% of the POI on the planets are rather points of no interest right now, Lumbo. If this wasn't playing, we could rewind to the segment where they showcase how they're changing with Genesis the points of interest on planets. They're going to have clusters now, which is like a region that has a certain amount of randomized generated stuff. And then they're going to have sectors, which have a bunch of clusters inside of them. And there's going to be sectors, multiple sectors across planets. So there's going to be stupid amounts of stuff. Chris Kant. It's been new for Squadron 42 before they ever released since 2014. Broken every promise he's made. Thanks for becoming obsessed with the game. Sorry for text wall. Chris can't finish it. I feel like that might be why he has somebody else that came in kind of took the co-reins that they launched a while back. They announced that a little while back. So like with him, if it was just him, I feel like we'd be there. But notice that like a year ago, they announced somebody else is kind of in charge with Chris, which I get the feeling is why we've getting more targeted information. He did it anyway. I mean, this is not a problem though. Since when have they not shown live demos? They've been showing live demos for years. Crashes happen. Crashes happen in games that are fully released, so Star Citizen community understands it. So I'm not mad at that personally. Where is this? Can't remember the system, but this is Squadron 42. It's on YouTube. I have not seen anything day 2 yet. We are getting there after we get done watching this, which is why I'm talking but ignoring a lot of the stuff that we've already talked about, because we'll never finish this and get to that if we keep talking about it. Vega, I don't even know what that is yet. Plus, now they learn live, hey, it needs tweaking to run on more than just the computers in their offices. Those crashes are a good thing. Yeah. See how they've broken the Demo was lots of major issues on the PC. Blame the 3 crashes on. We are watching it for the first time now, so no. Even Sony's top studio, Naughty Dog, had crashes on their live presentation of Uncharted 3 live on E3. Yeah. What is this? Squadron 42. Is this the video on YouTube? This is the live stream, Uriah. I purposefully ignored the video because I wanted to show the live stream. I wanted to show Star Citizen in its current state. We don't want to sugarcoat any of this. I love the game, but I would also rather show it in where it is right now than to think, yeah, let's go show this thing that they recorded after this to show that it could be done. I would like to see these ships moving faster right now, but this is the prologue. This is, if you don't understand what a prologue is, what prologue is, welcome to the game. They probably don't want you to have ships that move stupidly fast when you just picked up the controls of a turret. So they're like, be slow a little bit. Let's wreck these major ships from the ship. You're not the main character in this, which in my opinion is great. The ship is the main character, you're just a part of it. So the ship is tearing these massive enemy ships to shreds, and you're just like, look, let me take out these fighters in the meantime. You think Squadron 42 will have an element of replayability like Skyrim? I think it's hard to say at this point. I would hope it does, but we'll see. You 48, right? Like, I mean, you gotta be 48. Because if they're releasing this in 2026, it's 2 years out. Adam with the follow, appreciate you.
Turret down.
Squadron 42 is supposed to be more a linear game. Yeah, but like you still have different systems. So there will be jump points at certain points. Get the follows, appreciate you. Stop by to show my support, appreciate you, Charlie, thanks. Also a long time backer, been a citizen since 2015. How many cut remove work quality do you think? I've not heard that, but also that looks pretty impressive to me. If they have to cut from a game that they are talking about in this presentation that's already meant to be 30 to 40 hours, and for all intents and purposes, those of us who have been following this, the understanding of this entire process, know that Squadron 42 is supposed to be 3 parts. If the first part is 30 to 40 hours and releases in 2026, if they have to cut from it, we know there's going to be 2 other parts anyways. So if they have to cut from what they have here, cool. If it's still going to be 30 to 40 hours, yes, I want a 30 to 40 hour campaign in a game. Dubs. Gimme. So it's an actual game now. It's technically been an actual game, but it's not done. You can play it right now. There's multiple game loops, but it's not complete. They're going to be talking about what they want to do to get to 1.0 later in the stream, because they talked about 1.0 in day 2 of CitizenCon. This is still the replay of the end of day 1. So we'll get to that soon. Hopefully we can answer a lot of these questions in the meantime. Having a life-size horn in the event doesn't show a company losing money. To be fair, that does show that they have a community that would showcase things that were made. Because having a life-size Hornet literally could just be somebody who's really good with wood, cutting out wood, painting wood, and then putting it on a stand. I'm in here 3D printing helmets, and I'm planning to 3D print something like a suit of armor for this game so that I can take it to CitizenCon. I am one of those people that would do that because I enjoy the game that much. So guaranteed, if somebody's good enough to make a life-size or near life-size ship to show it off to people who are fans of the game,
you bet your ass they do it.
You bet your ass they do it. Appreciate that, Irvy. Thank you. All right, let's go. It's Prologue's so broken. It's running quite fine mostly. Some hiccups with a live presentation 1.5 to 2 years from release. Yeah, crashes. Now that's cool. Holy shit. Hey, yo.
Otacon, I've fallen out of my turret. I need to get some assistance. We're on this massive ship. Help me out.
Please give me a recap. You chose a character. They went through and found a massive Vandal ship, and then this is the ensuing battle. That's basically what's happened thus far. We got Hell's Wolf. Welcome back with that 7 months of Prime subs. Can we get some Primes in chat on Twitch? Maybe from the company who made problems for the new Star Wars movies. Oh, props? What? Oh yeah, they did say that during the snippet that we saw. Yeah, that wasn't Cloud Imperium. Apparently the turret damage uses Maelstrom. Sometimes devs would get eaten into space when they exploded. That's awesome. This is gorgeous, man. Oh no. Why did it look like a mouth?
Open wide, bitch.
Yeah, that's Gary. That's Mark Strong.
Flight ops. Scramble any available support ships to pick up survivors. This thing is chewing us up, sir.
One of my friends went to college with Jacob in one of the leads. That's awesome.
The line for a run on the Kingship.
Weapons. I'm gonna need you to cook up.
I don't think they're ever going to make that ship available to backers. What?
So, all of our weapons even focused?
Have to do something. Right, Mr. Krause? The Van Duel aren't gonna blow themselves up.
Yes, sir.
Wait.
Shut up and do it.
Drop our shields
Oh,
and extra
Rag, they've had a campaign. They just have not talked a lot about it because they've been making it.
Sir? Adjust heading. 10 degrees port.
This is just the prologue. For those of you watching, fam, this is just the beginning of the game. We can't even get through this because a lot of people are like,
yeah, what is this? This is stupid. You can't, bet your PC can't run this.
one, it's a video. My PC can't run. I mean, your phone can run this video at the same quality. But two, this campaign was the reason that Star Citizen exists. They wanted to make this. Star Citizen is just a bonus.
Let's get their attention.
They've said multiple times they don't want to spoil anything from the real campaign. Yeah, which is good. I prefer it that way. How to see who won? Won what? Husky. Which giveaway? If you're talking about the one from Linus Tech Tips, I feel like if you go back and find that video, that should have the link to it. Click that. Prologue isn't a video. This is real time. I am watching it as a video, Uriah. Somebody talking about me running this. This is like we've been talking about that they've been playing this live, but I'm watching it as a video. So we're here. We're here. So somebody's saying like, can your PC run this? Like my PC could run this, but it's a video from Saturday. There's multiplayer with dedicated server before we got what we have. Yeah. Like all YouTube videos. Yeah, your phone could run it better. I love that translation. I love that this is actually a language they're making. That's ridiculous. What up, Deep Fish?
End them.
Uh-oh. Fam, there's still like... There's still almost an hour left? We've only gotten through a half hour and an hour? I don't need people to stop coming in here saying like,
yeah, well, this game is a scam.
Shush, let's finish this. What up, Buttercup?
Second shield generator is down.
Think they'll let us play any other of the alien races? Doubtful. Just ignore them. You know how hard that is, Django? You know I pay attention to what people are saying in my chats, because what's the point of having chat if you're not talking to chat?
Hit them again.
Waiting on you, Mr. Cross.
Now, one of the things I'm curious to see is that I'm expecting to be the case is that this is running real time on your rig when it happens, and it's not just a video. I'm curious of that. I feel like it's got to just be running and they just move the cameras around, but also because like the way that they've shown everything that they've done has just been in engine. Not a chance. You say not a chance, but like literally this is a game where you could start on a space station, walk from the dorms to an elevator, go down the elevator, go out the elevator, walk, what, half a mile to where the ships are located, call a ship, go down another elevator to your ship, get up out of the ship, fly off of the space station, randomly choose a planet or moon, select a location on that planet or moon, and literally fly there with no load screen. So saying not a chance, I'm gonna press X to doubt. I doubt that this is not a cutscene. I feel like this has got to be a cutscene in engine because of what they've already shown off is capable.
They're gonna kill us.
Says Serverful, this is the single player game. We're just watching the video from last Saturday. The servers are getting destroyed. Also, you can choose different server regions. There's an easy way to know. Not right now, because this is a video and they were playing it live on one of their computers that none of us can play, so I don't know. It was already confirmed the cutscenes are in engine, which is what I'm expecting. But like, the reason I say it is because we know that their PCs are beast. I want to see what this looks like on a PC that's not as beast as theirs so that I can confirm what I'm expecting. That's all. That's all. Well, let me choose regions. Oh, I know the servers are cooked. It's even in the launcher. If you try to open the launcher says
degraded performances. We're working on resolving an issue, and at your own risk, find more information. Check out the status page.
You can do that. Here, look, let me launch the game, because I feel like if it doesn't let you choose servers, you may not have seen where you choose servers. You know, when you've got a good 3D printed helmet, I'd love to buy one from you. I have a big head, so I feel like the issue of sending people 3D printed helmets is if your head is bigger than mine or smaller than mine, it's unfit to send to you, because then it could be immediately like,
this dude sucks. He sent me a helmet too big for my head. I look silly.
I don't want to do that. Left side it says best, but mine is grayed out. Restart. Oh, it might just be because the servers are cooked. We'll find out in a second, because I haven't opened it. I've just been playing Squadron 42's prologue. Love that voice mod. Same. I'm a big fan. Trying to get out a new bed and new Babbage. I just say give it some time. Like we're literally only going to see if they let us choose new servers. I'm not loading into the game. So let's see. Persistent verse. Oh yeah, these servers are cooked. I've never seen it stall like that on the character creation screen. Nah, son. But I do love this. Load it. Look at your boy. Look at your boy. Look at your boy. Look at your boy. Let go. What? No. I clicked the wrong button. Load things. Review. Look at your boy. Also, wait. Go back. Bop, 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 bop. Hello. They call me DJ. I'm here to tell you about the game that we currently are touching with our controllers and mice and keyboards, etc., and words. All of the words, because why not use words when you can use words instead of things, etc., etc. Skip the tutorial, select the system, stand in the location. We're kicking off this time from New Babbage. Server location. Let me move the screen over here so you can see what I'm talking about. I don't know why it doesn't show you, but I click you. I can click best. That's what I'm seeing personally. So like, typically in the US, I choose to use servers because they're offline when I'm not. So as for me, That's just how I do it. What software do you use for the voice mods? This is the Rodecaster Duo. It's not even software. It's all
on the hardware.
Go on Arena Commander and change it out, and the PU will be fixed. Yeah, it's fine for me right now. But also, I hadn't played since they put the patch out because I played in PTU, and then I kept hearing people saying like,
the servers are mid.
So it's like, all right, cool. I just won't touch it yet. We'll be all right. We'll come back later. You know what I'm saying? I think, yeah, I'm saying. Center horizontally. All right, cool. So we can quit the game because I really wasn't planning on playing. We're still finishing this video. We're finishing this video. Alaska might as well be in Europe. I'm sorry to hear that. But apparently somebody said to, like Red One said, go on to Arena Commander, change something, come back. Like start a local private match and then try. Ray Apollo! Oh, snaps! What up, Ray? How you doing, fam? My boy! What home planet should I choose? I don't want to go to New Babbage again. If not New Babbage, I say Orison. Those are my basic two. Was that a transition to a whole nother place? Hey, yo! Ugh. Speaking of The Witcher, the homie Henry Cavill. Toss a prime to your Witcher, oh viewers of plenty. Yeah. That was stupid smooth. Henry Cavill showing up like,
what up, Van Duel? We got something for your ass. Oh, now them cheeks, my boy. I'm a super witch that ass.
Like, come on, bro. Let's go. Appreciate you, Red One. They can play the music. You know it's about to go down. Oh, hell yeah. She a beast. I already know it. She a problem. She put people to sleep. I'm sure of it. Uh-oh. They're reconnecting. This is on PS5 saying. When can we do this? 2026, Ray. 2026. Maybe the most impressive cast I've ever seen in a video game before. Right.
You remain. Then you run a double switchback.
Double switchback.
I'll pay you a shot.
Double switch these.
Light him up.
Light them up. Light them up. Do-na, do-na, do-na. Light them up. Download signs gonna take the rest of the day. There's the crash. Oh. This is why I like to showcase Star Citizen as it is in Squadron 42. They did this live and it crashed twice, at least live. I prefer seeing when things crash like that because reasons. Wait, did they restart before all that? Games around 105 to 110 gigs? Yes. Oh, is this before they ripped that shit up? This was the first shot again? It looks like the first shot again. This didn't roll back far. True. That actually says a lot about the quick save system, because that means at least the quick save wouldn't be at the end of the battle. Like, that would suck. Alright, so let's see what our homie Cavill coming in. Let's just fast forward that because we ain't gonna watch all that again. That's silly. That's silly. The turret moment though, the Idris turrets need better evac safety measures. Player gets thrown all the way down that tube, all the way. There were a number of crashes during the live stream. They re-uploaded the entire playthrough as a separate video. That's literally why I'm watching the live video, because I've been playing this game long enough and I understand how development works. They show live gameplay because they want people to see where it is currently. If anybody were to watch this and be mad that they're not releasing it until 2026, like you just saw two dev machines, the same dev machine they're playing it on live, crash at least twice, that's a perfect reason for you to understand, cool, it might need to be 2 years away. I feel like that makes perfect sense. So for me, this is why I prefer to play it live. I would rather see what people saw there, because if I was there, I would not talk about the fact that it crashed a couple times during this. This is still awesome. The fact that it's running in engine, the fact that they have all of this made, the fact that if they decided to release the prologue, we could play this. That would be a thing that I would actually love to see at the next CitizenCon. Literally strip everything not required for this cutscene, this gameplay. Let people play it. We might see a lot more negativity disappear if people got to see this on their own machines. But also, because the haters exist, people are going to be like,
it runs like cheeks on my computer.
Prologue demo for backers, that would be genius if it was close to being released. Come on. Do it. Give it.
Give it.
Q18 played this as well, Roberts, for hours on this machine with no crashes. Right, but that's what happens when you do it live. The potential exists. And that's why I like the idea that they are open about their dev process. Yeah, they recorded a video for people to watch later after this, but they showed it live. For people who say like,
this game is never happening.
Like, no, they played it. They showed you playing it live. You got to see somebody absolutely playing it right now. That's dubs. That's dubs. I feel like Chris Roberts wanted to play a playable demo for CitizenCon, but missed the mark, possibly. Have my own issues with the game, but for me, it's just, I'll wait until it's in a better place to play it again, because it's awesome. I'm going to be playing it again soon, because the way my brain is set up. Also, I didn't go. I was too busy talking through most of the times that happened. I never heard him say go. So thank y'all for mentioning that he said it. I was like, I think I heard it. Let me rewind it just in case.
5 seconds out till the break.
Or what do they say now? Let's it cook. I want for people to open this game and touch it. And literally, when they get to this and see it on their machine running, I want people to say,
someone cooked here.
Because from everything that I've experienced in this entire time, they have. Let them keep cooking. I don't think that's too much to ask, personally. This video, this demo, this concept is what people have been waiting for years. So people being so mad, it's like, it makes no sense. Let them cook. Let them cook.
Copy that. Tally's on me.
Like, we could actually skip a bunch, because we actually saw all this. But I don't know how far to skip ahead, so I'm just going to leave it be. Because there's not a lot of skipping we'd have to do. Also, I love that, like, that new visuals on that. Beautiful. Seriously, looks good. I have most of my VR rig now. Need the rest by the time this comes out. Let it be. It's not much. Exactly. Like, there's not a lot that needs to happen. I say.
Let's say hi.
Full copy. Shots at the ready.
Ready up, people. Enemy vectors inbound.
Copy, Doug. You can cover. I can make a run at that shield, Jenny.
Copy. Penny, Rover, take Charlie and Delta, screen up those fighters. Fatal, Mug, you're at main. I think we run a double switchback.
Copy that. Charlie's maintain vector. I'll clear you a shot.
Got it. All echoes, stay on the ball.
Light them up.
Light them up. Once they fix the bugs elevators for commodity trading. I feel like they said that they fixed that already, but with the servers being what they are right now, I'm gonna wait. Started playing Star Citizen in 2017. From 2017 to now, you can see the progress they've made and the fact the game is so much in a much better place now. I've been saying that all day, Hells, because it's true. Plenty of other games to play until then. It's not like we have a lack of games. We have silly amounts of them. Y'all ship getting towed up, bro. So bug last week. Okay, cool.
Shields up!
Damn.
Report!
Shields are holding. Barely. That shot took out our main thrusters.
They are not the locusts.
The Kingship shields are down.
Yes.
We're getting into that tomorrow. No, sir. They're showing the date. They show that in day 2, and we're going to get to day 2 after we get done with this one. Man, I'm about to say, like, those missiles better be some hefty missiles. They seem like they were some hefty missiles, so that balances. See what your bloodlust cost us. Boy, you almost got slapped down. Whatever y'all gonna do, y'all better do it quick. Is that a staff? Is he about to beat somebody's ass with that, boy?
No, sir, I don't like it.
This does not look like it's gonna be a good thing. Sometimes you gotta tag yourself, fam. What are they saying? It's at the bottom of the screen under work in progress. They kind of put the captions on what they're saying. About to design the culture. Yep. Still got mad respect while being blunt. Yup. Captain always goes down with the ship. True facts. What is that? What Vandal ship is that? That thing is
beefy.
It's not a blade or a... Oh. Someone did not think that work in progress, dude. Nah. They could have moved it up like 100 pixels and been fine. Damn. Is that a Italian they just took out? I can't remember the name of that shit. Yeah. Light his ass up, boy. Light his ass up, boy. Light him up, boy. Man, you better chase him. Glaive, I don't know. Is the glaive that thick? I don't think the glade is
extra thick.
That thing was thick boy thick. Just grabbed a goodies pack. It came with a Vandal helmet. I did.
Headed right for us.
I did.
We evade? Shot took out the main thruster, sir. I'm trying to get the auxiliaries online.
Getting a rapid increase.
Can't fly in the ship that has me lay down. I'll go sleep in the dogfight.
Even if we dodge, we won't get clear of the blast range on auxiliary alone. Attention fleet. This is Admiral Bishop. You are ordered to immediately withdraw. I repeat, withdraw. All non-essential personnel are dismissed to abandon ship. If you want to volunteer to stay, we can sure use your help. All right. Tell the gunners to concentrate.
He was able to get them before they self-destructed.
Maybe we can take out this king ship before
What?
it hits us.
Yes, sir. Logistics. I want every.
And that's what happens next.
Stop telling me
You
shit.
don't need it to breathe or shoot. I don't want it.
That's what I expect, but I don't want to know. I want to see it. This is gorgeous, man. Oh no, there's star systems. No, sir. There's many star systems. Ooh.
Have seized control of major systems.
You been asleep this whole time?
Wake your dumb ass up.
Wake your ass up. What?
There's a plot here, come on!
Vandal Heavy Fighters is a ship. Not a ship in game yet. I mean, that makes sense. That was a hell of a cutscene. If all of that was a cutscene after we got knocked out. It's like, I can understand people being mad if they think that this is going to be the full gameplay if you watch that much happening in between actual movement. But again, this is the prologue. This is like setting the story up so you can understand what the hell happened. That makes sense. Metal Gear levels of cutscene. Literally, like Metal Gear, we're gonna stop playing all of this CitizenCon recap to play Death Stranding. It's the same thing there. So we only have the 2 Vandal ships because the Vandal self-destruct. Oh, that's cool. Because I do know that there was a company that remade those ships. They were like recreated from Vandal tech, so it makes sense that if they didn't ever caught Vandal ships, they could never do it. Hobble through exploding battlecruiser to uncertain escape craft never gets old. It really doesn't. How's the ship tilting like this in space? Because the gravity is still on in the ship. And if the gravity is still on, if the gravity's on when you're here, you're going down. If the gravity's on and you're here, you're angled. You think a CitizenCon not too shabby right now? I mean, I'm loving what I'm seeing thus far. Like, for this, the idea that this is being played is tight.
Hey, hold the door!
Bro, you better run. You earned that, bro. You should have sprinted. Although, probably a good thing that you didn't sprint. Karma. That's the beginning to Event Horizon. Where we're going, we don't need eyes to see. This shows me everything that I've been talking about for so long, just with this bringing up of the Moby glass. Everything. Because I've been saying it for years. Once Squadron 42 is in a more done state, they're pushing over all of the people who are working on Squadron 42 into Star Citizen. Squadron 42 is in polish, which means that the people who are probably the most crucial for each one of the elements that has to be polished are the ones working on that. Everybody else is working on Star Citizen, which this is not too much different than the map we have in Star Citizen right now, and it's probably why we got the map in Star Citizen right now, because it's done for Squadron 42. It's just this little stuff that I'm looking forward to seeing updated to where we get the proper to this. It's nice. So, just like I've been saying, they're not going to lose momentum. As things are finished in Squadron 42 and don't need to be touched anymore, they bring that to Star Citizen so that we have a better time in Star Citizen to help us feel better about the wait for Squadron 42. It's great. Absolutely great. That is what I'm looking forward to, though. Give me some waypoints. They might even be in the game right now. I just don't remember seeing them. But I think the only thing holding us back is server meshing. Fam, I've been saying it for years. Once we get Pyro in game, they were confident enough to show us the next 2 star systems we'll be getting with one of the cities in one of those star systems that is in gray box, but like the outside of that city is mostly visually done. See, I thought the 2,000 people was across 4 servers. Gladestone. Waypoints are in game, but more hit and miss as the map doesn't always load. Fair. We got the similar map for the Arena Commander thing you could do in the A2 earlier this year. Yeah. And then the engineering has been in since earlier this year as well. Hey, have a good one, Wonko. Thanks for coming to hang out with us. Maybe you're right. Just hearing things from friends is all. No, you good. There's like everything that I've seen about the servers is not 2,000 people on one server. It was across 4 to 5, but the fact that they have 2,000 people on any server shows that server meshing is at least functional at a decent enough level for them to continue with the testing and to refine that process. Yeah, this is a much better tutorial. I hope they bring something like this into Star Citizen. Considering they're gonna have a story for 1.0, I'm hoping something like this is what kicks us into it, because this is great. They said the tests were good. I mean, the people who were in the tests know. I've heard good things. I was in one of the tests, but like, it was not very good. Test was 8 servers across 1 main shard for the 2K test. Yeah, the shards are the whole point of the server meshing, is because the shard is the top tier that all the servers connect to, and they just push data back and forth between the two to make sure that the object container or the consistent entity streaming, that whole system functions. Want to see space battles though, not like a guy calling his ass like, oh, Wing Commander. To be fair, with the way that this game is built from a first-person perspective, it makes sense that the space battles are a part of it. We just got done watching a space battle. Don't forget that last year they had a pretty solid playthrough of Squadron 42. If it wasn't last year, it was the year before. Well, we got later in the campaign, a different part of the campaign, a lot of playthrough. So I don't know, man. I feel like a lot of people are mad that they didn't show more, but it's like they're trying not to spoil everything. I feel like they're doing a really good job of what they have. Especially with this being welcome to the game. The space battles are going to come. This is the prologue. This is what gets us ready for the rest of Squadron 42. This is bomb, in my opinion. Because with the amount of flight in Star Citizen, you know full well there's going to be a silly amount of space flight. We got to own that. It's going to happen. Oh, that's how you get data from people? That's flames. Oh, that's what's up. Yeah, boy. That's fire. Probably way to confirm ID for bounties too. Yup. A lot of folks refuse to see the light at the end of the tunnel because it will remake all the old low scam citizen and relevant and prove them wrong. Yeah. That is, what's the name of that term? Cognitive dissonance. When people fight learning something because learning it will undo something major that you believe. It's something similar to that. So let's the psychological tension that occurs when one holds mutually exclusive beliefs or attitudes that often motivates people to modify their thoughts or behaviors in order to reduce the tension. Cognitive dissonance is described as the mental disturbance people feel when they realize their cognitions and actions are inconsistent or contradictory. This may ultimately result in some change in their cognitions or actions to cause greater alignment between them so as to reduce this dissonance. Basically, when you find out something that is counter to what you know, the fighting that your mind does, like, nah, I refuse. But you just got new knowledge, and your brain has to compensate. Cognitive dissonance is that disconnect. Like, I don't believe it. I can't believe it. People who have been living in this game will never release world and just scam citizen, when they see something like this, it's like, they faked it. They showed live. It crashed live. And that's why I feel like we got to be easier on everything, right? We got to be easier to one another, because the idea that they did this live and you see the crashes, to me, that's enough. That's plenty. That's all the reason why it's important to continue this whole process of just like paying attention, watching, listening, learning. That's why learning is important and always will be. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Oh, I thought he was gonna like go through and open up dude's armor. I was like, oh no. If you want to create an account, row !SC gives you that link. I experienced cognitive dissonance when I used to think of myself as a smart person, but the more I learned, the more I came to accept that I'm an idiot. No. I'm gonna stop you there, because people that are, the smarter you are, the more you realize that you know nothing. That's phrased as a joke, but like, Lala is legitimately a doctor. Lala has a PhD. Lala doesn't just say things out loud unless it's a thing that she's been researching and she knows for sure. She'll say like, isn't it this? Hold on for a second. She will pull up her phone and look for a verifiable, reputable source to make sure before she opens her mouth and spouts, I'm right because I feel I'm right. So nah, you're not incorrect with accepting that you're an idiot, because I accept that I'm an idiot, but it's more just that like, if I don't know for sure, I'm gonna verify that. That's why the phrase trust but verify is a thing. The haters can eat their heart out, that part. I was gonna say some prominent gamer personalities on a podcast started talking about the con. They were literally rolling their eyes and had their minds made up based on outdated headlines from old articles. They even said this didn't look that good. The concept of this not looking good is definitely a lie. But if that's what they want to believe, let them believe it. Because when Squadron 42 releases, when Star Citizen starts getting major updates, that's when we're going to see people start changing their opinions. It's going to take them to play it themselves to calm down. And even when they play it themselves, that negativity will probably still be in there, but like, it'll be harder to continue at the level that they were at before. I know that I don't know a damn thing, but I sure try to learn more, and that's the key. You have to be ready to learn. The outdated disproved fits what I believe, and I won't accept anything else. That's literally cognitive dissonance. I appreciate the clarification on like me being right on that one. Kareem, I appreciate that. Wait a minute. I don't think I've ever seen the player fight against a Vandal on foot. It's always been in ships. I don't care about quick time events. I don't care. Like, this is fire. So they can die. Obviously, but still, like, oh, there's always going to be we don't mention that person, Glade, because why? Can't use the gun on use foot. I mean, hopefully. But also, would you want a melee of a Vandal with a staff? That's gonna suck.
Room locking down. Repeat. Room locking down.
If it bleeds, that part.
Systems back online.
Back in the game.
Ooh, the idea that you can dodge that is fire. Damn! Yeah, I don't want to melee that, dude. I don't want to melee that. I'm glad that... No, I'm good. I'm good. You can take him. I'm going to let you. Oh. Also, somebody said engineering gameplay right there. I'm so, like, focus mode that I missed it.
Back in the game.
My bad, dog. We're going back to that, but, like, I want to see what I missed. Put on the fire. Okay, cool. No, they showed the fire off last year. I missed that. I wasn't even thinking about that part. The fire extinguisher was a big thing last year. Involuntary spacewalk time. That part. Oopsie. Damn. You gotta be glad you're not smashed, my boy. This is cool as shit. Watch out for that thing you just sent flying, bro. This? Bro. We out here space. Come on, bro. This is the first time I've seen them use the EVA, actually using your hands for gripping. Oh, that's delightful. That's great. I'm gonna have a problem when I get to this part in game because the idea of going straight to the objective is not a thing that I'm willing to do. I'm going everywhere. Let me go everywhere. I have not Gladestone. I try not to because anybody can guess anything about any dev studio they want to. That doesn't make it right. Your O2 will say otherwise, yeah. But until that O2, and once I know where I need to go, nah, my O2 will do me just fine. Because one thing I realized about Star Citizen is that there will always be people to say like, oh, this game is dying, it's dead, it's done. There always have been. If we focused on the people that said all that in life, we would never get anywhere because we would always just be concerned like, oh, but it's dead though. Like, a fire from outside don't occasionally accidentally clip you on the way. I'm expecting that it's gonna happen, that somebody's gonna get clipped. Can you go to the ceiling to hover away from those or nah?
And if you didn't already realize, I don't have an EVA pack.
$60 days, if you know, you know. I don't know. If it's related to the stuff that happened in day 2, I'm out. Unless you're talking about the holiday live stream. The fact that they have gameplay loops for when you don't have an EVA pack, delightful. Can you free rotate is a very good question. I agree. Because if you could, I already know. The floor is electricity and also lava. The room that he was in earlier anyways. Or they, because you can choose a woman as well. Alright, so we're down to 48% O2. Carnage, the scale of this moment is just bananas. It really is. For this to be the prologue is absolutely fantastic. I wouldn't hop on that hammerhead right now. Also, it flew by too fast to just yeet yourself at it. Unless you knew it was coming and you got there way in advance. But like, trust, that's the thing that we would try to do, because why would we not? Why would we not? Like, I'm gonna play this at least 5 times just to see where we can do stuff. Also, I didn't look to see if there was a way to like grab, but okay, yeah, it's there, but also look at how fast it's moving. That's what I'm talking about. By the time you yeeted yourself, that shit would be gone. Just time-wise. Unless you got to this spot long enough in advance, knowing where it was going to go, you'd have to angle. And yeah, you might hit the turret, you might overshoot, you might undershoot, and that to me is the joy of like space gameplay. It's all possible. Hey, Carbon Tails, what up? I would try it anyway just to see what happens, which is why we have to try it. Like, that's why we're talking about it. The game allowing you to at least try to jump to a moving ship is sick. Exactly why we gotta do it when it happens. So you might want to watch for that. We might watch that later, but after this, we're gonna go to start watching day 2. We'll probably watch that later this week.
Warning, oxygen low.
Whoopsie. Zero G water bubbles. Yep.
Pressurizing.
We just flew past one not long ago.
Pressurized.
Can't use some of your O2 to boost a little bit. No, that I'm aware of because of the not having an EVA set. It might be that you can, but I don't know if they've added that specifically. Oh no, we were not going to watch the whole thing. Bet. But there's a different ending to the other one. Get a light ship suit and some light armor chest, I think.
Thought
Yeah.
I was the only one left.
So did I.
Look, I need your help with something.
I insist you watch day 2 for reasons. Oh, we were going to watch day 2.
So I have to reroute our energy from our shields to our thrusters.
They hinted at day 2 enough in the org presentation that we have to watch it. And yeah, Jillian Anderson.
I need you to steer the ship. Time for your first piloting lesson. We're setting a new course. For that. Ready? Go.
The idea that you're steering a Jav live, silly. Absolutely silly. Ram them! Oh yeah, obviously you see the front of it destroyed, but still. Do a barrel roll. Jokes. Oh shit. May want to leave the bridge, bro. Unless that glass is reinforced.
Good. Hold that. Shifting power back to shields.
Okay. I love hearing the same announcer from our ships. Shields? Oh no.
Can't do that. You're dead in the water and we can help.
The situation is under control. You are to reverse.
You can't kill it. Not before it takes you out. We are boarded and burning. This is the only way.
Well, off your course. Get off that thing. Both of you, clear?
Aye, aye.
Rachel.
I will. Damn it.
Oh. There's more. Yeah, they know what's coming. That's beautiful. You better boost that right now. I don't think it's gonna happen in time. Yep. Nope. Oh, that's a boarding party. I thought that was a bomb. Again, I feel like this is what Starfield wishes it would be, but
We're about to have company.
this isn't releasing for 2 years, so
Divert as much energy as
you
I
can play
to the
Starfield right now.
engines. So I'm gonna need you to hold them off.
What?
Go now.
Yes, sir.
Ah, live bugs, huh?
Why do they need 2 years?
She's literally drifting in and out of reality right now. I wouldn't say Starfield is a joke at all, Shepherds. I highly enjoy Starfield. But I also had expectations of a Bethesda game in space. And that's what I got. A lot of people were like, they wanted this, or Star Citizen and Starfield, and it's like, nah, Bethesda doesn't make those. Bethesda makes Bethesda games with certain coatings. So Starfield is a Bethesda game with a space candy coating. I didn't like Fallout games, probably wouldn't like putting it have Starfield, pretty much that. With hundreds of loading screens. I don't care about loading screens. I really don't. Squadron 42 out? No, we're watching the gameplay from CitizenCon this past Saturday. It'd be dope for pirate orgs to be able to board like that. The Legionnaire exists. It is a ship that will connect to a door and let you bust open that joint. So I'm expecting it. Oh, I like that you actually saw him lift it before he shot her in the dome.
On me, quick!
Don't worry, don't worry.
Ejection system offline.
The escape pod door is jacked. I need you to manually override the door. Give me your rifle. I'll cover you.
Oh no.
What's the status on the door?
Bugs, live bugs.
Jared, I think you can roll the next bit.
Finger guns, bang bang. Bang bang zip pow. That heartbeat though.
I do solemnly pledge, mind and body, I will defend the Empire with my life.
Your application to the Flight Academy has been reconsidered. Captain McLaren had submitted a letter of recommendation on your behalf before the battle.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm safe.
We may be a small crew, but the work we do matters.
Welcome to the
Rona Mitra.
I'm Eugene Morrow.
Eugene Morrow.
I'm Petty Officer Webster, Chief Mechanic. This will be your new home.
We got you flying with Lieutenant Commander Colton. He's one of our...
Hey!
Sir.
John Reese. Mark Haney.
The name's... You want me to learn your name? You live long enough for me to care.
Baron Actual, you're clear to launch.
Launching in 3, 2, 1.
We'll check the gameplay VOD for the missing section of escape pods. Oh no, we can. I imagine since we can skip most of it, we can just skip to that. That's gorgeous. Wait. That looks like a variation of the large storage showcase they did the other day. And also, what fucking ship is this? That is not a ship I recognize. It looks like it might be an Argo, maybe, but like, how? What? No! That looks like it might be an Argo just by the shape of it, but like, what's this? We're watching the Squadron 42 gameplay footage from CitizenCon this past Saturday. That's flying this way. It doesn't look as much like an Argo anymore. Green with sullen, blue, gray, blue, gray. What? I want to know what ship that is. What ship is that? See, that's some of the stuff they showed us last year. Damn. The Cartual, I see it.
Pull up.
Come on. 2026, as we get to see right here. That is fire. How long is this speech? All right, so like 2 minutes. Cool.
Say we were doing it live, risking the demo gods, and they brought their raft down on us. I think Rich has to be our unluckiest playtester because you're.
I didn't die though.
You didn't die. That's true.
I didn't die.
You also got the bug where she doesn't give you the gun at the end.
This let me down, not me.
So anyway. I hope you all enjoyed the first gameplay reveal. There's a lot more that goes on in Squadron 42 after that, but that sort of sets up where you came from, and from there you go in to become a pilot and start serving on a smaller ship, the Stanton, which I think we've shown a little bit before. But you know, there's a lot more in the game than we were just showing there, and it also, I think, has been a lot more stable for me when I was playing these last few weeks. But, you know, as I said at the start, we have 30 to 40 hours of gameplay, and, you know, we're confident we can bring the quality of the game up
Not
to
bad,
the level
agree.
we've shown and more without crashes. And both the team and I are confident of giving you this game in 2026. Obviously, you can see it's not going to be tomorrow because I saw a few crashes there. And speaking of the team, a lot of them are here tonight, and I'd like to extend a huge thanks to all of them for their hard work, love and passion and talent in crafting Squadron 42. So a lot of what you saw is all their love and passion. So thank you guys very much. You're amazing. And you know, thank you for supporting us and allowing us to build such a ambitious game. I mean, crashes aside, there's probably not another game that has a prologue that has that much action. I mean, mostly there aren't movies that have that much action in there. I mean, Gladiator has 3 minutes of battle and 8 minutes of prologue. This was like an hour of crazy stuff. So, but thank you for allowing us to build something so amazing. And I can't
Terrible
wait
art style.
for you all to be
I
able
would
to
disagree
play
with
it
that
in
personally, but that's just
the
me.
Moderate future. And with that, I'll bid you good night. And we'll
Dearly
see you
appreciate the
tomorrow.
boldness of playing
Let's
this
talk
project
about the
live,
future
bugs
of
and
the
all,
verse.
still
I think
rocking.
there's some
Same.
amazing stuff that
Same.
Rich and the team are going to show that are going to blow you away.
Makes
and
you
we're
realize the
gonna
game is
talk
not
about
ready, and when
how
they say
we're bringing
2026, when this game is
Citizen
in
home,
2025, yeah, I'm okay with
as
that.
well as Squadron 42.
We're going to upgrade it before it comes out. Not a bad
Good
idea.
about the crashes. Now we don't have to convince anybody that it definitely was live.
Yeah. But I am listening to Tyler and Jared next time, and we'll have a gameplay video. All right, thank you all, and good night.
Cool. Wait a minute. Peasant RAM. Because most crashes are caused by that peasant RAM. Not in that. Because if they have computers that they're building this game with that have what someone would consider to be peasant RAM, then none of us have any hope. So let's just say it that way. If I may. All right, let's see. Wait a minute, wait. Okay, there it is. So let's play this just to get the alternate ending. Also, I do love this menu, man. This main menu is gorgeous. How does it start from up there? Star Citizen's down with Mass Effect palette. Oh, so you're talking about the color palette. Like, man, I don't really care about the color palette right now. I feel like it's great. In worst case scenario, what's the name of the reshader? People can just put reshade on here if they want. That's fine with me. And also, Mass Effect is my favorite trilogy of all gaming times. So personally, we would just disagree on this on core beliefs. All right, so we got here to about 110. So like, it says about another 5 minutes left. Let's skip to the good part and see what the different ending would be. Put 150 miles on Mass Effect. I enjoy Mass Effect with no mods, so I try not to change too much about
Almost finished here.
the games I like, because if they're good, they're good. I see nothing wrong with this color palette personally. That's just me though.
The escape pod door is jacked. I need you to manually override the door. Give me your rifle. I'll cover you. I just need a minute to finish up here.
Never played Mass Effect beyond maybe half the first one. Oh, then you are missing out. That trilogy was exemplary in my opinion. I know a lot of people were mad at the ending of 3. I didn't care. I thought it was great. Personally.
We're good.
Personally. You better save her life, bro. Oh no.
Captain. No, sir, I don't like it.
She got cut, but that don't mean she gone, bro. Get her out of there. Get her out of there, bro.
Sir.
Don't argue. Just do me a favor. Give this to Bishop. Tell him it's all gonna be okay.
Bro, I know you got a mad pen in your pocket. Do it.
Tell him it was a good trade.
Warning. Collision imminent.
Get the hell out of here.
Warning. Impact. Warning. Impact. Warning. Impact. Warning. Impact. Warning. Impact.
That's right. Take her, bro.
I'm not leaving you.
That's right. We don't leave soldiers behind. No thanks. Bro, why ain't the door closing? I had a concern. That's why there was the heartbeat at the end of the other ones. Appreciate it.
I do solemnly pledge.
Could you really just left her? I imagine you could
I
have.
will defend the Empire with my
I'm glad they didn't. Because that leads me to believe she lives.
Captain McLaren had submitted a letter of recommendation on your behalf before the battle.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine.
It's possible that she died, because he said before the battle, but they cut it off perfectly
We may be a
to where she might still be alive, or maybe not.
Welcome to the Stanton.
I imagine, considering the way they operate, there's probably a bunch of branches where if you leave her, so be it.
I'm Petty Officer Webster, Chief Mechanic.
Maybe Game Choice is a trilogy. Yep.
We got you flying with Lieutenant Commander Colton. He's one of our best.
All right, so we've already seen all this.
Who the hell are you?
I'm your new wingman, sir. The name's...
Yeah. We've already seen all this. That is fire. All the more reason to be excited about what's coming up. What triggers that? Why the two different endings for the prologue? Because one, this is the first of 3 games. I feel like they're probably going to roll the success of Squadron 42 and Star Citizen to continue developing Star Citizen while also having a dedicated team to focus on Squadron 42. But I feel like right now they're going to get Star Citizen out the door before they go too heavy in that. Scott's Arcade with the raid. Appreciate you.
This is the way.
Thank you much. But yeah, there's a lot of things going on in all these games. So, Dubs, can you shoot her? Why would you shoot her? Although, for all intents and purposes, the way we operate in here, we do things for science. So maybe we hit a quick save and then see if you can. Maybe not. I don't know. Where we go to today, Scott? Appreciate you bringing the community by. If you've never been in before, hi, I'm DJ, full-time space and sci-fi streamer person, wherever you're watching, because we're live on 3 platforms, 4 streams technically. We're on Twitch, YouTube Shorts, and TikTok. So wherever you are, we here, except for that one place, because
no,
just that no. I'm not talking about any like nasty place. I'm just saying that other place. I'm good. No thanks. But I do want to. Wow. I do want to start streaming on, like, I know IG has options to stream, Twitter. I don't think I'm ever going to stream on Twitter because they just do too much. They'd have to get new owners for me to stream on Twitter. Or at least I'd have to rethink a lot of stuff because I just... I can't stream on Twitter for the same reason I'm not going to buy a Tesla. But, yeah. IG, I know I want to stream on because you can do it. I might consider streaming on Facebook, but I feel like Facebook redoes their stream keys like YouTube, like, so you have to have a different one every time. And it's like, I'm not here for that, man. I don't have the kind of time. Kick, no. Kick was the first place I was thinking of when I just said no. There's too many people who are rude to people on that site, and too many people that are doing things that are just not okay on that site personally. So I know that I could go over there and try to be a part of the change, but thus far, nah, I don't see any reason to want to do that. Squadron 42 online or offline? As far as I'm aware, Squadron 42 is going to be offline because it's a single player game. Star Citizen is the MMO. Kick has some not cool stuff going on. That part. If you are in the know as to the stuff that I'm thinking about, you understand. But no. Won't touch Twitter and won't buy a Tesla because of reasons. And if you understand that sentence and you understand why, cool. If not, that's on you. But yeah, I'm not. There's Rumble 2. I've only heard about Rumble when the CEO said that he wasn't denying that one dude. And yes, I know who that dude is. I'm purposely not naming that one dude. So don't type out their name in the chat. The CEO was like, no, we never said that we wouldn't sign that one dude. Don't type out that one dude's name because fucking no. But yeah, no, I've never heard of Rumble until that. So I don't even know what Rumble is. But let's see the beginning of this before they start the show to see what Disco does. And then we'll skip to the first presentation. Also, I'm trying to see why he's sitting at a table. I do have a mighty need. I like that it's a 5-second skip.
Hello, everybody.
Better version of YouTube.
To
See, when I see people say, but more free speech, the first thing I imagine is that it's a place where people can shout the N-word from the rooftops and not know that they're going to be fine. If I'm going to keep it a buck, because if what Elon Musk is considering free speech for Twitter, taking the block and removing its functionality as a block is stupid and has huge repercussions for people who are blocking people, especially if they can find that someone else is stalking them, and they can find the accounts and they can block those accounts, and you can't see anything. One of the things I do like in that vein is that Twitter, when he took charge, you can't see a whole page logged out, which means you got to log in to actually see stuff. If you make it to where a block doesn't actually block that person from seeing your content, you are setting people up for being in unsafe situations in a way that is atrocious. And for all intents and purposes, when I hear people say, I want free speech now, I think of people who want to say how much they hate people with my tan for nothing. So I won't be doing that. If that's how you're going to phrase it, like as someone who served in the military, who put my life on the line, I may disagree with what you say, but I will defend your right to say it. Platforms don't have free speech in general, because free speech is saying something outside. Somebody to come in my house and spout what people call free speech. Free speech gives you the right to say it. It does not cover the consequences.
Pre-show for day 2 of CitizenCon. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee, and we're back.
Didn't you also go on? Oh, I have no choice but to know what's all going on. I watch for that sort of thing. Because I need to know whether or not a platform is a place that I can be my positive self and not be...
Honestly, people ask what the better parts of my job is, and being able to just do some call and response with the crowd is probably it.
He is not wrong. He loves that.
CitizenCon.
Free speech sure doesn't mean you're free of consequences. That part.
That's really quite
Don't
cool.
go evil. I have no.
We are here in the...
One thing you never need to worry about is me becoming someone who is evil. If you think that I don't see all of the people who are blowing up off of rage bait and anger off of things that is really no reason to be mad at, I see it. I just won't succumb to it. Like, I know that I could go on Twitter and say, hot take.
Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit.
And probably the stream will blow up because people will see it and they'd be like, yay, I agree with this shitty take. And we'll probably get a bunch of people to come in here and hang out. But the problem with that is, are those the kind of people that we want in this community? No. I get tired of seeing people say,
this game is a scam,
when they just don't know about the game. So when my experience with people who believe in free speech is I should be free to say whatever I want, wherever I want, regardless of how inflammatory it is, I won't be engaging in that. And I won't be at that kind of place. And I won't be spitting that kind of negativity out into the universe, because there's so much to be positive about. So much to be happy about. There's so much good. Why would I focus on the negativity? I don't have the time for it. But what we're going to do is, holy crap, this whole first hour? Man, what kind of delay were they getting? To where that whole first hour was a delay. Good Lord. That had to hurt. I am sorry to say. But I want to see what he has to say. They could make it an opt-in, opt-out type of thing. What, the negativity? Yeah, no, I don't have time for that. I would prefer. It was a late opening the hall due to an issue. Oh, that sucks. Well, that makes sense that they would delay it. But I'm going to play this and walk away because wireless headphones now. I'm going to go grab a snack and refill my water, BRB, while this plays.
Please welcome to the stage, master of the self-performed introduction, and Mama Huckabee's second favorite son, Jared Huckabee! Hello, CitizenCon! It's day 2! We liked it so much the first time, we're gonna do it again! Now, as the last guy during the pre-show said, day 1 was focused on the universe that we're creating. Day 2 is all about the destiny that you forge. Now, a little history lesson here. Back in 2015, the persistent universe was first launched. I think it was November or December and whatnot. Everybody remember Portolosar? Everybody remember that one Big Benny's machine that somehow you could move it? And the Big Benny's challenge of spending hours and hours of just doing this? Trying to get that thing upstairs, downstairs, back into the hab. Shout out to Bad News Baron if you're watching. No, those were the days. Now, since that time, the precision universe has grown. It's expanded. 3.0 arrived, and it had a whole bunch of new planets and moons and stuff like this. We've got Microtech, we've got Hurston, we've got Area 18, and what's the last one?
Man, first things first. This is one of my favorite parts about this community. And yeah, he showed off the Ninja Turtle sneakers day 1. This
was focused on the universe that we're creating. Day 2 is all
the
about
fact that he gave a shout out to a challenge that was created by Bad News Baron, a great friend of mine in the extreme. Baron was the reason that I got into Star Citizen. Baron and Smash.
November or December and whatnot.
I did not know that when I got into Star Citizen, it was December of 2015. Port Olisar it had just opened.
That you forge. Now, a little history lesson here. Back in 2015, the persistent universe was first launched. I think it was November or December and whatnot.
What?
Everybody remember?
I literally started playing in December, so it was only out for a month. When I started playing, goodness gracious. I love how I randomly find out new stuff about this game all the time. Like, that's huge. So I've been playing this game as long as the PU's been available.
Portolosar? Everybody remember that one Big Benny's machine that somehow you could move it? And the Big Benny's challenge of spending hours and hours of just doing this? Trying to get that thing upstairs, downstairs, back into the hab. Shout out to Bad News Baron if you want.
That is what I love about this community. The fact that he was legitimately like, no. Shout out to Bad News Baron. Because I would have never touched the Big Benny's challenge if it was not for Bad News Baron. So yes, I'm hype about that. That is fire. Didn't miss much before December 2015. Only thing of note was a very early, fully voiced flight tutorial that took you through takeoff, combat, and landing. That's cool, but like, I didn't know that I was there that early in the process of the PU. We got Trouble Magnet. Welcome back. Appreciate the 103 months.
This is the way.
Appreciate your fame.
I could use some distressed bacon right now.
I mean, shit, me too. I want some distressed bacon. I want some bacon at all times. You got bacon? Give it to me. Also, I did put some of the smoked wings into the air fryer real quick. Like, so in a couple minutes, I'm just going to walk away, grab wings, and come back. But in the meantime.
You watching? No, those were the days. Now, since that time, the precision universe has grown. It's expanded.
CitizenCon blends into one thing, considering how early I got up for it. Fair.
A whole bunch of new planets and moons and stuff like this. We've got Microtech, we've got Hurston, we've got Area 18, and what's the last one? We got Lorville. If you live with the developers, they still call them Stanton 1, Stanton 2, Stanton 3, so it's hard getting the two realities to reconcile in your head. But since this time, you've all been visitors.
Only other people that said it was fair, but
and you've done your thing. You've gone on adventures.
Oh yeah, we made smoked wings this past weekend. It was great.
You've mined some barrel, apparently a whole lot of barrel. If we're looking at that trivia from yesterday, but this entire time you've been visitors.
That had to be cool to go from 2012 when the Kickstarter happened to 2015 and actually seeing it and actually playing it.
This entire time you've been visitors. Starting next year,
some of that ranch.
You stake a claim in the persistent universe.
Oh yeah. We did not do the ranch plus truff, but we do have. Oh yeah, I did do that the other day because we got the Hidden Valley, and I just poured some truff in there and mixed it up and showed you. Yeah. Went to Bad News Variant Instagram and noticed a picture of you as his last post on Insta. Must have been good buddies. Oh no, like he is. Like we literally hung out when Deadpool and Wolverine launched. We went and watched the movie together. I need to link up with him because he lives like not far from me here. Like it's fairly close that we live to each other in Texas terms. It's fairly close in Texas. Like nothing is closer than 15 minutes. So that's the thing. 4-hour length for today, yes, but the Star Citizen Evolution, that's awesome. 2012 no hangar to a hangar with ships to actual space stations and flying, and then planets. The idea that when I got into it, and Port Olisar was just like one of the few stations you could land on, and there was no planets you could land on for it to be what it is now.
Fucking wild.
Excuse my American.
Starting next year, the persistent universe truly becomes yours.
Yeah, buddy.
And we have got a handful of gentlemen to tell you how they're going to do it, how you're going to do it, and how amazing it's all going to be. So please welcome to the stage design director for Star Citizen and Squadron 42, one of my dear friends, one of my DMs. Hey, when are we playing again? That's not a good look. All right, please welcome to the stage design director Rick Porter.
Thank you. Thank you, Jared. And thank you, CitizenCon. It is an honor to be here. Yesterday, we presented the verse that we're creating for you. We shared
pretty much,
tech,
Ezreal.
Locations, creatures, giant worm, social features, things we're doing with orgs. We even played the first chapter of Squadron 42 live. How great was that? Yeah? Few minor glitches, but nothing we can't sort out. So today, we got something just as exciting to talk about. But instead of focusing on what we're creating for you, we want to show you the world that you can build. With crafting, we're going to give you the tools to create your own loot, to build your own home. Crafting will fundamentally
create your
change
own
not only
loot.
how you play the game, but why you play the game.
Create
what is
your
crafting?
own
Why
loot.
does it matter? Why should you be as excited as I am about this? Well, first off, crafting is a profession. It requires its own set of tools, the knowledge of how to use them. Crafting offers progression. You become a better crafter.
My wings are done,
by
so I'm going to step away,
learning
but I'm
new
here.
Blueprints and upgrading them. Crafting builds on the existing gathering professions. When you would go out and you collect your materials for crafting, we are adding new depth and meaning to those activities. Crafting provides customization. There isn't just one way to craft something. Like I said, we have upgrades. How you make and upgrade the things you craft is sometimes just as important as what you're crafting. In addition, you can earn cosmetic upgrades, craft unique items, even subscriber flair. But nowhere is this versatility more obvious than base building. We're going to have nearly limitless options for how you construct your home, how to customize your base to meet your own goals. Most importantly, crafting gives you a lot of new choices. The choices will impact your goals in the game, your interactions with other players, and eventually how you see the game itself. So where do we get started with crafting? Well, you can't craft without materials. Luckily, we've got a lot of ways to gather resources in the game. And crafting is designed to complement and expand on all of these existing gathering professions, as well as future additions. Let's take a closer look at mining as an example. We've got hand mining and vehicle mining and ship mining. That's a lot of mining. But with crafting, we're going to introduce a lot of materials. So there's not just more to mine, but we're also going to specialize. So for instance, each type of mining will have its own unique materials to gather. Gathering specific materials efficiently will require you to use the right gathering profession. Let's talk about refining. Currently, only mining resources can be refined. but doing so allows you to turn them into more valuable processed resources. With crafting, we're going to expand refining to include options for all raw materials. In addition to expanding the variety of materials you can gather, refining lets you create processed materials that you're going to need to craft your upgraded blueprints. So now that you've gathered all these materials, what do you do with them? Currently, your only options in the game really are to sell them to a shop or maybe complete a contract. Adding crafting into the game radically changes your options. You can still mine, refine, and sell your resources, but now you have the option to make valuable and unique items, weapons, armor, even vehicles and ships. Right? And by valuable, I mean that the crafted gear that you create has the potential to be better than anything you can buy in a shop. But crafting just doesn't end with shiny new gear. Think much bigger. Crafting enables you to build your own home among the stars. You choose to make a farm, a hunting lodge, an industrial complex, your own trading hub, a military outpost, even a sprawling town with your friends and org mates.
Bro, it's basically like 3D printing in Star Citizen. I am here for it, here for it.
Here for it.
Let's go.
Got a lot here, but it's all optional. You can choose to focus on gathering resources.
Farming Simulator 2955.
You can skip gathering and refining and just focus on being the best crafter you can be. Or you can leave all that gathering and crafting nonsense to other people and just focus on trade and make some money. But that brings me to my last point. Player choice matters. When a player makes a choice, they assign value. Players' choices about crafting and base building will drive player trade. The community's choices will determine the value of the materials and the crafted goods you can all make. The game will still have its own shops and economy alongside players, but now you'll have more options about where you invest and how you prosper.
They had me sold on making stuff better than what you can buy in shops.
And we have a lot more planned for the future.
And the fact that it's everything.
Now that you're familiar
That's
with
fire.
the big picture, I want to introduce some of my fellow developers to come up on stage. They've got exciting details to share with you about the specifics of our new crafting systems, important gameplay improvements, and most exciting, I think anyway, an update to base building.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy.
To start things off, please welcome Jacob Taylor to the stage.
7 neighboring bars. Golly. Uninstalling everything in River Social Life. Fair.
And hello, CitizenCon.
Hello.
Hi, I'm Jacob, Senior Gameplay Programmer on crafting. Rick has showed us how crafting will link into a lot of existing and new gameplay, but I think it's time we get into some of the details. I'm going to tell you about the new game mechanics we're introducing, starting with blueprints.
Oh, hell yeah. Let's go.
Before you can craft anything, you'll need a blueprint. Blueprints provide the recipe to perform all kinds of crafting processes, including refining. You can acquire blueprints through various activities. Some you can buy, some you can find, and some can be unlocked or earned in other ways.
Okay.
You can also upgrade your blueprints through research. We'll go into more detail about what this means a bit later.
Hey, Knight, just in case.
So, blueprints are the recipe, and Rick already told us the materials you gather and refine will be the ingredients.
Yeah.
But there's a bit more to it than that.
I would hope so.
We have a new concept for materials, material quality.
Oh.
Quality is a property we're adding to all resources you can gather. That's an abstract measurement of how
Crafting a
good
couch.
it is at being whatever
gotta make a double-decker couch so you can hang out with your buddies.
You can think of this as the purity of a metal, or the ripeness of a fruit, or something along those lines. This quality will be carried forward from raw resources through the refining process to influence what that batch of materials is best used for in crafting. High quality is more desirable overall, but is more rare, and there are still important uses for low-quality materials. More on that later. All raw materials you find in the verse will have a quality rating that's generated based on some rules.
This might be silly, but I'm very much looking forward to seeing that overlay over things that you find, like that Aphorite, quality 656. I'm looking forward to the game being that level of detail, where you get that, specifically that pop-up, because it's gorgeous. I want that. How's CitizenCon going? Going pretty well. We are recapping the joys of day 2. We were gonna be done with day 1 and then go straight into Death Stranding, but day 2 is only like 3 hours. And since Lala's not home, we're going a little longer. Today. So yeah, get that. But we digress. Getting back into it. Go follow Cypher. You see a check them out. You know how it works.
Same kind of rules you heard about from the Planet Tech team yesterday. You'll find the same material in many places, but with varying qualities. So you might want to explore to find the best. Some materials that are already rare will be even more valuable if you can find them with high quality.
Okay.
But what's quality for?
Appreciate you, Cypher. Enjoy your meeting. Hopefully.
It's for item stats. Alongside quality, we're introducing a new item stat system to the game.
Yo!
This will allow relevant properties of craftable items to be affected by the quality of materials used to craft them.
Oh, bro.
For resources, just a single quality rating is sufficient to provide variation. But craftable items have such diverse purposes that we need a more detailed system to provide both progression and customization.
I can see now why somebody mentioned galaxies earlier. I feel like it was a Black Wolf, because the idea of being a weaponsmith, and because you spent your time making weapons, when people see your name on a web, they know.
No, fam, cop that. Mans makes great weapons. Best options you can get. Get that man your money.
Do it.
Options. We aim to have meaningful item stats for all craftable items, but some examples would be the damage and fire rate of a gun, the wear resistance of a ship component, or even the satiation provided by eating a hot dog.
The fact that there's bread, quasi beef, and mustard cubes over there is hilarious to me. Their UI team is doing work, though, for real.
So, as I said,
because for all intents and purposes, this is way better than the UI we have in the game right now. This is leaps and bounds better. So if we can get this level of the UI everywhere, give it to me.
Of materials will directly affect the item stats, such that higher quality results in better stats. Most items require multiple different materials to make, which may each influence different stats. And in many cases, you'll have a choice of materials to use, which lets you decide which stats to focus on to tailor your items to your playstyle. Here we see I'm making a gun with high-quality aluminium, giving me a nice bonus to integrity and weight. But someone sold me low-quality copper, so I don't get as much fire rate bonus as I could have.
Yeah, buddy.
To go even further, researching your fabrication blueprints allows you to build higher tiers of an item with improved base stats. So a higher tier item will be better than a lower tier item that was made with materials of the same quality. Making high tier items requires more advanced materials, but is also how you access greater choice as to which stats to improve. This means that your high tier items can not only be better overall, but also more specialized in the areas that are important to you. Most items will have tiers 1 to 3, with tier 1 being the most basic version of the item, and tier 3 being a highly advanced version made with appropriately impressive materials. But you can also craft vehicles.
Now, I heard him say crafting vehicles earlier. This changes everything. The people who are big mad about, you gotta spend so much money to buy a ship. But you can make one, though. You can make your own.
And vehicles are so important that they will go up to Tier 5, providing a way for you to really invest in making your favorite vehicles excel.
Yeah.
Of course, many of you have already bought your favorite vehicles, so you don't really need to make them from scratch, right? Or maybe you've pirated, salvaged, or otherwise commandeered a vehicle. Not to worry. You can still benefit from crafting by using an upgrade blueprint to increase the tier of an existing vehicle, including including the usual stat improvements and customization. Upgrading a vehicle can save a lot of time over crafting it from scratch, so it's a convenient way for established vehicle owners to bring the benefits of item stats to their fleet. Let's take a look in-game at the difference it makes to have high-tier equipment made from high-quality materials.
That leads me to believe that that's probably where the reputation system comes into play. Wolf Blitzer, if you get a high enough rep, since we already saw in the guide video that they're going to have tiers to guides, right? Like you have to do a certain amount of things in a certain type of thing. Like you have to do a certain amount of ship salvages to salvage or to level up your salvaging to be a guide for salvaging. Now, if you are on Crusader and you're doing a certain amount of things for their ships, what you're doing is like they probably are tracking that data as well. Like, all right, cool, he is wrecking a certain amount of people, which would be nice. They're wrecking this many people. They could be better if they had a higher tier part for like this. That is awesome at the potential of it. But we are still early in this presentation. We're going to find out soon enough. Let's see. I just feel like that's where my brain goes.
The recoil is reduced on our high tier gun.
Damn.
The spooling is faster on a high tier quantum drive.
Bro. Oh my god, dang. Yo. Also, low key, I like that they just showed off the. Yeah, it's my first time. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, look at that quantum. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. I need to hear that dude say, God dang.
The spooling is faster on a high tier quantum drive.
Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Yeah, it was.
And the high tier scraper beam is much more effective.
Bitch, what? The fact that they have videos showcasing these in action lead me to believe that much like last year again, I've mentioned it so many times, Disco Lando's 2020 forecast. He went for like 5 minutes rattling off a bunch of stuff. And almost all of that is in the game now. Which leads me to believe that since they spent day one talking mostly about Genesis and how Genesis is going to change the state of the game, I get the feeling this is probably either going to be their day and date with Genesis or not too far after. Because, good Lord, that's already impressive, which means they already have the tier system in their current builds of Genesis. I need it. I need it.
So, that's an overview of crafting's key game mechanics.
So can all you crafter let me know what you need? I want some cool stuff.
Oh, crafting process.
We got you.
Thank you, and have a good day.
Then we may have to change our org. This entire time we've been a bounty hunting and security providing organization. We may have to switch that to be mining and production. If a lot of this is already in Squadron 42, it'll be fast to port it over. Exactly, but like, we don't know how much of it is. We know that it's there. But like, if y'all think that there's not going to be an Earth where I'm crafting a bunch of, you're wrong. Why not both? Because the guilds, they mentioned that the certain guilds, no, you don't even need to apologize, Shadows. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you for showing up and saying anything at all. But now, like, the guilds, since much like they pointed out where you have your orgs, you can only rep one org at a time. I get the feeling there that same system is going to apply to the guilds, which means you can probably only be in one guild and level it up at the same time. So like, we might have to befriend people in other guilds that are not crafters, because you give me a game, I'm gonna
craft some shit.
So this, come on. I would like to know the exactness of a shit tons of materials to build the Excel stuff. Oh shit. Let's not question this. This actually makes the point that I made last in Intergalactic Aerospace Expo, that Argo needs to have a mining ship and a salvage ship. Argo should literally be like Caterpillar of the verse. They should have different types of ship, which means that the raft needs to be the base for all of these, because I need it. You're capable of being in multiple orgs. Yes, you could get, I think they said up to 6, but the problem is being in the orgs, you can only rep for one org at a time. You choose an org and that's the one you level up with. You can still be in the others, but your rank resets when you leave, from the way that they said it yesterday in the briefing or Saturday's briefing. With the guilds, I'm guessing it's the same thing. So you could pick a guild and rock that guild. The question is, if you leave a guild, will it wipe your stats? Because if it wipes your stats, then I'm probably going to be leaning toward mining guild or salvaging guild or production, which is why I feel like mining and production are probably the same guild, because that just makes sense. Don't see why they haven't made more industrial ships with that manufacturer. It's silly to me right now. Absolutely silly. And yeah, the Pioneer is going to take a silly amount of resources. Absolutely silly. This makes my feral creator heart very happy. Same. Not very team-like. Who said rage quitting? Nobody. Just quitting. Just quitting. He said Hurston.
Hi, I'm Thorsten, lead system designer of the
Go to the guilds at the end. Oh, I had the feeling, because they said that they were talking about guilds today, or in the previous
CGP system design team.
Okay. Just painting a picture, can't leave for no reason. Fair.
We now saw all elements of crafting looked at individually. Let's bring them in order how you, as the player, will experience the crafting profession. You will start with acquiring the correct blueprints as the first step in the crafting process. As Jacob already mentioned, blueprints can be acquired in multiple ways. Let me give you some examples here. You can purchase commonly available blueprints, earn them from reputation and mission rewards, or even find them in loot crates. All content in our game could reward you with a blueprint. Some blueprints will be challenging to find, so players working together may find them easier to acquire. While you may find a blueprint,
I feel like if they're talking about that later, we're going to find it out, but that also makes me curious about
not a physical item.
The same thing for orgs. Because if you can only get rep for one org or one guild, it makes sense that you would only be able to get the benefits and rep for the one org that you're a member of that you main. But we haven't gotten that yet. We'll see. Orgs and organization? Yes. Exclamation SCORG in chat for the details on mine. I don't want to know now, because I want to know when we get there. Because I like the idea of finding this out at a reasonable pace.
You don't collect them in a box or stack them on a bookshelf. Blueprints are digital. Once you claim one, it is permanently added to your personal library.
Oh, damn.
This library...
That's what's up.
This library is persistent to your character, and every blueprint you claim is yours forever.
Let's go.
They cannot be stolen or traded once claimed. But it does not just end with acquiring blueprints. Those tiers of quality that Jacob mentioned are unlocked through blueprint research. Research requires a research data bank which can upgrade your blueprints. Upgrading here means that you unlock a blueprint that allows you to create a better, higher tier version of the same item using more advanced materials. Note, you will still have access to the lower tier versions if you want to craft the cheaper version.
Genius.
In order to upgrade a blueprint, you may need to perform certain actions. In this example, we need to craft 100-volt pistols and have one with a higher fire rate. Other examples would be collect resources, complete missions, or acquire research data from the Science Guild.
The progress they've made in this game in such a short amount of time is wild to me.
In addition to the action requirements. It will take
I'm excited
time
about that, Azrael.
for the
Appreciate
research
you.
data bank to process your research data and unlock the upgrade. You are also limited in how many research projects you can pursue at once. Now that you have your blueprint and you decided what to craft, you also know what resources to look for. Every blueprint you find will have unique requirements in their resource needs. It will not just be, you need iron. We want to make use of the professions we have to meaningfully involve them in the crafting process. Especially for the more advanced blueprints, you can expect that it will require materials from multiple sources.
That's for this are beasts. Oh yeah, that is apparent.
As already mentioned by Jacob,
those some optional requirements, right? Because guaranteed we're doing the optional requirements. Not even a question.
Quality. If you want to have the perfect item, you also need the best quality. Here, the best way to find the best resources is to get out and explore the world. If you want to find the best hidden materials, then you get yourself a top quality radar. Once you collected the raw materials, the next step is refining them. Refining, like crafting, requires blueprints. Refining blueprints take primary, secondary, and catalyst materials and produce refined materials.
Okay.
The rule is very simple. The quality of the primary raw material defines the quality of the refined material. The secondary material you put in has an impact on the quantity and the time the refining process will take.
Okay.
An optional catalyst can speed up the process further. Let me give you a simple example. If you want high quality steel, you need to put in the best iron you have in the primary slot. You can put any quality coal in the secondary slot without affecting the quality of the steel. But the quality of the coal will influence how much of it you need to produce steel. As an example, if you put in low quality coal, you might require 4 SCU of coal versus high quality coal that only requires 2 SCU.
Half the
This is one of the important use cases for low quality materials that Jacob mentioned. You can use refining stations in the world as they will be converted to this new process.
Right, then if that's stuff that they cover later in this, or rather, if that's stuff that they cover later, please let me get to it, because I want to experience my hype about it when I see it.
Now we are reaching the
Can need an
final
org, or may take forever to do this stuff solo. Yeah, but even if it does take forever to do solo, we are talking about an MMO. MMOs take a long time to do things. It should take a long time to do things. I'm so excited about this.
Materials. Now you can create the item you want.
Just a suspicion? Okay, fair.
And this item can be anything. You will be able to craft anything from FPS equipment to vehicle components, even entire vehicles and buildings. You just need access to the relevant crafting machine. Talking about crafting machines. We will have a variety for you that differ in what process they can support, like a refinery or a dedicated vehicle crafting machine. We will also find them in various places. There will be communal ones like the station refineries you already know, player-owned that can be in your personal hangar, a vehicle, or your base. As all that we have talked about just now, these crafting machines also come in tiers. Here, the tiers will affect how well those machines do their job. You will not only...
There are big-ass 3D printers in Star Citizen that let you make weapons for ships, fam. It is... Yes.
Only progress in the products
Yes.
you produce,
Just yes.
but also in the
So
infrastructure to produce your wares.
Yeah, you're going to be able to
Just
print
to give
bases.
you an idea what you
Jordan,
will encounter,
there's ships
here are
already
some
that do that.
examples of the crafting machines. There is the nutrition fabricator, the chemical fabricator, an item fabricator, and even fabricators of a much larger scale we will talk about later. Talking about scale, I would like to talk about the future of crafting and the scale it will have in the game that you all know, and how it will change the game moving forward. As you all know, we have a lot of items in the game, and they all require their own unique blueprints. That means our aim is to have more than 1,000 blueprints that include the creation and the refining blueprints. And each of those can be researched to unlock tier upgrades up to tier 3 or tier 5.
Shepherds out here asleep.
That's a lot
How does that work? Is there a chance your base can be attacked from others' group?
Yes.
Yes.
Time to unlock everything.
But
so I personally recommend that you
also
as
have the ability, I'm
crafter,
imagining, to have turrets.
Focus on a specific field first and extend your knowledge from there. Collaborate and coordinate with your friends and fellow players. If you're part of a group, we invite you to share responsibilities with your org mates. Maybe you will be the FPS crafter while your friend is a ship crafter, but they know a ship component crafter specialist.
Half sleep, you're good,
There's
fam. I
a
had
lot
that
of
feeling.
content, and it will continue to grow over time.
Wanted a gun, you wanted it from
You are
X.
free to
It's
be a
expensive, but their guns are the
generalist
best.
crafter,
Exactly.
a
Exactly.
specialist, or something in between.
Sounds sick, because it
Pick the blueprints you care about, and be the best.
Oh, okay,
Have an
Jordan out here
exotic
taking
shield
first place on the
generator
likes.
that no one
Appreciate you.
but you. Help others. Pick the blueprints you care about and be the best. Have an exotic shield generator that no one else has the blueprint for but you. Help others and earn credits while doing so. It is a real profession in the game that will benefit from your dedication and attention. As you can tell, crafting will have a huge impact on everything in the game. Even if you do not want to get actively involved, at some point you will stumble over a weapon that got crafted by someone else and you will be using it. People will start selling their crafting goods or the refined materials or even the raw materials for the sole purpose of fulfilling the demand created by crafting. Players like you can become well-known specialists that are sought out to get certain things crafted from.
Croat, that's literally the thing I was thinking of earlier. Because not even just copying and selling the blueprints is a part of that data management profession, but also being able to copy a blueprint and give it to someone that you know, or sell that blueprint, even if it's just that one-time thing. Like, hey, look, copy your blueprint and make a copy, but when you make a copy, you can only give away the tier 1 copy, or like you can only give away until you get to a certain series of levels that, like, now that you're up here, you can't give away the same copy of the best version. You can give away the next tier down, right? So that gives you reason to do a lot of work to getting to the point where you have the top tier ability to create things. So maybe since there's 3 tiers of weapons, maybe if you make tier 3, you can only give away a copy of tier 2. Aren't blueprints bound on pickup, or I got that wrong? They said that earlier, but that doesn't mean that they won't let you copy a blueprint down to a drive and then sell it to somebody. Like, think about it. If I became the top tier weapon maker, my rifles are the rifles that you want to buy. If you want a rifle, you better get a DeejayKnight. They already said the blueprints are bound on pickup and not copyable. Yeah, but like, they've changed things later. It's fully possible. But also, if I do get a blueprint and I now have it and it's in my library, they didn't say that you can't make a copy. They just said that it's bind on pickup and it's going to be in your library for that character forever. So who's to say I can't make a copy of it? Which is why I'm talking about tiers, because they guaranteed to have had to have this discussion. Because that's why I was talking about, like, if I made it a tier 3 blueprint, the likelihood of them letting you give away a tier 3 blueprint is not massive. But how cool would it be if you, like, think about it. If you got if I got to the tier 3 of a specific rifle that everybody in the game wants, specifically a sniper, let's be real. Y'all know how I do. So if I have the highest armor penetration and distance on sniper rifles, a specific type of sniper rifle that everybody wants, and it's a tier 3, since we know they are fans of emergent gameplay, how bomb would it be if we got to the point where there could be base? Like, we already know you'll be able to make bases. If pirates are like, yo, we got to go assault DJ. DJ's on right now. We need him to make a copy of his blueprint immediately. But by not letting you make a copy of your tier, that makes it to where you could only make a tier down. So if somebody wanted to make rifles like mine, they would still have to do the work to get better, but you could get a version of that blueprint. And then maybe they wanted to use different things or level up certain other options. They were copyable, then everyone would have the top 1 level very quickly. Exactly, but that's the point. That's why if you could make a copy and it's not the same tier, or even if it's the base tier, but like it still has, since you adjusted certain things, that's a lot. It's a lot of potential for emergent gameplay there. Even if you gave someone a blueprint, it doesn't mean that they can craft it. Who's to say they would have access to the machines and materials? Exactly. Since you have to find the specific materials to craft a ship, if I had the best Mercury Star Runner, if I had the best Star Runner blueprint, they're not going to let me give you exactly that blueprint because you didn't do the work for it. But you could get a tier down. And maybe I have the highest hull, but you would take that hull, but also instead of leveling up and then leveling up hull again, you would level up scan range. Or engine speed, something else. So like, just the possibility of crafting in what they're describing has a whole lot of gameplay possibilities later on.
With the
But even if they don't let you share, just having crafting is huge in and of itself.
Expanding game we all love, we will continuously expand our crafting to offer you long-term progression that involves the entirety of our game. And you might have guessed it already, but there's one more thing
They
that
so
crafting
regularly do
is
the
the
one more
foundation
thing.
of, and that is base building.
Speaking of base building, also wonder blueprints are inherited with Death of the
I will
Spaceman.
now hand
True.
over to Luke. Enjoy the second part of this presentation. Thank you very much.
You might have a blueprint, but have a lot of variation due to material struggles. Exactly. And that's what I'm talking about. Like, so even if you gave somebody the blueprint, if they didn't get the same materials at the same quality from the same place that you did, would they even be able to make the same stuff? Probably not. Probably not.
Who is excited to start talking about this next topic?
Big same, big same. Yeah, that's
Let's get
me.
into it. My name is Luke Gijsbertse. I'm the lead
That's a
environment
bomb-ass
artist
name.
on base
Luke
building
Gijsbertse?
structures. Now that we have an understanding of the fundamentals of crafting, thanks to Jacob and Thorsten, we can explore how
Need 10 people with
crafting
tier 5 fighter
is the
ships only for our raid,
foundation
right?
of base building. Up until now, everything in the game we made for you. From here on, we will give you the tools
Welcome back, Cypher.
to build your own stories, your own homes, and truly make the universe yours. Join me on a journey on building our own habitable home on Pyro.
What? Don't tell me
Keep in
they
mind
have this
that the
gameplay
following
loop already
footage
built enough to
is
where they
work
can
in
show it off.
progress, including its UI, design, and visuals.
What?
On Pyro. Keep in mind that the following footage is work in progress,
Okay.
including its UI, design, and visuals.
I wanna say,
And we're super excited to share this with you. We found a beautiful location by a lake. This is where we'll build ourselves a home. To do so,
The
we
hover
need
cart,
some
though.
resources.
The hover cart, though.
And the construction graph card.
This is the stuff that people have been talking about since the cargo has the new cargo went in. They're like, why can't I just move stuff instead of just putting boxes in there one by one? That is what we're looking for. Also, it came out of a cutter. Is Operation Pitchfork still claimed or canned? I would hope they canned it.
Survey the land, claim the land in a lawful system.
It's just starting. Yep.
Oh boy! As we've already found the location and don't need to claim land in lawless pyro, we can straight dive into building our base.
Which means since you don't have to claim land in pyro, somebody can just come attack you and take it in pyro if they just find a way to do it.
The following UI is work in progress.
Bitch, yes. Immediately.
A survey drone that deploys from...
I knew there had to be a reason for us having access to this fancy-ass camera system that would be used in gameplay at some point, because good God.
The top of the...
So do land claim before you do the solo. If you are in a system that has land claims, since pyro is lawless, it doesn't matter about pyro.
Card gives us a controllable augmented view of the land. In the new structure mode, we'll pick a small basic structure and hit construct. For this demo, the construction will be instantaneous, but in the final product, this will take you quite some time. We've done it. We've built our first structure. Let's have a look on the inside.
It's well on its way to being done. Yeah, like that means that they already have it functional, even if it's in the early stages. This is functional in, I'm guessing, Genesis.
As we walk into the small basic structure, we see an empty interior.
I just spent 3 days building up your base in pyro and you log in one day and it's completely destroyed. Yep.
To define what we will use this space for.
Hold on.
It's up to us. Basic structure, we see an empty interior that is...
Is that rock or like a mushroom? Because it looks like the rocks are flowing.
To define what we will use this space for. In our case, we will want to make it into a home.
Official name, this is called...
That the lights are still
this is Star Citizen.
And that is a problem.
It's just a different video showcasing
no atmosphere,
future
no atmosphere.
things for it.
So it's not ideal to live in. So how do we solve this issue? We can improve this by providing the building with power. Let's see if we can build something that helps us out. But before we dive into more building, let's take a quick moment to enjoy the freedom that the survey drone provides us with and admire the aesthetics of our first structure. And I wonder what Declan was up doing there. Keep in mind that base building is still work in progress, but what you're seeing right now has been recorded directly in the client and works seamlessly between first person and the building mode. Okay, enough. Back to base building. In the list of new structures, we see a small fuel generator. That is something that could solve our problem, I think. Power providing structures need to be hooked up to other buildings inside construction ER mode, but we'll explain this later.
I like seeing the scroll up and down for height.
Several structures that provides power, each with their own benefit and drawbacks. Fuel power is quick and easy to build, but it requires a constant supply of fuel besides its regular maintenance. If a structure is not maintained, it will halt its activity. Players will need to maintain fuses to keep the building operational. The better crafted fuse, the longer it lasts. This is where the fuse goes on this building. Next up, we have a terminal that gives us access
they never
to
showed.
the
I'm curious about is how they
our
cut down the
building.
trees.
And more importantly, we get to activate it here.
You'll need a defendant in pyro, true facts. You need to hire a starfarer to bring fuel, maybe. Or maybe you craft a fuel generator.
That should do it. Let's see if we got power in the building now.
So that's a power generator, but like maybe there's a fuel
As you
refinery,
notice,
that's the word.
Some of the crates in the background have disappeared, as their content has been consumed during the construction process of the buildings.
So you have to have your stuff
like
physicalized in
Declan
the
is
area
now
for
hooking
it
up
to
the
be
power
in
to
the
the
range of usage.
power
Okay.
To the building. I wonder what he was up to earlier, though. Wow, Declan has been busy decorating the place. As we can see, the lights are now properly working. We got atmosphere, and we can start to use the item fabricator now that there is power. Always handy in case we need a fuse.
Yeah.
Let's have a quick look at what we've done so far. We've decorated the place,
I like the tanks on
We
the
made it
windowsill.
our
That's
own
pretty
little
smooth, and
home.
like the little figurines.
We hooked it up with power. I would say
That's exactly what I was talking about.
we have a place that we can live in. It might not be much, but I think it's
Somebody said
just
something
enough
about the
to
crafting
call it a
menu.
home.
That somebody else noticed
Thank
that
you.
I'm missing. Let me scroll up and see if I can find that comment.
Now that we have a rough understanding of how base building works, let's dive into some of the specifics of what we just saw. The construction graph card is one of 4 devices used for base building. The graph card is a mobile device that lets you construct a variety of small structures.
Spelled crafting
and
wrong
has
for the
been
good guys.
designed
Ah, okay.
specifically to fit into the smallest ships, like the Drake Cutter. The graph card allows us to survey the land, to find a good location, to claim the land with credits when we're in a lawful system like Stanton, and most importantly, it lets us build structures. To use the graph card, we will first need to deploy it. Once deployed, we see 2 small construction drones inside the card, and the interactive screen gets revealed to us. From here, we can deploy the survey drone from the extended top part of the card. This survey drone gives us a bird's-eye view of the surrounding area using augmented reality mode, ER mode for short. Let's have a look at some UI concepts of how this augmented reality mode will look like. Here's a concept of construction ER. From here, we get a more detailed view of the land. Where can and can't I settle? For an example, inside a nature reserve, construction will be prohibited.
I like how they
Our nearby
pointed out,
areas
hey, this
flat
is
enough to place my structures
work in
on.
progress. It's just a
Are there any
idea of what we
underground
want to do.
extraction deposits nearby? And if so, what are their quality and quantity? Let's say we found a good place to start building our base. Then next up, we need to find a good place for our first structure. On the left-hand side, we can see that we're now in structure creation mode. Underneath that, there is a list of structures that we can build.
I like how you
Once
see the
have
tiers
chosen
already.
a structure, you'll drag it onto the terrain, that will be shown then as a physicalized hologram. From here, you can move and rotate to find the perfect position for your structure. Now that we have chosen a position for our structure, we will need to supply it with crafting materials. Just like the crafting interface that we saw earlier, this is where you choose the materials, and the better
For half a second, I literally thought this said OG Tallow and not QG.
materials you choose will result in a better structure.
It really is, Jordan.
Once you're ready, we'll hit the craft button on the right bottom to send the construction drones printing to the buildings. The automated construction drones will take off from the construction graph card and fly to nearby resources to fill their internal storage and then fly over to the construction site to print the building until their internal storage has been depleted. The construction drone then repeats the loop by filling its internal storage again by nearby resources. Printing buildings will take some time. Keep the construction supplied so that you don't delay the process any further. Let's say our building did just finish printing, then what? Then we need power. We need to power the building. All structures will have an unpowered and a powered state that we can manage inside the resource manager. To provide structures with power, we can easily link generators to structures that need power in the resource management menu within Construction ER. We can also link multiple buildings together. And we can assess the power consumption and shortage of, inside this resource management screen. Keep in mind that operational structures, like power generators, require maintenance of their fuses and sometimes need supplies coming in and going out to be managed. Now that we have a structure and power, what can we do next? Then we can actually upgrade our structure. Structures can be upgraded from tier 1 till tier 3. The better material you provide, the better the improvement will be.
I like that you
Just
can
like
upgrade in
Jacob and
place.
Thorsten explained
That
in
makes
the
me
crafting
happy.
Presentation.
And yeah, it does, Jordan.
Tier upgrades can, for example,
Wow, so we can
improve
get a
the
misprint
structural
halfway through?
integrity of the building, or make its resource consumption more efficient. To really make your base feel like home, you will want to decorate your base with a wide variety of furniture pieces that can be bought, crafted, and found in the universe. It's up to you to define what you want this space to be. Do you want to decorate it as a hospital? Do you want to make it into a workshop? Do you want to make it into a luxurious bedroom? It's up to you. Furniture can easily be placed and moved using decorative ER mode as a hologram. This is so your furniture can easily fit through doors. This feature is accessible through nearby construction devices, allowing you to place down furniture pieces or even crafting machines that otherwise wouldn't fit through the door. And you get to place them directly from your local inventory. The less trusted among you, or anyone settling in Pyro for that matter, may want to mag-lock their furniture into place so that only you and your friends get to rearrange your decorations.
That's what's up.
And best of all, decorative ER is not exclusive to base building and can also be used for personal hangars and ships.
Yup.
So if I find a nice couch, I'm keeping it. Big sign. Big old sign.
To recap, what are the essentials for any base? 1. Come prepared, bring the right resources and a construction device with you.
Can be a market for those base designers.
2.
True.
Use the resource manager, power generators to make your base habitable and functional. And maintain your base with resources and by replacing out worn fuses. And 3. Personalize your base, personal hangar and ship with decorative ER. And there we have it, our home in Pyro. Now that we have an understanding of the basics of base building, we'll explore how you can go and make more than just a home. But before I hand you over to Declan, the designer behind base building, I'd like to say a quick thank you for those who made this presentation possible. So a quick thank you to Eddie, Brandon, Jack, Dan, Mark, Xiao, Stefan C, Dom, Stefan T, Carl, Joel, and Rob for your efforts and dedication.
Shout outs to the bosses that made it work. Yeah. This looks fire. This looks fire. I want it right now. Right now. Like, right now.
All right. Thank you, Luke. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
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 My name is Deck. I am the system designer behind crafting and base building, and we've just seen a nice little base, right? That's good for cabin in the woods. Maybe you want to place it down next to big redwoods, go and explore, or a place to stash some loot you perhaps shouldn't have. But, do you want to see a big base?
Yeah.
Good, because we're going to industrialize. So we're going to set ourselves a goal before we do a video. And
they said next year is where they're starting with a lot of this, Jordan, so it may not come this level this year or by the end of 2025, but I get the feeling the base of this functionality is going to come this next year.
A specialized, not yet revealed base building vehicle, and he's built as this. It is the construction hub. This has 4 automated drones compared to the Gravcarts 2. They can build small, medium, and large buildings. So far, we've only seen small. Automated drones are capable of building 1 structure each simultaneously, so 4 is quite a big advantage.
Damn. How many? Damn. Hold on.
Compared to the Gravcarts 2, they can build small, medium, and large buildings.
What?
So far, we've only seen small. Automated drones are capable of building 1 structure each simultaneously, so
Base
4
building is next
quite
year
a big
later.
advantage.
To be fair, Disco started off and said, next year, you make it yours. So I feel like the base functionality of base building is coming next year. The refined versions of this are going to likely be later, but the basis of some sort of base functionality. I feel like that leads me to believe that Genesis is going to drop next year. So whatever that means for the game, which I imagine fantastic things, I feel like Genesis couldn't function without server meshing. Which means why server meshing is so important. Going to have the Pioneer not within 12 months, and the Pioneer isn't coming with tier 1 base building. So tier 1 is a top tier, which means that like I don't know what to expect. I just know that the basis of creation and crafting, even if it's just minor base building, the basis of that is going to be there within the next year from what they're planning.
We'll pop into our construction AR and we'll get down a generator, we'll connect some buildings together just so we have a place to call home before we begin.
Golly. Speaking about tiers, if we're talking about like tier 1 through 3 and tier 1 is the best, I'm guessing tier 3 would be the base.
Using this, it is our extractors.
Damn.
This particular one is a large solid extractor. We'll also have liquid and gas depending on which type of deposit that you've settled on. We have our output grid here where we're getting all the brand new resources up out the ground. And it is important to note that once these things are set up, it's not a case of just free resources forever. On key structures like this, there are fuses which will occasionally need replaced, as well as environmental wear which can be fixed using crafting materials.
Of the buildings to be linked together to build a complex, big same. Goes from 0 to 3, I believe, where bigger is better. Okay, cool. If that's the case, then tier 0 is probably going to happen within the next year. I don't expect to get to the top tier functionality out of the gate. Sitter factory, basically. Those are cool as shit. Those are cool as shit.
All right, now we want to turn those raw resources into the more valuable refined materials we saw the process talked about earlier with Thorsten. Of course, we want this. It is our refinery. Once again, there are multiple types here. This one is the large solid matter refinery. We have liquid and gas again, as well as biological, depending on the type of materials that you're using and want to produce. Refinery has input and output grids. For input, as you might expect, it's for the resources which you're going to consume, and then the output is for the resulting refined goods. This is a terminal where you would select which blueprint you want to use, and therefore which type of refining method you want. A lot of crates here with our extractor and our refinery, so we're going to put down our elevator storage.
Man.
Base is really starting to build up now, but it's worth me mentioning
now we know we can buy 4 kilometers squared and 8 kilometers squared lane claims.
Instantly in this video, large structures like this, they will take some time with the automated construction drones, but the smaller scale base you saw in the previous video, that can be done in a single play session. We'll just keep on putting down more extractors because we want as much as that valuable resource out the ground as quick as possible. And with base building, we're introducing the concept of a freight elevator network. What this will allow you to do is it will allow you to link multiple freight elevators together, and in turn, they will share the same storage. So as we're doing here, we'll deposit an item on freight elevator A.
Okay.
And then we're retrieving it on freight elevator B. There is a distance limit, but you can daisy chain the elevators together to extend that. And it has to all be contained within the same base.
So these resources, they're mining for rare. If so, how are people claiming spots for said resource? They have land claims. Like, They have had land claims available for a while where you could,
Now, as we expand, we might want to invite more people
as
to
a
join
pre-order
us.
option of
This is
like,
easy
they're
to do.
like,
There'll
if you
permissions
want to
that we
be
can
able
set
to
up,
do that,
granting people
if it's not your
access
gameplay,
to
don't
our
worry about
base,
it.
And they can even build their own
Or you can
structures
get it
if
in
they
game,
wish.
but like you can gather a specific area of space and claim it as your
Which
own.
is how you can form your org storage using those
So I feel like
freight
people
elevators.
early on are going to find resources with the scanning tools, claim land where those resources are frequented, and then set these bases up on those areas.
Now, we always want a safe place to store our ships, so the trusty hangar will do.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Woo! Woo! Woo, woo, woo.
See, it has this large, we call it a foundation tile. It's quite special, and it can actually deform the terrain around it, making it easy to place such a huge structure like this. You can also place other buildings on it, so it's easy for making large, sprawling bases. However, there is one final piece of the puzzle that we need to achieve our goal, and it is this, our very own fabrication hangar. Does anyone want to guess what we're going to build in a fabrication hangar? An Idris, maybe not an Idris, if I'm honest. We'll have a drive around, we'll go to the entrance, and we'll see what's in store for us.
Thousands of players doing this. Yeah. I feel like that's part of the reason why server meshing is important. Could have been a Zeus this part. Could have. Could have.
Looks like whatever it is, it's just about finished crafting. Of course, we were going to build ourselves a ship.
That's cool. Just randomly spend all these resources. Now, you see the amount of resources they need to gather to make a ship, though. They have a whole base set up here to make one C1. Oh, that's a lot. It's going to be a lot.
From industrializing.
It's going to be a lot.
And we've made use of them by turning into the more valuable refined materials. We've introduced freight elevator networks, which are great for logistics and hauling. And then we've created our fabrication hangar, which allows us to craft big, valuable items, such as ships. Now, ships are valuable because you can, of course, you can fly them, you can play content with them. But because they are a crafted item, they can also be sold to other players.
The idea that you can sell ships to people.
So, with base building, you're going to be able to set up your own shops, and there's two main ways you can do this. The first is using a dedicated trading terminal.
You know I'm grinding. You know I'm grinding.
And in turn, any items within can be listed for sale at a price you deem reasonable. This includes resources, refined materials, and so on. Using the terminal, visiting players can browse what's on offer, purchase, and then collect from that same freight elevator. The second method is to set up a physical shop in the world. By using the decorator AR we saw earlier with Luke, you can maglock items and then list them for sale. Once again, browsing players, they can see the price of the maglocked item, purchase it, which then removes the maglock.
That's beast! You don't even have the power of that. I want to sell this weapon. I'm going to lock it in place and set a price on it. Somebody pays that price and it immediately unlocks and they can take it with them. Let's go. Let's go. Gently used starships come today, right? It's so simple yet genius. Yup. Yup.
Of course, the nice thing with physical shops is you can genuinely make it feel like a store. You can put items on shelving. You can even go as far as to make your own ship showroom. You can advertise your wares on a mobile pass for UEC. However, it is important to note that the point of purchase will always occur at the base itself.
Bro, hold on. The power of, since we already know that they mentioned earlier that you can place furniture in your ships. Imagine placing one of those in your ship after you were an armor. I'm an armor salesperson, right? I'm selling weapons and armor. And I have in the back of my Avenger Titan which, if you are curious, is as low as $56 right now with a suit of armor. And I'm probably gonna have to go back to my main. As long as this is not exclusively Warbond, I'm gonna go to my primary account. And if I have enough in store credit, I'm gonna melt my current Titan and get this. Because I probably have enough to melt my Titan and get this. I need to see if this is Warbond exclusively. Galaxy with the cargo modules could just be a mobile mall. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, like what flying around with your vending machines, flying around with your shop in your ship. How do you buy ships with IRL monies if you already have access to the game? I don't even know. I mean, obviously you just get to the website, but like Avenger loaded up with snack machines for those who need the snacks. Right. So go to a hot planet in Pyro, and in the back of the ship have nothing but vending machines with water, and each water be like $1,000. You know I would do it. You know I would do it. What up, AJ? Had to had my Slack up work because didn't see what page you were on. You good, fam. But nah, like I legitimately will melt my current on whatever account. If that is not just Warbond, I will melt every Titan that I have specifically to get that because it's too good. It's too good. High quality H2O. You got to do it. It's called Disneyland World. I mean, to be fair, Disney, if it was Disney inverse, it would be 2,000 for the water. Let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it a buck.
Now that we know how to set up shop, I just want to take a moment to talk about why it's so impactful for crafting and base building the game as a whole.
Because you literally
throughout this process.
No, because if you get blueprints for armor that you can print and you make the most tightest, like most survival version of it, and then you have weapons that have better armor penetration and stability and less recoil, and you make attachments for your weapons that help suppress. Bro, you could have literally... The pirate factions are going to be so decked out if they have anybody in their factions who are thinking the way that I'm thinking right now. Sell me on Star Citizen in under a minute. I'm not going to sell you on Star Citizen. Star Citizen sells you on Star Citizen. But do you want to play in a video game where you can either be one of a ridiculous amount of jobs? You can be a medic, you can be a miner, you can be a salvager, you can be a hauler, you can be a merchant, you can be a miner. You can take all of those things that you've mined and salvaged and bought and sold and sell again to other players, or craft your own. Within a year, we'll be able to make some of this. Yes. Yes. Sold me 37 seconds. Fam, it sells itself. I don't need to do anything. I don't need to hear him talk to know that if this is an armor sales terminal where you can have your armor, he already said that it can be mag locked, which means we can see how much armor is sold in shops, right? We can customize it and make the better versions of it. And we've made a better version of it, sell it for more than you can buy in the stores because they already said that the crafting will lead you to be able to make better stuff that you can buy. So imagine having the best version of this armor in the game and charging 50 G's for it. And people knowing it will be worth the 50 G's. Whereas the rest of them for the full fit might be like 30 or 20. But when you sell it because the DeejayKnight name is on it, that's literally, yes, it's going back to Star Wars Galaxy's levels of MMO. And this, you can't ask for more. This is exactly the thing that I signed up for when I backed Star Citizen in the first place. And it's just getting better.
Come on.
Yes. Yes.
We've been telling you why you want to craft all these things or why you want to build this big base. But maybe
Same.
you don't have the time to build a big base and maintain it. Maybe you want to spend your time doing the missions, you want to do your beacons, that's how you want to make your credits instead. Shops mean that you can benefit from the players who do want to spend the time making those bases or crafting those specialist items, and then you can purchase them from them, which is very important because crafted items using high-quality materials
So it's
will be
peanuts
the
to crafting?
most
Yep.
powerful in the game. On the flip side, if you do specialize, maybe you end up cornering the markets for a particular item or resource, and your shop will then turn into a hotspot of activity, making you loads of credits. Some of you will become infamous because of it. But bear in mind, a successful shop also depends on location. Do you want your customers on edge in Pyro, which tends to have the higher quality materials? Or do you want to spend time hauling them all the way over to safer systems where your customers can be more at peace? We've talked about selling items. Let's sell the look of your base. We have foundation.
Which brings it back to why it would be important to Romano's bounty hunting and security providing organization. If we have a base in Pyro that's getting us all the resources we need to make the best armor we can make and the best weapons we can make, we got to bring those back to Stanton. Because Pyro's lawless. We don't want to have our customers fighting through lawless terrain to get to us if they don't have to. So, yeah, dubs.
Tiles which can help to
Having nothing to spend money on outside of ships, gear, and consumables. Yeah, like, how many of us have millions and not really doing a lot? Got millions. Not really doing a whole lot with it because you don't need to buy new ships. You got a lot of ships. So, like, this is everything.
Which help you divide up the foundation tile. You can place them freely.
Lawless planet, they can't ask for refunds. True.
We mark areas like, I want to use this place for cargo. I want this for housing, vehicles.
Stop the spoilers, Rob. Stop it.
You'll be able to earn paints in-game and apply them to buildings.
How about knowing who's buying the items so you can have a secret pirate plan over in Pyro to hunt those people? True. True. Oh, yeah, lots of UECs changing hands. Like, lots of it, lots of it, lots of it.
As well as add your own custom tech, so if you're part of an org, the blue buildings that have your name are definitely yours. We have some forms of base building which are either still in the design phase or in white box, but we want to share some details.
This is our complaints department, pretty much that.
Farming, it comes in two general types. We have our low-tech farming and then high-tech. Low-tech consists of you acquiring the seeds, planting them in the appropriate environment. If you remember back to yesterday, the Brave New Worlds, we had soil types and such now. That'll play a part. As well as supplying them with nutrients and then just harvesting them when they're grown. High-tech, it's a bit more involved because you've got to make the hydroponic buildings we see here, but in return, you'll be able to grow exclusive strains of plants. Ranching will allow you to keep herds of animals. You'll have to provide them with feed, water, and shelter, but in return, they will provide you with produce. Not every animal can be ranched. I don't really see a sandworm ranch anytime soon, but the quasi-grazer will, of course, will.
Is farming part of 1.0? I'm not sure. We haven't gotten to the 1.0 part of the presentation yet. Because this is all just crafting stuff. The VOD will still be here, Wolf.
Archetypes. We have landing pads, garages, roads, fencing.
The idea that they're still talking about base building right now, and this is... I wish they would have showed us a picture of what this was before this was here. I want to see this before the base got built. I wonder why they're going hydroponic farm tech on border worlds that may not have ready access to water. Maybe they have, like, their breathable atmosphere. Maybe they have, like, what are the things that just, like, get cold and then condense water? They make their own high-quality H2O.
As well as new variants of structures which you've seen today.
But wait, there's more!
Generator, there'll be solar power, fusion,
Literally unplayable. This is not Dune!
As well as the L structure class. If you remember, everything we've seen today, the biggest we've seen today, rather, is large. XL is larger than large. And then you have your defense.
Yes.
Maybe not every plant needs water. That part. Mushrooms may not need a lot of water. Maybe.
So,
I don't know.
In lawful areas, you have varying levels of security provided for you. With max security, you are protected by planetary shield tech. However, in lawless, Pyro and the likes, you'll have to provide your own defenses. These come in the form of perimeter walls,
Zitang.
shielding, which prevents aerial bombardments, and then a range of automated turrets, such as PDC to shoot down missiles, anti-air, anti-vehicle, and anti-personnel. To round up, whilst we spent this entire time talking about how you can expand a single base, you can, of course, have multiple. These can be across a single planet, moons, across multiple systems. There are advantages
Confirmed coffee is more deep.
of locations and base types. For example, in lawful areas, you'll need to buy your land for UEC, pay a tax to be able to build, and then you'll gain protection in return. In lawless, no cost. Higher chance of better quality materials, but no security to fall back on. A small cabin in the woods can be great to set up in a single play session with short build times. However, the large
I speak the
base
binary language of moisture
days,
rate
weeks, or even months, depending on how big you want to go.
I feel like players will outsmart base defenses easily, but we'll see.
Or
Yeah.
an org. You can set up a base as an org and own
But
it
also,
as the org.
will they?
For this, there'll be permissions available, and you can assign roles and tasks. Ultimately, base building can be your main gameplay loop or a supplementary one, depending on what it is that you value. On that final note, I would like to say thank you on behalf of the crafting and base building teams. We've been very excited to share with you some of the work so far and the vision we have for these
Apologies,
systems.
I won't have time to mingle.
But
I'll
before
be
we
a
go,
hermit
we
at
have,
home
one
selling
final
chips on
video.
quota like batches of Pringles. Don't interrupt me. I might have to send a trespasser to Ingles. Call me Dinkalid. Call me Dinkajol at the crafting and shipping what you need, like I'm a Lannister paying their debts. You want the Turing edition or the one much more lethal? Hey, get it in. It's a bet. All right, we got some Titans. We got some Zeuses. A Caterpillar. Now, I did see. We're gonna pull up the Star Citizen Twitter in a minute and then showcase the like the hints one that they had, like a highlight ships, and we're gonna talk about what ships those were once we're done with this, and then we play Death Stranding. The Nomad, that's what that was. I see a C1. I see a Hornet. Scorpios. I see a Scorpios. I too want a forest moon. I want to have a base on the edge of a swamp, like right in between a swamp and a forest. Yo, that crashed ship in the grass though, or in the water. That is a base though. Now, see, one thing that I have been thinking this entire time that I didn't actually say, right? And yeah, the Star Wars references were great, but like, how powerful is it that they're showing us how we can make locations? Bad money, that's how they're making a lot of locations that they need to make manually as well. Bet. I bet.
Thank you. I'd just like to say thank you especially to Kian and Zheng Shui. They worked very hard on this, and you might see that base again later today. So stick around.
Might.
Thank you.
No base on the small asteroids will be eternally mobile at the same time. True fact.
Hello, CitizenCon.
Hello.
I'm Kirsten, your core tech producer.
Hi, Kirsten.
And I'm here off the back of that amazing presentation with Thorsten. How are you feeling, Thorsten?
Much better now.
That was an incredible view to what players can expect next from crafting and base building.
There's no space
Do you
for
wanna
everyone to
tell us
have
more
a
about the
base.
crafting system and what
True,
players can
yeah.
expect next?
To say it this way, Django, Pyro is bigger than Stanton by a lot. If there's enough for everybody who is a backer right now to get a space in Star Citizen in the Stanton system, there's going to be more. When we already know that there's Stanton currently, Pyro's coming, we expect Pyro by the end of the year. We're getting Nyx and Casta something. So there's 2 more systems, in addition to the fact that we only have 1 in game right now, where we'll have 2 by the end of the year, and they're going to double that, I'm imagining, by the time Squadron 42 launches. And we're talking about moons as well. It's not just the planets. The planets are big. The moons are also big. Says the state has no measurements. Interesting.
So I think we talked a lot about that already in the presentation, but it's a really dramatic change.
We have
an
gentrification.
exciting
Hopefully
change,
not.
I would say,
Hey, do what you got to do.
game.
Black Wolf,
Because
enjoy dinner. Let us know what you cook when you get done.
Resources a meaning apart from just a monetary value. Now, even with the quality system that we now implement, there will be also a meaning to scout.
You can build space stations. I didn't see that yet. I get the feeling they're gonna.
Of course,
I feel like that was later in the presentation, but
of the materials to be able to craft the items you need, and especially now with the tiered system that we will introduce, we also give
something like another
for
3
you
minutes
as the crafter or the player you are to invest the time to be the best or the specialist. Because
there should be enough room in a single moon alone for every account to have the
us
biggest plot.
is
Shit.
That we treat it as a real profession, and we have it as in parallel to all the other professions that we already have.
So it's not just about making the universe more dense, it's also about making it more interactive and making everything in it more valuable.
And more meaningful, yeah. So something that is also important for us is that for this new feature is that we meaningfully integrate it into the game, so it all makes sense. So also with like the recent changes we did to the itemization in 324.2, we also like this is the starting point of all the changes we will be doing for all items, and that. The reason why we did those changes were just because of crafting.
I think it's almost double digits in land fair.
What impact will the crafting system have on orgs?
Well,
as also getting that Hornet cockpit. Yeah, I don't think it was a thing you consider.
We want to see
personally
orgs building an empire of
that's why like people are like, they made a big ship. It's like, bro, you could do that with wood.
Like
if you are a good enough
point
designer.
To like go to their base and buy
you could be a woodworker and make that in wood, and it'd be
items that they inherit,
low-key
that
cheap.
they
Like
have the best, for example, FPS weapon for.
And I'm guessing that'll tie in quite well to the biomes we saw yesterday as part of the core engine.
I'm so excited for the biomes.
Right?
Yeah, the biomes will also heavily affect what we do for crafting, because it also will give us a good opportunity to spread around resources in more interesting places, like the giant forests you saw, right? For example, if you have a prospector as a miner, it might not be efficient, or you might not even be able at all to go down into the trees to mine anything
amazing
that
factual.
is below it. So you need to grab your ROC or your FPS mining gear to actually grab the resources that you can only find in those particular areas. So yeah, we will benefit a lot from this.
Super excited. Well, on that note, how has this CitizenCon compared to?
We're good on
previous
this.
years?
We
You
can
were
skip
at LA last
to
year.
disco.
Nice.
I prefer no spoilers because I want to find out as it happens.
Crafting and base building. Fundamentally change all life in the persistent universe. Just a little bit, right? There's more of that coming later today, by the way. Before I get to my deep honor to introduce two of my favorite people, I do want to call out these lovely little note cards here. You've seen many of our presenters and our hosts carrying them here. I have not been carrying mine.
Disco's one of the best humans. I fully agree. Disco's a great dude. Jared is an absolutely fantastic human.
This one says, thank Kat and Mandy, but also Tyler and Leah.
What?
Can we get a round of applause for Tyler
Oh,
and
man.
Leah, please?
I thought that was for real. I was like, hold on.
Now, Tyler, you probably know, is our director of community.
Outsources work to Hello Games.
Internally as a product owner. He is the product owner for CitizenCon. So everything that you see here at this event this year is touched in one way, shape, or form by Tyler Wicken. So please give a round of applause for Tyler Wicken.
Bro, let's give some love to Xylo.
And because Tyler Wicken can't do anything by himself, Leah is the one who does most of the hard work. So Leah, who will never be on camera and who hates to be embarrassed, please give a round of applause for Leah, please.
Definitely. Tight work, Leah. Tight work, Leah.
This one just says, learn to stretch.
Ooh, savage.
This one says, don't let the intrusive thoughts out.
That's a valid choice.
I almost lost it with that rabbit weasel thing yesterday. This one says, hi, Dad. Hi, Dad. And
Dad Lando.
This one says, don't run, crossed out. Don't roll on the stage, dummy. All right. So that's enough for me. Guys, our next presentation is our annual ships presentation, this year titled Captains of Industry, being presented to you by two people who almost certainly need no
Back to
introduction.
regards.
I'm gonna
Oh,
do
just
it
stuff that
anyway.
he's done this con.
Ben
Like he was
Curtis
running day
born
one
in
and like,
Manchester. No,
I think he said he tore his
Beautiful
calf.
art director Ben Curtis. And
He rolled on stage talking about the Big Benny's challenge. Just a lot of cool stuff.
Oh, I was gonna do something really embarrassing. All right. John Crew, you're saved. Come on out, John Crew.
He pulled a Hemi. Kept rolling on stage disco on bingo card. True, but this disco though.
You're lucky they didn't wait. You're lucky they didn't wait.
It's disco.
Hi, everybody.
He's gonna
Good to see
do
you all
weird
again.
disco stuff because this is how he operates.
Uh,
It's the Big Benny challenge.
Love you too.
Early on in Star Citizen's existence, as far as the PU is concerned, people being able to play and fly around. There was a Big Benny's machine that you could move from its location. It took a lot of work because there was no like multi-tool to move it. You had to like barrel roll next to it, and you had to move, and you could move it into a ship, fly away with it, and then put it in weird places. And Bad News Baron is the creator that came up with it and said, hey, look, let's have a challenge to see what we can do with Big Benny's. Do weird stuff. So the whole community was like, let's get it in and get silly with Big Benny's machines. So this is, I feel like I went to a CitizenCon. Oh no, I'm thinking Gamescom. During Gamescom, I feel like it was when I was overseas in Cologne. There was people cosplaying as Big Benny's machines. I have pictures from it. It was Big Benny's noodles were a big deal for a long time, to the point where when in game, if anything references noodles, like for example, when Pyro opened up and everybody heard, "Who wants some noodles?" I always gonna connect that to Big Benny because the noodles are a big deal. Cards are for info about what they're going to present, but Jared just had random cards. Oh yeah, as a host, you have cards and you read off those cards. He also has like teleprompters, but like I've hosted a bunch, so I've been to events where I had to have those cards, but like he just wrote stuff on them because he's silly. Did I accidentally mute?
Don't know me and you
I
weren't
did.
listening to Gyro there. Excited to be here. In
At
case you
breakfast
don't
before
know
the
me,
AT
you
show
weren't
met some
listening to Gyro
guys from the
there,
big
which I do
medic
quite a lot.
orgs, and they
My
offered
name's
him
Sean Crew, I'm the
a
vehicle
look to the
director.
convention hall, so he didn't have to
My name's
walk.
Ben
That's cool
Curtis.
as fuck.
I'm the vehicle art director.
Yes, definitely reps for Todd Pappy and Sean Tracy, because for real, those dudes are beasts. Also, if we mentioned Sean Tracy, can we get some DJK Sean's in chat, please, and thanks?
Oh, so if you've got technical difficulties,
You have to do a dance, John.
there we go.
There we go. We're good.
Right.
Speaking of the Pioneer,
Today, we're going to be talking about the vehicles to build your universe. And for those
Also
of
add
you
time, so
that watched the
keep
previous
an eye out.
presentation, which is awesome about base building and crafting, you should be familiar with the construction grav cart.
I love how they used it and then got to
You've
announce
seen
it
how
later.
this works. You might be wondering, well, if I've got this, why do I need some vehicles to do things? I know there's going to be some of you that will be perfectly prepared to go push this thing hundreds of kilometers out of the garages at New Babbage. But realistically, you're going to need a ship to put it in. It can't carry supplies by itself, so you're going to need to put supplies in the ship, move them. And it has small drones. And that's the key aspect there. It has 2 small drones on board. And drones will have sizes.
Okay, so yeah, basically everything you're going to be building in Star Citizen has its size class. A lot of you are familiar with how we class our ships and a lot of other things in our game. So it ranges from
Or how our
small
construction company to
all
help
the way
build
up
your
to
dreams, that
large
part.
and extra large. And our
Trust. That is going to happen. It's going to happen. Somebody is going to get the resources. Somebody's going to be known as the best constructors in the verse. There is somebody out there who's like, I'm going to make this my gig, and they're doing it. And yeah, like, it doesn't surprise me. Somebody's going to be that big of a deal. Somebody is going to be that big a deal. Why the hell is the bot giving what?
Drones kind of fall into those classes.
What
as
is he
well.
talking about, sir?
But,
Who?
what does it really mean? The difference between what's a small drone,
No,
what's
sir,
a
I don't
large
like it.
drone, what's a larger than large and extra large, and so on.
Shows up with
And
full auger crew,
basically,
basically.
a medium drone, for example, can build any structure
Fair enough,
up
Gerald.
to a medium size. So it can build smalls, mediums, and it will be able to build small structures faster than what a small drone would. So the size makes difference depending on how big you want to go. But the drones also scale in. They scale in numbers. In the, one drone can only make one structure at a time. So the grav cart's got 2 drones on it, so they'll be able to create 2 small structures. But a medium, or if you've got a vehicle that
No, this is no longer Squadron 42. This is just the rest of CitizenCon Day 2.
Sizes. And that's kind of really
The
the
game
key
company
to
that sells
kind of like the
homestead
upgrade
kits,
path
craft
through
cart
the kind of
materials for a
drone
certain base
sizes.
that build you
So
that
we
you
had a look
build.
at the,
Yeah.
The small. So what's next? What do you want to build? A medium. So I know some of you have already seen it, but this is the CSV from Argo.
Thank goodness.
So launching today is the very first ground vehicle from Argo, the Construction Support Vehicle, CSV. So this specialized chassis is developed to take on all the conditions on all our planets. It's a little rugged beast that really does just go everywhere. And if you're constructing a new settlement, there's 2 things you need. You need drones to build it, you need supplies to supply the drones to build it.
Come on, bro.
And that's why the CSV comes in 2 variants. So we have the CSV FM, which stands for Fabrication Module. So this has 2 medium drones on board, and we built it to fit in as many vehicles as we could practically get it to fit in. So it fits in vehicles from a Cutlass Black upwards. It's approximately, and everyone always asks me, what ship fits in what, and I lose track of it all the time. It's about the size of a Tumbril Cyclone. So if you can put a Cyclone in a vehicle, you could put one of these in it.
They're making me hard to keep up the Elite versus Star Citizen fight.
Obviously, 2 medium drones on board.
Barely
and
fits
then
in the
it has
Cutlass,
a
that fair.
internal
That
storage
fits.
tank for resources. So it has a very small version of a freight elevator built into the back of it. So you feed it 1 SCU crates, it absorbs them into the holding tank on board, and then the drones will come back to the vehicle to refill. And it also has a size 0 serial generator on board for a bit of added protection. What happens when you run out of resources? This is where the CSV SM for supply model comes in. So the second CSV-based vehicle in the game, and this has a traditional 4 SCU cargo grid on the back. So 4 1 SCU boxes, 2 2 SCU boxes, 1 4 SCU box. Depending on what you buy, you can use this to bring it and move it around. So this is the perfect companion vehicle to the CSV FM. Said that. Shield generator as well. Moves about 28 meters a second. I cannot, my brain is fried. I can't remember what that is in miles per hour or kilometers per hour. And it is available right now to drive in SC Alpha 324.2. Available at playerc.csv.
What? What?
Or 2. It is available right now to drive in SC Alpha 324.2. Available at playerc.csv.
What? Hold on. Damn. Bro, they don't play, man. They don't play at all. I may CC you something to this. I think I'm done putting like I have enough stuff where I can melt stuff and get what I need ship-wise. I'm melting something to get that.
So now...
the servers are destroyed right now, facial hair, so nah. This beats the mule, or is the mule still worth it? I feel like, isn't the mule for mining? This is for movement of stuff in memory serves. This is only the cargo one, but not the builder. Okay, cool. Get your 4x4 pickup truck to go out and pick up some stuffs. Mule is cargo. Okay, cool.
Okay, so what we're seeing here
Appreciate the
is
clarification.
the in-game version of the CSV. It's complete with its 4 SCU
Bruh.
cargo.
Bruh. Bro. Really, I buy online starter
I
pack?
think the CSV kind of really builds on what Argo is known for.
Facial hair. Don't get a starter pack right now unless you're getting this one. Anybody who's trying to get into Star Citizen right now, if you're on Twitch, !SC in chat. If you're going to get into this game, this is literally the only pack you should be getting. because this includes an Avenger Titan, which by itself, the Avenger Titan with like 10K, I think, and insurance and a hangar is normally $75 with obviously Star Citizen. But like, this is 56 with the Avenger, a paint for it, 15K. If you use my referral code by getting it, you boost that to 20 immediately. Then also a full suit of armor with a backpack, a sniper rifle, and 2 years of insurance. That is literally the absolute best pack that I've seen. Through November 1st, I've not seen a better value package in Star Citizen. Not at all. Do you get kickback for the code? I will actually show you what I get for the code. I don't necessarily get a kickback in like a money thing. I don't get paid from this. But what I do is use the referral system. This is my current status with the referral system. So I'll zoom in so that y'all can see. Once we get to 500 people who have signed up and used my code in the Star Citizen and got a package, we get an Anvil Terrapin and a Hurricane in-game to showcase to the world. You get 5,000 in-game credits. I get the notification that is there. Also, apparently there is also a hover quad that you get for getting a package. If I go to my hangar, oh sweet, I forgot they gave me ships. So yeah, somebody today got Star Citizen based on the stream, and boom, CitizenCon 2024 referral award hover quad. Now, anybody else who gets it, I don't get anything from that. But you get this. We both get a hover quad with the Copperhead paint. So that's pretty fire in and of itself. Literally, the package I've seen I've never seen a package more valuable than that, with armor and a sniper rifle and a hover quad for right now. It has working unit in web companion. No, the hover quad is flyable right now. Unless you're talking about something else. What unit are you referring to? But yeah, this is flyable right now. I had not started any of these giveaways because I didn't know we were going to be in Star Citizen this long today. But we're definitely giving away that cutter before the end of the week. We may actually just start it to be a multi-day giveaway just to make sure we do it. But I feel like first we got to give away the Terrapin. So technically the Terrapin should probably be this week. That is a sweet looking Terrapin. The game is pretty interlinked. Oh yeah. And yeah, somebody said, DJ, why are the servers degraded? Because literally the video we're watching is from CitizenCon. CitizenCon is a once a year presentation of all the things that they're doing in Star Citizen that are going to be coming to the game soon. This past Saturday and Sunday was CitizenCon. Typically, this, in my opinion, is like the largest time of the year where people who are playing this game, aside from the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo, hop in. Because this is literally like the next year of what's coming to Star Citizen. Only in the past few years have they really been like showcasing things and immediately they being available. So like the idea that other ship, the other like pickup is in game right now. They literally just showed it for the first time and it's like, no, go play with it right now. That's new. Only in the past couple years has that been a thing. But like, this is the biggest Star Citizen time in the year. So tons of people want to do stuff in the game right now. And the servers just so happen to be slammed because everybody and their mom wants to play because they got excited based on the stuff they just watched. That's it. It's gonna for sure. It's gonna what? I feel like I'm talking too much. My bad. The game has a working web companion. Oh, okay.
As a manufacturer, it's got those kind of like really kind of hard industrial looks, and I think it helps it kind of feel at home on any build site. All of its components are easily accessible, and I think the exterior is like one dominating factor is those kind of large all-terrain wheels, and that's kind of backed up by just simple, smooth, sleek bars.
That's beautiful. That is very Argo. I feel like Argo's seats do a lot of that. How's HODA support? Team also takes the entire server build with them to CitizenCon, as explained in a breakdown a while back, so the priority kind of expands until CitizenCon is over. Fair. If I own the game already and I buy that starter pack, would it allow me to use your code? If you own the game already, technically no. I feel like if you own the game already and you just got the game, you could say, hey, look, DJ referred me to the game. But the whole point of the referral program is for new backers, to get new people who've never seen Star Citizen to hop in. I know some people have had success by like contacting support. Hey, I just got the game. I literally found the stream because of this person. Here's their referral code. If it's new, it's possible. If not, I don't know. But I feel like that's a lot of work. If you already have the game and you want to get that pack, by all means, just get that pack. And the only way it would count for me is if you made a new account, and that's just too much, man. That's too much work. Somebody wants to remember multiple logins. It's a lot of extra. And the only way to even do that would be like make a new account, add that to that account, transfer it back to your old account. That's too much work, man. It's not that serious. I'm here to help new people get into the verse. So you don't have to do all that extra. It's not that serious. I appreciate that you would want to. Thank you. Code is applied to the account creation is kind of bad. Wish they make it one per account. That would be nice. If they made it to where you could go back and add in, no, this person sent me. That would be a big deal for a lot of people because a lot of people would immediately get upgrades. And they are genius for like making it to where like as we get upgrades, we get stuff to show off on stream and stuff. Look, I just showed you my hangar where I have at least the Terrapin to give away. We haven't played a lot of Star Citizen. I've been kind of like falling back. They gave me this one purposefully. Personally, notice I can't gift it. Like these other ones have gift options. They attributed this one because at TwitchCon, I told Galactica, I was like, I don't have the Atlas. I think the Atlas was weird. And she was like, oh, you don't got one? Bet. This is the community that Star Citizen is. Also, this is going to be a giveaway that we're giving away. These are mine, okay, from referrals. Those are mine. Oh, no, those are subs. Keeping those. But the Terrapin. So we got an M50, a Terrapin, a Cutter, and a Nomad to give away just soon. They do a lot of work. Just went up, was going to buy it using Bitcoin, blah, blah, blah. So we consider black market concerns Star Citizen. What? So you're only using Bitcoin? That's interesting. I don't think I've ever had enough Bitcoin to make purchasing things with it the key. But I feel like part of that is because of the gray market of Star Citizen. We don't discuss it because people will make accounts, get ships for cheap from people who, or like buy somebody's account from them that they're done with their account and they're just like, look, man, I want to get some money back on this. And they'll sell it to somebody. And then that person will sell the individual ships to other people for less money. Or it's a thing. So don't even worry about that. If it's a thing, I don't know how they would have it to where you could do something with Bitcoin. So if that's how you're buying it, I plead the fifth. I ain't in that. Yeah, goodies pack too. Oh yeah, I had to get the goodies pack. Also fake accounts and chip sellers. Yeah, I don't have time for any of that. So I just don't. We don't talk about it because it's like I want to support Cloud Imperium Games to make a game that they want to make. I feel like that's the good way of doing things. And if I can, I'm going to send people to support them directly. I still don't know what these redacted items are. I'm hoping that they find out. I find out here before the end of the presentations, which we are not going to play a much Death Stranding today because it's taking us a long time to go through this. But this happens every time we play Star Citizen or watch anything footage-wise. But we got a trophy, challenge coin, 2 redacted things, themed storage chest for the base or for the hangar, armored flight suit, helmet, rifle, blackguard rifle, double bed, and a black box. I like a black box. What is the sandworm? That's
fucking balls.
Like, want to support them too, but I would like to use Bitcoin. I don't know. That's between you and them. I don't know how they do that at all. I would like for you to be able to do that, but I don't know. It might be a overseas kind of thing.
But what if you want to go bigger?
Actually, I need to set up to where
Bigger.
if people want to tip with the coins, they could do that.
Okay.
Because I've had it, I just haven't used it.
So,
I'll let you if I hear back. Cool. Appreciate you.
The Starlancer family. So,
if you upgrade the starter pack in the future,
the
will you keep all the armor and stuff?
Vehicles.
Upgrade the starter pack how? They can also reverse account and even ship transfers several months after they happen by telling SIG they were hacked and scammed like that. Oh, damn. That sucks. Ship upgrades. Oh, like with cross chassis upgrades? No. Anybody who's never heard of the cross chassis upgrade, I will show you what it is and explain it really quickly because if you've not followed Star Citizen, that doesn't make any sense. If we go to the pledge store in a new tab, let's say, for example, like the hover quad. The hover quad has lifetime insurance because it's a hover quad, and it's a thing that has been attributed to my account as a referral bonus. So let's say, now on the bright side, I have multiple hover quads, but let's just say I want to look up at a hover quad. A hover quad is $40. So let's say the CSV, if they have it in here, which I don't think they will, but they do. So if I wanted to make that hover quad the new CSV, I could do so for $15. Now, if I have my in-game store, if I have store credit that is $15, I don't have to spend any money because I have $15 in store credit. So then I can just upgrade that individual piece to the CSV and be fine. Now, here's where it gets interesting. If we look at, for example, the Nomad, when I give this away and somebody gets the CitizenCon Nomad as a giveaway, it comes with Star Citizen, lifetime insurance, and a Nomad. Notice that this also contains these things. I could do that same thing with the ship upgrade. So I don't have a Nomad of my own. This is that Nomad. So let's say I wanted to upgrade that to something like a Cuddy Black. If I had $30 in store credit, or if I decided to give them $30, or if you don't have the game and you win the Nomad and you wanted to upgrade it to something like the Cuddy Black, you could do so for $30 and have only spent $30 on a Cuddy Black. Mind games. But now if that's the thing you wanted to do, if you want to go ham and go to a Vulture, for a Vulture to be $175 for you to spend $95, it's a hell of a discount. But that's the whole point of the cross chassis upgrade system. Because of that, you wouldn't lose the lifetime insurance or the Star Citizen digital download. Or if I go back to my my primary game package, like if we go to game packages, the only packages I have, this is the last game package that is mine. Like I have the Saber Raven that I got from Intel when I got my PC. I have the AMD Never Settle Edition because Pirate Fort gave it to us. Technically, we can have AMD versus Intel races in the game and it'd be bomb. These 4 are gifts that we're going to be giving away in the community. But in my UEE Exploration Pack, let's say I didn't like the Scorpius anymore and I wanted to upgrade to something else. I could CCU the Scorpius to something else, and it doesn't change the fact that I get Squadron 42, Star Citizen, 20,000 AUEC, lifetime insurance, and a Carrick name reservation. Heard LTI wasn't important, so I never bothered with it. That's fair. But like, they actually go into that later today as well, or in this one of the presentations to close out CitizenCon. You can absolutely buy and eventually make ships in game with in-game money. Yeah, you never have to do anything. The most thing you ever need to do. The only reason I'm talking about this is because cross-chassis upgrades came up. You never need to do any of this. You can do all of this with this. Will it take longer? Yeah, because that's just how it works. But once the game goes live, I get the feeling the ship sales will go away. I feel like they've talked about it multiple times. But like right now, it is still raising funds to remain on, stuff like that. You can absolutely buy and make everything in-game with in-game money. Chris Roberts has said multiple times, you don't need to do anything more than get a $45 game package. And I would recommend that $56 one because literally it is a steal. Here for you, Gigawatts. That's literally what I do here.
And these are covering
I'm a firm believer in being able to give information where possible.
About the first 3, which are the build, which kind of makes sense.
These things are huge. I don't think I want one, but they're huge.
Structural construction needs. We have the TAC.
Hey, we got Ralph and get to that sub courtesy of Gigawatts. Appreciate the support, fam. Thank you very much.
Defensive or offensive excursions in our universe. And then we have the Max, which is a dedicated hauler, but it can still pack a bit of a punch. So we're going to take a bit of a closer look at all of them today. We're going to start off with the build.
That thing is huge.
So this is the Starlancer build
Good
from the
God.
outside. The key thing to take away
You can melt all your packages on game, going free to play live, and just build skin packs, buy skin packs and a starter.
Drone bays on each side, and then it has the drone resupply arms for allowing the drones to come back and resupply. Inside that room, you have the drone control center. So you have a single station inside, and this is where you control all your drones from, much like Luke showed you in the previous presentation. So there are 2 large drones held on each side of the room, so 4 large drones in total. And then there are 2 filler stations right at the front here, and these each hold 16 SEU of capacity, which can then go and load the internal resource tank to feed the drones. Drones that will then be deployed out of their little secret garages, and they go off and do what you've asked them to do.
Sounds this ship dwarfs all others. It's actually laid out how ships should be. It's huge, and I think I may upgrade to one. Well, the Max anyway. Nice.
That's the really important thing here is that all these base building vehicles have enough storage on board to supply your drones. Obviously, if you're going to build 1 million things on your base, you're going to run out. But we want you to be able to have these vehicles and have knowledge that
and yes,
you're not going
vote.
to be doing endless cargo runs.
Go vote.
Initially, to build your foundation, your base. You'll be able to build your base and have storage on that
Starlancer
eventually.
around the size of the Genesis Starliner and slightly smaller than the 600i. Sheesh.
So, let's have a quick go over the stats.
I wish I didn't dislike the look of RSI ships for the most part. Like, I'm still tripping that, like, oh no, MISC. I don't like MISC ships. They're too bulbous. Like, RSI, for the most part, I dislike the look of them because, like, I don't like the Connie at all. But, like, the Zeus, gorgeous. This thing, too big. Too
it holds 4 large construction drones.
Round. Just
83 meters long.
It's too much like a
52
Fisher
meters wide,
Small.
15 tall. Saw lots of rumors and chatters that people thought this was Freelancer size. It is not. It is significantly larger than the Constellation and Corsair. It's almost 600i in size, so it is a big ship. 2 S4
like the look of
guns
C1
for the
more than
pilots,
Zeus.
16 missiles.
Don't get it twisted. I have both. The Zeus, if it flies faster and is more maneuverable, I will probably use it more, but I do prefer the Crusaders stole me away with the looks of their ships. I have a C1 and an A1. Not getting rid of them ever. But if the Zeus, like the Zeus has more usable space. That's what I'll say. Because the Zeus has your rear compartment. It's got like space for a crew. It's got other stuff. Can concierge paints be given as gifts? I don't know. I feel like they might be able to be. C1 is faster than the Zeus. Is it as maneuverable? Also, the Zeus I feel like has way more space. I can't remember. I just know that from the look of it, the Zeus was getting it. What's that? Can I run it.com? My PC meets the minimum and recommended specs for Star Citizen. Do you have an SSD in it? If you do, do it. Also, exclamation can ISC in chat will give you the telemetry page, which was down for a while and is back up. So you can actually see what frame rates people get that are using a similar build to yours.
Remote turrets, and then 128 SU of cargo capacity in the build specifically. But what if you don't want to build stuff? What if, like me, you just want to burn stuff and destroy stuff?
So introducing the Starlancer attack.
That thing is.
So, like I say, this is designed to be.
This is the kind of ship that shows up at the end of an action movie.
So I think the first thing you're going to notice
just wrecking everything.
Is the kind of the dual man size 5 turrets. Now these give much better kind of broadside coverage from any of the other variants. And then on top, we also have like a dedicated hangar that has been specifically designed to fit a Mirai Fury inside. And I'm sure we will see plenty of other ships try to be fitted inside.
Guaranteed.
But yeah, we'll see. And I think John's going to run you through the interior now.
So yeah, let's have a look over the tack from outside to in. So this is the tack in its default paint, so sort of military drab grey. Then internally, obviously Ben talked about the Sci-Fi turrets. Then we have some drop seats behind, and these are on a deployable ramp, so you can do some ground assault. They will drop out, down. If you're doing a bit of ground assault, chances are someone's probably going to get injured.
The cliff.
So there is an onboard medical facility directly behind there with 2 Tier 3 medical beds.
Things. Computer play Fortune Son.
Upstairs, obviously, there's the.
That's a lot of
hangar.
ship, man.
Behind that is engineering. And then forward of the hangar is the
It's a
refactored
lot of
habitation
shit,
and
bro.
metal area,
Lot
which
of
is
shit,
specific
bro.
to the TAC, just because there's so much other stuff
So
crammed
much
in
reminds me
there.
of Admiral
We had to
Akbar's people
redo the
ships.
upstairs of it, basically, to fit
Starlancer
that in.
attack
And we'll
reminds
go
me of
over
the
more
C-130
normal
Spectre.
layout shortly.
That's fair.
Okay, so yeah, to sum up, I think the TAC's obviously going to bring a lot more firepower from the other variants.
2 additional
the shield's been
S5
boosted
turrets.
up to two size 3 shield generators. It's got the med bay with the tier 3 med beds, drop seats, it's got the hangar, and it's still able to carry up to 96 SCU of cargo.
Damn.
And you can secure yours today by going to play.se/Starlancer attack.
What up, Nebs? You got that Fat Lancer? I really don't like many Star Lancers at all, for real, if I'm gonna keep it a bug. They just are too bulbous for me. Like, it's weird, man. It's weird for me. I don't know why, just like they're so weird looking. Also, let's get the band back together. I see what they did there. That ain't smooth. Oh, yup. Why does that feel like Firefly to me? Just it coming up from around the bend felt like Firefly. That is a cargo hold though. Golly. I don't like the look of it, but it's kind of fancy looking though. Like, also, hold on, hold the horses. That's not an Atlas. Unless Atlas got paints on them, and I don't remember seeing Atlas paints. Also, that's not as bulky as an Atlas, I think. So, like, when are theirs coming out? They do? Like 4 paints?
Bitch.
I might have to buy some of those. Let's store credit. Mostly because I'm broke. I ain't got no money. But I will melt some to get some paints. Large Mist, Mirai, Hercules ships look like expanded whale necks. Right, they do. It's not. I'm not gonna call them Garbo because I know that look goes for some people. But like for me though, don't like. Don't like. Misk, Musashi Industrial Star Lake Concern, getting the band back together, 29.55. What about the side loading those? Side loading what? Chill on Hercules ships. Hey, yo, my man. Chill on these ships, though.
Trailer from Starlancer Max. And you can kind of see we're just putting the finishing touches on that now. So, yeah, we're just getting it all done, all ready for its launch. We will take a little bit of a closer look at it now.
Come on, lady, come, my baby.
I think
be my butterfly.
Starlancer kind of really fully encapsulates Misk's kind of ability to create beautiful ships. It's got a bulbous design that really helps to kind of convey its underlying structure and its underlying strength.
Oh, the side load. Okay, I'm not even sure. I don't know if I like it, but I don't know, man. It's just
trying to kind of put this
still
together.
Bulbous. I think I like the fact that it loads on the side. It's just
useful. What's great, and one of the things that we thought about was
that's
this
also
deployable cargo grid that just brings
that's
cargo
also
down
real
to the
cool.
ground, makes it much easier for loading and unloading.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
And they also wanted to put the kind of the crew.
Oh, the letterbox cockpit is literally almost like a Misk standard because the Freelancer series is exactly that. Like a Starfarer, exactly that. That ship is ready for next month's IE. Ooh, shit.
Little windows out into space. And then above the kind of main habitation area, we've got these big skylights, and they just allow kind of like natural light to cast down into the cruise area.
Wait, Polaris is ready? People are about to shit their pants.
8 size
for real.
up front, and then a further 8 on top. And these are backed up by a set of size 4 remote turrets, both front and rear, that give good topside coverage.
Okay.
And then finally, when we get to the
buying
front,
game for sure, guaranteed, but like,
set of size 4 gimbal weapons.
It's just
again,
the bulbous, man. Probably Nibs. At least 6 new ships releasing an IE. We know it out. Damn.
I think as a whole, I think the engineers or Misk have done an exceptional job in creating a vehicle that kind of fully encapsulates the functionality needed, while still ensuring that the crew's kind of well-being and
this is not $45 coffee.
It's all in a package that kind of really dominates the sky, and I think it really shows off Misk's ability to deliver kind of quite beautiful ships.
Right, so don't worry, this is not an Origin 404 moment happening here. So let's have a look inside the Starlancer Max now.
Great question. $225 for the Starlancer Max.
So love it or hate it, we love it. The MISC traditional letterbox view.
You knocking tea out of people's hands?
At the front of the ship, you have a pilot, co-pilot seat with 2 support stations at the rear. These are the ones that control the remote turrets by default. Then behind that, we have the escape pod room. 4 escape pods, 4 crew.
Time out, fam. I do want to take a second to acknowledge, because they have the ship underneath it. And you can see just by the way that they're moving past it that they kind of put the interior above the ship. I love the way that they do these flybys of ship interiors. It's really cool.
And then behind that, we have the traversal. It's sort of a traversal room. It has a lift, goes between the 2 floors of the ship and goes to the exterior of the ship. And then a ladder for emergency backup. Behind that is the mess hall area. So nice shared communal space for you to relax with your crew.
Okay.
And then we move into the 4 individual crew rooms, each with double beds, so very luxurious for a spaceship. En suites for all. At the rear of this section, we have a further 2 lifts. These are just internal to go between the 2 decks of the ship. Then at the rear, we have the main engineering. So there are some components dotted around throughout the rest of the ship, but the bulk of your components and the engineering terminal are here at the rear of the ship. So that's upstairs.
That's really cool.
Let's go downstairs a
Decent
little bit.
traversal, straight, no turns, twists, and weird, traveling side right.
We have the main vehicle entrance and cargo entrance for the rear section.
Let's just switch floors. Oh, so I thought this was above. They literally just, oh my God, that's cool.
Up to a Ursa rover in size in here.
In my mind, I'm literally breaking down how they did that, because that could just be 2 things. One, they had 3 different shots. Yeah. And each shot is a slice away from the ship. So the top shot is the ship itself. They put the camera all the way back, all the way forward. The second shot, which might technically be 1 shot just adjusted, they recorded the same shot of going down with the top viewable by slicing down the top of it. And then when they recorded coming to the back, they recorded that, and then they cut away that middle slice to the bottom slice, and then it just went back again. And then it's just like, yeah, the feather. It's like a feathering, like, gradient on the edges of these.
Then on
The way my
Max,
brain
we
is set
have,
up, I'm
as
trying to
shown in
figure out how
the
they did that, and that's what it looks
the
like.
2, it's sort of one
It's way more basic than you think.
down, but it retains a walkway throughout the center of the ship.
I mean, if they
So
have the ability to do this in
regardless of
engine
whether your cargo is up, down,
and just
being
skip
loaded,
all of the
you still have
layers.
traversal front to back of the ship.
The reason that I'm thinking that they used, I'm just thinking of the way
Then
they
we
did
have
this
the
in
downstairs
video.
of the traversal room, which also features
So
the
this is
airlock
perfectly like
onto the ship.
spaced.
And then lastly, we have the armory at the front of the
For each
ship.
slice,
So
the
if you
outer
come
frame
on
is hollow
board,
for each slice.
leaving
Right.
via EVA, leaving via that front entrance.
I
to
just
the
had a lot of
ground,
words
You can stop off
trying
here,
to explain
suit
it.
up, get your weapons, do the reverse coming back. And that is the Starlancer Max.
Yeah, ship cutaways are fantastic, man. Like, for real, for real. I think it's huge, though. I don't want it, but it's cool looking. I would probably want the build more than any of the rest of it.
Stats.
Because the build did
224
look
ICU of
like,
cargo.
for real, for real. Also appreciate the light.
128 on that ventral
We'll
drop
take off the
platform,
leaderboard.
96 in the rear cargo area. It has 6 extra
looks so cool,
VTOL
it really
thrusters
does. It really
for all that
does.
extra mass that it's hauling. And it is available to pre-order now and will be flyable this IE at play.c.
Okay, so this one
play.se
is
Starlancer Max.
flyable at
And
IA,
if
but the other
you,
2 are not. Obviously, the build,
pre-order
they don't
now
need the build to be
before
ready.
IE, you will get this exclusive sapphire paint, which is in the CitizenCon colors and looks super cool in my opinion.
Yeah. Also, Ward, why do you ask about the concierge skins?
We have talked
Curiosity.
small drones, medium drones, large drones. What about bigger things?
Yeah, they're pioneer, though. They're pioneer, though. They're pioneer, though.
Who can guess what that is? So,
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy.
I talked to
Only
you
build not available. I mean,
quite some time ago about
there's
this in
nothing to
Germany.
build. That makes sense.
And
That
this is obviously the
makes
original concept of the Pioneer.
sense.
Now, some time has passed, and whilst the core concepts of base building have remained the same at a high level, how you physically build your bases has changed slightly. So back then, you were building everything on board the ship here. You would fly your Pioneer. This is the area I want to build in. I'm going to build my base on board the ship, and I'm going to drop it down. As you've seen, bases are a lot more expansive now.
And what?
This doesn't work anymore. So we need to do a little bit of some reconcepting.
See, this is one of the things that is always impressive about Star Citizen. I know a lot of people get big mad about it, but this is the kind of thing that makes sense as to why they do it. Every ship that I've ever seen them make grows between concept and creation, because visually that made sense at the time. And then they redid the way that crafting works. Don't look the same anymore. So let's see what the new look is.
Okay, so one of the first things we really wanted to kind of solve was the arm. You know, we know a lot more about
Most get
how
bigger,
we're gonna
yeah.
be constructing these structures now, and kind of the arm
Yeah.
didn't really make a lot of sense anymore. All it really did was it made the space you need to land the ship almost twice as big as what it's kind of needed. And you know, we're not real spaceship engineers. We don't make real spaceships. But what we do try and do a lot of the time is we try and take as much reference from kind of real life
Gray and black one
manufacturing
for the Zeus.
as we
Sent you the
possibly can.
funds.
And I think that's
A few
really
weeks ago it was giftable.
it's really
Okay, we'll see.
key to what I think Star Citizen is as a whole.
Can't
across, like,
stand
all
the
different
default colorway.
departments.
Fair enough.
In that, you know, we're trying to make a believable universe.
Actually, let's test this theory now, because I feel like I have a Zeus. And we can test the theory, hopefully, on the skins for the also Hounds. Appreciate you using my referral code to make an account and row. Welcome to the verse, fam. Welcome, bro, to the fam. We go to the hangar, and then we go to the paint. Component? It's got to be a component. No. Let go all and then switch a couple pages, because I know in the same pages we got the pulse. We have the pulse paint as well. Pioneer gives me homeworld vibes. Fair. The Dauntless. Nope, that's just exchange. Dominion paint. Giftable. I'm guessing it's going to be giftable, because the Dominion paint, if memory serves, is the concierge paint for the Pulse. So we'll see. Like, I'm gonna have to cop it. Also, what did I upgrade to the Zeus? Because I don't remember. I just know I CCU'd something to the Zeus. It's now on this page. Watch it be like in the last page, the first page of the thing. When do they announce this? I don't remember. I feel like it's probably CCU to something. It's got to be a standalone ship. Let's see. What do we upgrade to the Zeus? Because I don't think it's going to be a Zeus by itself because of the way my brain works. Although, to be fair, the F8C was that thing, because F8C. We got the Merlin. It's a Ranger. We got that hover quad. We got that hover quad. We got two hover quads. Okay. What version of the game should I get? I would recommend, if you are getting into the game right now and you want to get the game instead of waiting for the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo and playing for free, I would recommend this one. This particular kit. !SC in the chat will give you the link for it. This is the best value I've ever seen for an Avenger Titan. Hands down, no questions. That is where I would send you right now. $56 for a ship, a paint, 15K AUEC, a full suit of armor, a sniper rifle. Yes, that hands down, no questions. That price, I've never seen it. So I would highly recommend this. Avenger Titan CitizenCon 2954 starter pack. If you don't have an account, !SC in chat, make an account, use my code, and that 15K turns to 20K because referral points. So the Argo MPUVs are Fury, the hoverquads in A1, the Dragonfly Black Sea Cutter Rambler, Legionnaire, because Legionnaire, fam. I had to get the Legionnaire. That's not.
Knock on your door and take your stuff out of your ship.
Had to do it. We got the Star Runner in here with the Argo MPUV. We got. I don't see the Zeus. I don't see the Zeus yet. Still don't see it. 9 here. What? Where's my Zeus, man? Because it's a newer thing. Oh, did I get a CCU to the Zeus? That might explain a lot. Nope. Ironclad Assault, Glade of the Galaxy. Where's my Zeus, man? Oh! I think I know where it is. There it is. Zeus Mark II Clipper. I was like, where is my Zeus? We were not going to find this anytime soon because this is my Star Citizen package of all packages. This is the Exploration pack from 2018. Had 5 ships. Carrack was in there. I'm keeping the Carrack because the Carrack. There's going to have to be something fancy for me to get rid of the Carrack to take the place of my Carrack. Dragonfly Black, Cyclone, Industrial Hangar for VFG. We got the Scorpius. I'm probably going to CC the Scorpius to something else. The only way, like, I would melt this and rebuy it if I didn't have to, like, redo the Zeus Clipper CCU. Because I feel like I had CCU'd something else to whatever that was, and then I had to do it again to get to the Zeus. It's just a lot. It's a lot of steps. But, yeah. Now I'm curious because I want to see what's up with these skins. So, store. Let's look for the paint. Ooh, so I gotta get the solar. Look at that. The purple haze too, bitch. I want it. But nah, this right here, orange and black, y'all already know what it is. Y'all know. Orange and black are the 9 core colors. That's not a choice. And there's one that's black with orange highlights. Guess I got to get that. That solar paint was an instant buy. I mean, it's going to have to be. But now I got to figure out where's the concierge store? Like, I don't even know where it is, man. Like, I'm going to look for that later because I don't feel like hunting for it.
And if you think about the arm...
All right, I'm going to go refill my water.
It's a cool idea.
See you in a minute.
I think, really, from a manufacturing point of view, all it really does is it adds a lot of complication and a lot of manufacturing costs onto what is already a very advanced, very large, very costly ship to make. So that was kind of like one of the kind of real first things we wanted to do. The second thing we wanted to look at was kind of have a little bit of a shift around of kind of like the egress points on the ship. The cargo position has moved, so we needed to kind of update that. We wanted to make sure that the landing pad made sense and had space to kind of come into the ship. And then we also needed a way of getting things out of the ship that we will be crafting. On top of that, we had a few other goals. Like I say, it needs to support all the updated kind of building mechanics. It needs to support all our current metrics, and I don't mean just character metrics. I mean all metrics, because we're going to be creating a lot of things inside this ship. We wanted it to kind of become a true self-sustained mobile base. We wanted it to kind of, be kind of like the cornerstone of your crafting and construction ventures. And to do that, we needed to add a few extra kind of onboard facilities. So, a med bay, like I say, the crafting area, the ability to refine or extract and refine materials.
So let's have a quick look over the updated interior of the Pioneer. So at the back of the ship, we have the classic bridge, looks out over the expanse of the ship. And then top and bottom of that in this image, we have the escape pod rooms. And then leading off those is the access to the manned turrets that remain. Then going downstairs, we have the cargo area at the top. Doesn't look like a lot. That's 1,000 SEU of cargo now in that space. Top and bottom of that in this image, we have the escape pod rooms.
I am back, so I wanted to make sure I didn't miss the beginnings of this.
Extract and refine
concierge paint for the Zeus was only available with a concierge ship purchase. Aw, man.
So let's have a quick look over the updated interior of the Pioneer. So at the back of the ship, we have the classic bridge, looks out over the expanse of the ship. And then top and bottom of that in this image, we have the escape pod rooms. And then leading off those is the access to the manned turrets that remain. Then going downstairs, we have the cargo area at the top. Doesn't look like a lot. That's 1,000 SEU of cargo now in that space.
Damn! If that's 1,000 SEU of cargo space.
Next to
this
that
ship is huge.
the fabrication control room. This is where you'll be controlling fabricating larger vehicles and ships, as well as smaller fabrication machines next door for. You don't want to use this to build a small FPS weapon. It's a bit overkill, so we have that on board as well. In the center of the ship, we have a small fabrication hangar with roof and ramp egress. So if you're building a small ship on board, so things like a Nomad, you can build on board here. You'll be able to fly it out the roof of the fabrication hangar. And then we have the existing small landing pad that transitions from outside the ship to inside the ship. So cargo you can load via new entrance that Ben's going to talk about in a second, but you can still retain the ability to land a ship on top of this ship, move it inside your ship, all those things.
There's a fab hangar.
Engineering at the rear, this is now capital components all the way around. It was a weird mix of size 3s before. It's now just all capital everything. Then we have the habitation, mess hall, medical area between the hangar and engineering. And then at the front, we have 4 extra large drones in the drone room. But we don't just have some pictures like this to show you. Ben's going to go through this in a bit more detail now.
Okay, yeah, so we're going to have a little look at kind of like the concept and where it's at on the interior. We start out on the interior bridge. It's very spacious, or command deck bridge, whatever you want to call it. It gives kind of really nice views out over the front of the ship. And right up front, you've got all the consoles required that you need to kind of control the ship.
So cool, man. Look at this.
As well as the kind of additional remote turret access consoles. And then at the rear, we have the main kind of navigation components and some small engineering consoles. And kind of flanking either side, we've got these 2 corridors, and they lead out to the man turrets that kind of sit above the bridge. And they also have all the escape pods needed for all the bridge crew.
Yeah, I feel like it's more of like a bluish, like a navy.
I say,
but those are still
kind of
fancy color combinations.
So we have a very large, comfortable habitation area. Each of the crew members, they get their own individual crew pod. And one of the nice things about this is these actually open up, and they allow kind of each crew member to kind of decide like how much privacy they actually want.
Damn.
This is the crafting area. We've got the 4 kind of crafting machines. And these are right next to the cargo bay, the internal cargo bay. And as John says, this holds up to 1,000 SEU of cargo, so it's pretty sizable. To make it a little bit easier, it's got its own dedicated cargo lift at the back. That again, just simplifies that kind of getting cargo in and out of the vehicle.
It's way more futuristic than any other ships.
Down at the front, we have the drone room. Now these will be 4 extra large drones, so they'll be able to craft our largest structures in game. They exit the ship out through the roof, and they're all controlled by the construction console in this area. And finally, we're just going to take a quick look at the crafting area on the ship. So you can see here we've got these blast shields down that kind of protect the crew in this area from what's going on inside. And then as these open up, we just finished making a storm. And as we see, there's a ramp that leads out, so you can drive any ground vehicles straight out the front. Between all the landing gear, and you get this really nice kind of like sense of scale as you're driving underneath out the front of the ship. And we've also got the top exit for any flight vehicles. And then finally, we have the landing pad, and this just allows us for any ships that land up on deck, we can just bring them down into the belly of the ship.
Yeah.
So that's the Pioneer. It's had quite the glow up over the years.
Hey.
Holds 4 extra large drones. And if you're interested in finding out what extra large drones can build, I highly recommend sticking around for the next presentation. It's about 20% bigger. I know the jokes, we always make ships bigger, but to fit all that in, it needed it. It can craft small ships and vehicles. And one thing we didn't show in that video is the landing gear actually have integrated ground resource extractors in. So when you find your plot, you land your ship and you can start extracting the resources from it.
Bro, that's so beast. Whoever backed for that, I'm
Capital
jealous.
components all round, and now it has 1,000 SU of cargo capacity. Now the bad news. When base building comes out, this will not be there day one of it. But we are starting this in the next week or two, so it is in production very soon.
Man, that's a lot of gray box for it to be not in production yet.
To finish up, we'll do the
That's
classic
the
one
players.
last thing.
That's people flipping
CitizenCon
out.
is usually about looking forwards, but we'll do some housekeeping and look at the now and a bit.
You got all the
before.
scraps of food that fall from the table, floor
Sorry,
d'oeuvres.
sorry, this is Ben.
So you remember
What
last
up,
year,
Chief Player? Good to see you. Welcome back.
teased these 10 vehicle silhouettes. Now, these were vehicles that we were planning on working on this year, and we've not quite delivered all of them yet this year. But we did come quite close. So far we've delivered 6. We've delivered the Pulse, the X1, the Medvac, the Argo MPUV 1T, the RSI Zeus, and the rework on the Retaliator. Oh, but what about the rest? Sorry.
So, all but one of these.
Hold up. Oh, they did mention the Legionnaires. So we got the Polaris, Marine Guardian, which looks like a big old version of the other Marine ships in the Crusader Intrepid. I want to see that Intrepid.
Will be released before the end of the year. So the Legionnaire is the one that's going to miss out. And that's because we want to align it with hacking gameplay. But the rest will be here before the end of the year. So Crusader Intrepid, Marine Guardian, and the Polaris. So.
Yeah.
A few patches between where I am today, standing on stage, and the end of the year. But let's start with
Guardian is huge
some
by
things that you're going to
silhouette.
see at IE.
Yeah, based on the size of that person, considering the Fury is so tiny, I think it's gigantic. Oh, that's Crusader. That's the Intrepid, because Crusader's engines are so perfect. Damn, what is it? I want to see it full on, bro. Like, show me the whole thing, man. Show it to me, please let me see the Intrepid. I wanna see the Intrepid. Don't be tepid. Let me touch it and show it all to the whole world. Show it off, give it to me. Give it to me, give it to me. Come on, I want to see the whole thing. I like the hallway situation. Come on, no edging, no climax. Wow. Thing is, the starter, it's huge, right? There's, good lord, yep, I knew that was gonna happen. That's the Polaris? Jeez. Jeez. Love the new displays, right? Wait, there's a medical terrapin? Bro, what? It's the GT Star Trek bridge? It is. It's quite fancy. I wasn't even looking at that. I was looking for a Crusader. I didn't even know that was a terrapin. The way my brain is set up. I'm silly. Got a Polaris, just need a crew. I mean, you got the Night Court right here, fam. That's a bold move, flying that in there in the middle of the IAE. You're on the show floor. Show and hold. Those, whatever those are, remind me of like the vats that in the precogs in that Tom Cruise movie. I know what it is, just can't think of the name right now. Minority Report. Yes, thank you. The way my brain is set up, I was like, oh yeah, nah, you know that thing. It's like, man, I don't know, man. I know, but I don't know, man. I know, man, but I don't know, man. Damn, that is a hell of a pledge. Cerevel, nicely done, fam. That's a hell of a fleet. Whatever it is a hell of a fleet. No one uses those anymore. I mean, I like to use it though. I was literally still trying to figure it out, like, what is the name of that damn game? It didn't work. It didn't work. Just need an org. I mean, you know we got one right here, right? You know we got one. Exclamation SC org. Fam, get it. You want to join the night club, man? You ain't got to. You don't have to at all. Just, well, like you could though. Like, if you need a home in the verse, we out here. That's a huge ship, man. I think it's gigantic.
Okay, so on top of those ships we've talked about, we also worked on a number of other ships this year. So we're just going to quickly go through them before we get on to what we're doing next. So we delivered the Sulen, the Storm, the Cutter Rambler, the F7A and F7C Mark IIs. So I always get tongue twisted with these. And the F7A Mark Is.
They also did the Santok EI, the Sabre Firebird, the Peregrine. They also did the Santok
forgot about the
EI,
Santok EI.
the Sabre Firebird, the Peregrine, and then most recently, the Argo Atlas. So, like last year, where we did a little tease, can't just leave without.
Oh, so this is the
teasing
thing that
a
they
little bit
posted
more.
on Twitter,
So,
I'm sure.
Let's have a quick look at just some, emphasis on some, of the vehicles that we're working on in the next 12 months.
Okay, so, well, that's the version of the ship that they showed earlier. We already know that one. I don't know what that is. It looks like it might be from Tombrel, but also Argo, because like that's a different headlight design. Grey Cat Builder. Oh. Oh. Oh yeah. That's a
thick old boy.
They said they'll be working on, so that doesn't necessarily mean these will be done. This looks like an expanded Hornet. Maybe, no, I wouldn't say a Super Hornet, but it does have the wing silhouette of a Hornet. But like, I don't see the humans over here for scale. So like, this could be another Hornet, like a Super Hornet Mark II. That looks like the Ghost. That looks like a Hornet with like the Ghost thing at the top. Tracker Hornet. Yeah, that. That's exactly what I was thinking about. That looks, I feel like it's an Argo something. It's not a ground vehicle because that don't look like wheels. I thought it said working on. Also, that does track to be the medical terrapin because of the little pike over here. That is the Mirai
Guardian.
That's the beefy Mirai. The idea that a person is that little, I have a Fury. That thing is
fast.
So like this might be a thing. Yeah, Jeremy, Lala is out for the next couple days, so we haven't
longer streams
because of it. I kind of want that because that thing is beefy looking. If the Mirai Fury is as much of a problem as it is to be tiny, that thing is huge. That looks like another version of the, what's the name of it? It's the miner. Trying to remember it for myself. Prospector, yeah. I was like, it's not a Pioneer. It's the P name. That looks like, I didn't know they would be making another version of the Prospector. That seems like it might be nice. Maybe a salvage one. That would be smart. Real smart. I still need them to make Argo, what is it? They need to make Argo salvaging vehicles. So I would hope this is the salvaging Prospector. Has a real lift, so would think Savage. That makes sense. That looks like it's on track to be something like the Zeus, but smaller? Because only that line of ships are the only ones that I can think of that are this flat. That's real flat. Crusader Intrepid, I think. Maybe. Ironclad, with the size of this person, I don't think that's the Ironclad at all. That's the Intrepid. That's small for Crusader. Like, super flat. If this wasn't in the way, I could get an idea, because I feel like that does make sense based on this. If this is the corner of it, if the cockpit is further out like Crusader does with a lot of their stuff, I need to see more of it, man. Yeah, there's no way that's an Ironclad. That reminds me of the Herald. Isn't the Herald the data miner? If memory serves. If that's a Crusader starter ship, that could be Flames. Baby Drake, interesting. Corsair, oh yeah, that does have that Corsair wing design. But like that is, if that's the scale of a person, this seems like a very interesting choice. I want to see what that is when it comes out. All right, last year's section is something different. This almost feels like a Valk, or this gives me Crusader, but also I don't think it's Crusader. Herald is the E-War data miner ship. Apollo Med Attack, that's fair. That's the TAC, I guess, and then that's the Polaris. Oh yeah, people who have a Polaris know the Polaris. That I would think the Ironclad, because that looks like the Ironclad. If that's the person, yeah, that's the Ironclad. Perseus, not Polaris? That's the Ironclad, because that's a person. That's a person? There's no way this is the Pioneer. Silhouette shows Ironclad. Where's my ability to see? Because I don't see it. I don't know what that is, because that is way bigger than the other one. Engines in the back are a giveaway for this. Pioneer's got that bridge hanging off the left. If the Pioneers, they did say within the next year, so this would track to be the Pioneer, and they are doing crafting next year. In my mind, this is like, they did say they're starting the Pioneer next month or next week or something like that, so that makes sense. Yeah, this tracks. I was just like, huh?
So, I just want to say a big thank you to all of you, and a big thank you to all the vehicle team in all the studios around the globe. They give us all this really cool stuff that we can get to stand on stage and talk to you guys about. Some of them are probably hiding at the back, but I just want to say a big thank you to you all, especially for all the hard work on these recent ships.
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
Thank you to everyone involved in putting these vehicles together.
Genesis and band new merchant orders. I mean, to be fair, I feel like they talked about it in Inside Star Citizen a while back, that the people who were working on the merchantman, if it wasn't Inside Star Citizen, it was something else like it, where the people who were working on the merchantman no longer work there. So they don't have anybody to work on the merchantman. I understand that to be frustrating. But like, yeah, they said some. They put an emphasis on some. So it's not like it's not guaranteed. But considering that crafting is being worked on as heavily as it is, I'm expecting some variant of the Genesis, because the Genesis does have building. It was last year's CitizenCon where they said that, yeah, I remember it being said. So like, whoever's working on the merchantman has to get up to the design language and matching that energy of the previous stuff that they did, and then also finishing the ship. That's a lot. They said the Galaxy would follow the Polaris. I do not remember that, but that's good to know.
That was awesome, you guys.
Twas
I swear some of those syllables look a little familiar. Let's give it one more
Well,
time.
I would like to listen to that. We need the road to 1.0 right now, right now, right now, right now.
It's time.
Could this be an hour and a half more stuff?
Before we get this started, we're doing a lot of things here. I want to do some personal thanks to myself. Okay? So, first, I want to thank all the developers who took
probably been coming for a long time.
to
Yeah.
build their presentations and showcase
2030.
for
I
you
don't
the
know.
amazing
I think that's a
work
little
that they've been doing over the last
far
year
out.
for Star Citizen and Squadron 42. So please, a round of applause for the developers.
Always. This is say Galaxies and Perseus.
In front of 4,000 people.
I guess they
in
decided
front
to
of
reverse
tens
that.
of
I don't know
thousands of
which
people
order
at
they
home,
said, but
and the hundreds of thousands
if Polaris
who
comes
will
first,
clip
that's fine with
this
me.
And replay it and cut it into other content videos for years and years to come. So thank you so much. I want to do a couple individual call-outs though, because it's important to me, and I'm on stage right now and you're a captive audience. I want to call out Nick Pierce. Nick Pierce from the Characters and Creatures presentation.
First is probably faster.
Ago, we lost our main presenter. He didn't die or anything. He just couldn't make the trip. Nick stepped in with only 10 days to prepare that amazing armor specialization presentation that you saw. So Nick, you're a champion. Thank you so much stepping at the last minute.
Like to encounter in the squadron, not fly it. Yeah.
And Ian. Benoit and Ian.
I feel like that's always, we've regularly been saying that in here. It is regularly a thing. Whatever is needed in Squadron 42 has priority. Ship things being feature complete. When they say feature complete in Squadron 42, that means they probably have all the ships they need. But that doesn't mean they won't swap in and out, because the ship pipelines, they have ship teams, just like they have content creation teams for like building blocks to randomly generate stuff. There are people whose job it is to focus on ships. There's people whose job it is to focus on planets. There's people whose jobs it is to take those planets and get those. I feel like the same people take those planets, make the base versions of them, and then go add in the points of interest, aka the clusters and the sectors. So like, ship teams have lots of ships to build. No questions about that. But at the same time, once those ships are done, we're going to be getting a lot of revamps. So don't sleep on a lot. And yeah, IE is going to be silly, fam. Absolutely silly. OG statement, Polaris, Galaxy, Perseus. Seemingly new reality, Polaris, Perseus, Galaxy. I'm fine with that change personally. I don't know enough about the Perseus to know if the Perseus is coming before the Galaxy. So all I'm saying is it all works for me. Because my Galaxy, I have a glaive to Galaxy, which my glaive I have is a referral bonus. Man, I've been mid with the glaive for ages, but the idea of converting that glaive to a Galaxy with a $60 CCU that I have that was gotten store credit that could just sit there or get melted works for me. I'm not likely to use the Gladius. Well, not Gladius, the glaive. That doesn't mean, like, since we have a longer time to wait for the Galaxy, that gives me more time to maybe see if I want to keep the glaive. And yeah, we have the 600i to Ironclad. And therein lies my biggest question. do I like? I feel like they've mentioned that they're reworking the 600i right now, and if they are, I don't want to touch it. I want the ironclad, but I don't want to touch it because if they're reworking the 600i, I want to see what it looks like before I decide to switch to the ironclad.
Took the reins and delivered multiple presentations this year. You may only see them talking in this presentation or this presentation. You're going to see Ian in this one here, like this. But their work behind the scenes, getting all of these presentations up to the standard that they're required, was amazing this year. So Benoit and Ian, you don't have to clap for this one. This is just for me. Thank you so much, Benoit and Ian.
I'm a clap, bro. I'm a clap, bro.
All right, you can clap. That's fine.
I was gifted a 600i, so
we went on ISC hiatus.
I'm torn on this, whether I want to get rid of it.
We went on hiatus a little earlier than normal because we took the ISC gameplay.
What is my freelance get some love? Good question.
And we dedicated them to the work of CitizenCon for the last almost 6 weeks. Every year at CitizenCon, the devs spend their time creating their footage for you, their showcases for you, and many of them still did. But the amount of work it takes them away from the work of actually creating the game. So our ISC gameplay capture team really stepped up this year for the first time in CitizenCon history and helped folks create the videos. Those amazing looks at Nyx, those amazing looks at Castra, the amazing looks at the sandworm and stuff. So I want to call out Will, Dave, Toby, Alex, and our newest member, Thomas. Hi, Thomas.
Hi, Thomas.
Thank you so much, guys. They had never participated in a CitizenCon before, and I think they were a little surprised at first at the sheer amount of work that goes into doing this, but they stepped up and delivered some amazing stuff, the last of which you're gonna see some in this next presentation. And then our last two groups of people I want to present, I want to share. Are they back there? Wave if you're back there. You guys ready? I can't see anything. All right, I hope I'm vamping a little bit until Rich Tyler gets into place. I could hide it from you, but I'm not. So the last groups of people I want to thank. Well, let me tell you a story real quick. When I'm back there, and folks are coming up to me, and they're thanking me for this, and thanking me for doing ISC, for doing SEL, for putting this together on the stage today, I'm struck by two things every time I'm thanked. One is that I can't do any of this without you. There is no game project in the world that does a weekly behind-the-scenes docuseries each and every week, and then turns around and does a live talk show the next day after it. And that's only made possible because you guys keep tuning in, you guys keep watching, you guys keep supporting, you guys keep making relatively positive comments in the...
Relatively positive.
Yeah, I don't think I'm ever going to shave my face again. But it's all right. I just wanted to see what I look like. You know, I'm like, oh, that's what you look like. All right, I agree with the people. Let's bring it back. And then last but not least, there is one person who makes it possible for me to do everything that I've done here. I've been here for 10 years. I've produced 7 CitizenCons. I've produced
this one's been there for a long time,
fam. A PAX or 2, and a couple digital stuff, and of course ISC and SCL every single week. And really, after your support, the only reason I get to do this week in and week out and have these big moments like this is because of the same guy who makes it possible for all of us to do our jobs. So I'd like to thank, where's the camera? There you go. I'd like to thank Chris Roberts. Chris, thank you. Thank you for...
Pull that beer back quick. Yup.
Thank you for not thinking Sandy was crazy when she hired me. Thank you for saying yes to so many things I want to do, and for not saying no or getting angry when I don't ask. So thank you so much. I do operate a lot on a let's just do it and see if I get in trouble afterwards thing. So is that Chris there? Are you ready? All right. So with that, yes, he's angry now. All right. So without further ado, let's get to our final presentation of the night. The Star is My Destination. Introduced to you by the one and only Chris Roberts.
Hey.
Hey,
he loves you
I
too.
hope you had a great day yesterday. And by the way, there's a perfect run through that Rich did immediately after the show. He went back to the office, ran it through, no crashes, no nothing. It's up on YouTube. And by the way, that's a dedication of Rich. Is like, okay, I'm going to get it done properly, and he did it.
Hey.
And it looks great, and it doesn't have any screen
Tight
tearing
work, Rich.
because there was some screen tearing. There was a technical glitch in the setup yesterday. So anyway, watch that. And if you're doing comparisons to the old stuff, compare with that video, not from the stream.
Not doing comparisons, bro.
Anyway, I hope you guys liked this morning. There was the base building and the crafting and the ships, you'll be able to do it. I mean, for me, the ability to sort of create your own place somewhere in the verse, find the perfect spot for you to make your home or harvest resources, it totally changes
the game crashed.
the
Oh yeah,
dynamic
at all.
of what the game will be.
Like, bro, if you came up with an idea to do a thing and you got people on board with your project, and people have been backing your project for the better part of like over a decade, fam, like 12 years of support. And you have people playing it nonstop for days, no crashes. And the minute you're live,
I'm crashing, bro.
I would be mad at it too. I would be livid with it as well. I'm not even mad at Chris. I understand that frustration. And sheesh, man, just sheesh, man. That's all. I understand his frustration. Hopefully, hopefully, we get better. But let's go.
In terms of exploration and people spreading out, and I think putting roots down in the verse. So I can't wait till we get that in there. I mean, that's one of the things that makes me incredibly excited, because I think it will just add
Technology
so much
can
to
smell
a
fear.
living,
Not even
breathing
fear,
universe.
just, oh, you doing it live?
Dad, I got something for you.
That is a perfect
Technology
example
don't like it when
of
you do things live.
Star Citizen,
You better record
how
this.
it's grown over the last 12 years, because we definitely did not have that on the initial Kickstarter or the pitches that we were doing. And, you know, Star Citizen is a living game. I mean, we're constantly always adding content and features and tech. As you can see, we're constantly upgrading, you know, what we're doing on the graphics side, making it better and always improving it. And even after
Those is already operated
we
on
would
Sod's
consider
Law.
it a released or a shipped
I don't even know what
game,
Sod's
not
Law
an
is now.
alpha
I'm
game.
concerned
We will
to
still
find
be
out.
doing that. So it's just, it will be a living game. We'll never do Star Citizen 2.0. It will always be sort of Star Citizen that will continue to grow. It won't be like, oh, we're going to do Destiny 2 after Destiny 1. It will just be a living, growing product. Same for it will, and that will continue. Star Citizen, it's a released or a shipped game, not an alpha game.
I'm gonna rewind this because.
Star Citizen adds so much to a living, breathing universe.
All right, cool. Right here.
But that is a perfect example of Star Citizen, how it's grown over the last 12 years, because we definitely did not have that on the initial Kickstarter or the pitches that we were doing. And, you know, Star Citizen is a living game. I mean, we're constantly always adding content and features and tech. As you can see, we're constantly upgrading, you know, what we're doing on the graphics side, making it better and always improving it. And even after we would consider it a released or a shipped game, not an alpha game, we will still be doing that. So it's just, it will be a living game. We'll never do Star Citizen 2.0. It will always be sort of Star Citizen that will continue to grow. It won't be like, oh, we're going to do Destiny 2 after Destiny 1. It will just be a living, growing product. Same for. Right? I don't mean that. I don't mean that as.
I don't even think that's really shots fired at Destiny. I think that's more just for Destiny's sake. They had to let go of a lot of content when they went. What's the word? Independent again. So it's not even that he's mad about this Destiny situation. I think it's more just that, like, it makes sense that if you have Destiny 1 and you have a ton of I don't know, you're good, KVM, but like just like the comment right above you, he's mad about the Destiny situation. That makes sense that in that vein, Destiny releasing a Destiny 2 or Bungie releasing a Destiny 2 when they already have Destiny 1 and a ton of stuff in it. Why not just make a whole new area and just continue the same game? So that seems more like what they're trying to avoid. Like, I get the feeling that he's not gonna be far off from this. And I have not watched this, but I feel like what he's talking about is instead of having a whole nother game, we have a game. It's here. Let's just add to it. Let's see if I'm right.
I don't mean that as a knock at them. I just mean that in today's world, you constantly upgrade and improve things. But the big question really is, at what point
I have heard of Underspace.
would we at CIG, what point would the rest of the team consider Star Citizen
I'm surprised I
ready
don't have
for
that
everybody?
yet.
Not just you guys out here who are beautiful,
It looks
wonderful, early adopters, willing to put up with bugs, jankiness, not a great new player experience. We know all those things are things that we want to fix and improve. And we want a game that everyone can just get into at the beginning, understand it, have fun, pulls you into it, and then has a huge amount of
Finish the
depth.
presentations,
So the
Black Wolf,
question is,
and it
what
looks like
is
we're at the
that?
closer
And that
of
is what we
CitizenCon.
call Star Citizen 1.0. It's something that we've been talking and looking and designing and thinking a lot about over the past X number of years. And now we thought, you know what we should do, because I think half our sort of initial stuff is from a long time ago that you've seen, and then occasionally we'll talk about things we're doing in, inside Star Citizens or SE Lives. But we're like, okay, let's tell everyone the marker. This is what it is, Star Citizen 1.0. When we hit this, this is what we consider we're ready to go wide. Everybody in the world can get in, play it, whether you're hardcore or casual, have fun, play in the verse, interact, have a great time. And so that is what we're going to tell you today, is what we consider Star Citizen 1.0. That doesn't mean, as I said, that we'll stop at that point. We'll continue to grow and build and add things. So fishing is not on Star Citizen 1.0's list, but I'm pretty sure...
I'm excited for fishing, though.
I know, but I'm pretty sure it will be not that long after 1.0. But that is the example. We're going to tell you what the marker is. And, to do that, Rich Tyra, who's our senior game director, is going to come out with a few of our other directors, and we'll lead you through what 1.0 will be. So without further ado, Rich Tyra.
Confirmed fishing after 1.0. Fair.
Hey, Rich. Don't crash.
Yeah.
I mean, you could say it's a big mirage, but like mirages are things that you can see in the distance, but you can't
and I'm the senior game
get
director
to.
for Star Citizen.
I've been playing this game for 9 years, and it's just nonstop, getting better and better and better. So you can think that. Keep thinking that, and then when it gets better, notice how when it happens, and it's good enough for you to feel comfortable with it, you're just going to get welcomed into the community. Like, oh man, what took you so long? Welcome. Let's play.
Citizen and Squadron 42. Now, I've been at Cloud Imperium for many years, and I've read many, many Spectrum and Reddit posts. And one consistent question I always see is, what type of game is Star Citizen?
And you're a dev?
Many.
We haven't had this conversation in a little bit. Let's see. Okay, so video games with the longest development time. Let's just look up some of these, right? 2 Human was mid, but 2 Human was a solid game. Duke Nukem Forever. I feel like people forgot about Duke Nukem Forever. Prey was great. Team Fortress 2 is fantastic. Diablo 3 was also fantastic. LA Noire was glorious. Spore was fun for what it was, if you didn't expect it to be the next coming, which it wasn't. Resident Evil 4 was great. Alan Wake was great. Final Fantasy 15 was great after the remake. Mother 3, I don't remember Mother 3. Psychonauts 2, great. Clubhead, great. Doom, great. Metroid Dread, great. So you're talking about a game that is literally in a majority of games that are on this list are great. So who cares how long it took to make? Really? Mother 3 is the Earthbound sequel, right? I'm not sure at all. Beyond Good and Evil 2, the game in perpetual development. I thought they released Beyond. Oh, wait, no. That one, let that one be what it is. I don't remember that one. But yeah, in the company of greatness, Star Citizen is. So I don't see the problem personally. I don't think we even got to that yet, Cerevel. We're probably going to get to that during this.
It's a PvE game.
Also, none of those other games were as complex as Star Citizen. Not even close. Not at all.
Non-combat.
Red Dead Redemption 2 took 12 years.
It's all three.
You could fit the entire landmass of Red Dead Redemption 2 in a crater in Star Citizen. So it's not about time taken. It's about joy. It's about how much you enjoy a game. And that's all that matters. If you want to add too much more than that, don't bother. Because that's really the only thing that matters at all. Are you enjoying it? Do you have fun in it? Yeah? Then I wish you the best. Watch the stream now. I'll see you all this glorious Star Citizen content.
Good. Welcome to the fold.
I remember the tragic disappointment that was Duke Nukem Forever. I remember getting yelled at for having doubts about it before its release. That's fair. And I can understand why people would imagine that I would be yelling at people now. But it's like, one thing I've seen about the Star Citizen community is that it's very welcoming. Which is super cool. Because there's nothing better than welcoming people into the fold. Every game built on Unreal today technically started development in the mid-90s.
3 types of players, 1 universe. So
I do feel like if they would have written their own engine, they probably would have had way more progress by now. But starting with an engine and having to rewrite all the tools takes time. GTA 6, they want to take their time too? Yeah. GTA 6, just think about that. GTA 6, how long has Grand Theft Auto 6 been in development?
The next GTA title has been in development since 2012, but production didn't begin properly until 2015. But even then the team was focusing more on Red Dead Redemption 2.
So
This answer is from Jinx.tv.
So let's go with that. They started in 2012. What year did this game start in? 2012. So this game has been in development for as long, which if it didn't really start to get in development until 2015, it took SIG that amount of time. Yeah, that was Siri. It took SIG that amount of time to get enough people to start pushing out proper upgrades. Because I backed Star Citizen in 2015. And 2015 is what I found out from this presentation when the stanchion system launched. November or December of 2015, when I started to play Star Citizen. So this game has been in development as long as GTA 6. And we're about to have at least 1 more Star System before the end of the year and 2 more before the second game they're working on that connects to this releases in 2026. So, again, the amount of time it takes doesn't matter. Yeah, in 2012, they started with 6 to 8 people. They started with enough people to get the Kickstarter off the ground. And then by 2017, they got up to 700 people. You're still here explaining things to haters? It's regular. Red one, mostly because every 15 seconds, I have to consider the possibility that somebody new is watching. So by the time I finish one version of this explanation, somebody coming in right immediately after could say like,
this game's a scam.
If I'm already in explanation mode, it makes sense that I'm going to hop right back into it and clarify it again. Last studio I worked for had their own game engine, racing simulator engine, started out as a tank simulator for the military in the 90s. That's awesome. Rockstar's made billions in the same period of time Star Citizen development. True.
Connect those players to create a cohesive game.
Then over and over again,
not
pretty much.
Just a set of features bolted together. And it comes back to that elegant,
That's why I'm here,
question.
Red one, because I want to be that
of
kind of person in the verse.
Is Star Citizen? Well, today we're going to find out. Okay, so before we get stuck into Star Citizen 1.0, I think I need to clarify a few things. Firstly, what about 4.0? Where does that fit in? Well, 4.0 is the patch that contains server meshing and pyro. And fundamentally, it's an alpha development patch, which means it's adding further tech, features, and content to our
The response was so good, I'm
version of the
stunned.
game.
That is a new series. I did update my iPhone to iOS 18. That was pretty solid. Okay, so server meshing, 4.0 alpha, pyro.
Today, though, is beyond 4.0, all the way to 1.0. And the big difference is that 1.0
About
is
getting
the
the
full
new
release
Reliant
of the
ship
game.
in game later and doing in-game radio.
Okay, so what does that mean?
Oh, you talking about the Mako? Oh, I have the Mako. I basically have to wait until real shit is happening. And then like go get it, fly to where real shit is happening, and then record it. It seems like it, because I ask Siri a lot of stuff, and I think that was the best answer I've ever gotten from Siri ever. Koopa, it's not about like their space game. I think the point that Rowland was making there was that like in the same time as Star Citizen is getting developed, Rockstar's made billions just on GTA. Just on GTA.
Just.
That's not even counting Red Dead. Most of their money is GTA and shark cards. So like, on their own country's GDP, pretty much. So like, if only, I feel like if SIG would have made the same amount of money in the same amount of time and the game still wasn't done, people would still be big mad, but nobody's big mad at Rockstar for not releasing GTA 6 in the same time frame. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. As someone in DJ's org, I want to see his reaction and thoughts on the end of this presentation. I'm very excited. I think Rockstar keeping so quiet helps them avoid a ton of negativity. Unrealized expectations are hard for a community to take. Exactly. Which is why, one, I support this game because they're super open. Like Disco said it earlier. No other game is putting out weekly updates in depth regularly. Nobody's doing that. So like, SIG is in a class of their own there. There's a big moment in game industries. We're going to see giant games. And is a need a solid community to be viable. I mean, I feel like this is going to be one of those games. Low-end GTA 5 estimates for 2023 still put it over 500 million conservatively. Yeah, that tracks. Mind-blowing numbers for an old game. Why replace it? Literally, that's why there's no point. They're not rushing GTA 6. They're going to take their sweet-ass time, and then they're going to release it on console, and then later they're going to release it on PC. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. I think it is 700 and rising fast. Not surprising, because people are, in the meantime, because they're not playing GTA 6, still playing GTA 5.
How will it be different to a normal patch? Well, firstly, let's look at the 1.
Let's.
The 1 means we're committing to higher base performance and minimal bugs.
So no, they're going to
no
come
longer
if tell
will we
them to get a
reference
game.
that
They're
the
going to
game
say it's
is in
broken.
development.
And I already tell they wouldn't be able to handle it.
This will
Fair
be a
enough.
fully released and polished experience.
Hasn't evolved into a Pokemon Go clone.
Gameplay loops, from new player experience
Tired of having to explain Star Citizen to my ignorant
missions
friends who
and
only know the
endgame
alpha through
content.
magazine clickbait articles. Yeah, that part, Tactical.
No
You were spot on with
resets
that.
between patches.
Ooh.
And polished experience. It means fully rounded gameplay loops, from new player experience to story missions and endgame content. And crucially, it means no more resets between patches. It's a true
Agree.
It's a true persistent universe. So if that's the 1, what about the .0? Well, it's just as important. It means we're still committed to continued development, with new content and features being planned post 1.0. But those features will no longer be tier 0. We'll be committing to a higher benchmark of quality for each patch, and most importantly, it's a moment in time. If there is a content, feature, or star system that we've mentioned in the past that is not in 1.0, it just means it will come later. 1.0 is more than just a number change. It's the beginning of a new phase of development of the game. Okay, so we know what the 1 is and the .0.
Hey, we got Lavanji fan. Welcome back. 103 months of sub support. Also,
and for this, we need to go all the way back to the beginning.
That's right.
Here we are.
That's right.
The Kickstarter. As a backer myself, it brings back memories. And it also reminds me we had a lot of stretch goals. And one of those goals was 100 star systems.
I'm sorry to hear that, Tim. I see what you're saying about feeling like you lied to a community. It makes sense, but it just sucks that some of those decisions are that.
And there is a but. The star systems of old are not the star systems of today. They were based on the privateer and freelancer model. They were unexplorable planets with an isolated and small landing zone and had automated landings. And we all know how that went. To give you an idea, Stanton had 4 points of interest, and the entire 100 systems only had 90 POIs.
What?
Compare that to Stanton today, and we have 1,626 points of interest. And that is going to be dwarfed once we start using the Starchitect tool you saw yesterday.
Shit. The idea that they have over 10 times the point of interests that they originally wanted in the game at all. Sheesh. Big old sheesh.
So where does that leave us for 1.0? Well, we will
Hey,
not be
Snark, welcome back. 30 months of sub support. Also, before I say anything else, my bad. Levangie fan just hit that resub for 103 months. 100 months is a long time to be subscribed to this channel. Coffee, can we get an exclamation SO? Oh, you already did it. Let's see it. All right. What? What? This thing just powered my PC down. How dare you? We're in the middle of something. My stupid keyboard has a power button that I accidentally pressed, and it literally was just like,
oh, you want me out? I'm out of here.
Bro, I'm in the middle of a conversation. How dare you? How dare you? Why is there a power button on your keyboard? I don't know. I didn't make it. You know, you can disable that in Windows power settings. For the keyboard, I don't know. I need to remap it in Windows right now. On the bright side, it was just a hibernate button. It just put it to sleep.
Hey, who man is this?
Well, I was big mad. I was a big boy mad. Let me hit the control panel real quick. Let me turn whatever the hell this is off because I don't appreciate it at all. So right next to the delete system 32 button. Yeah, I see what you did there. What up? What up? All right. Let me do one thing real quick. Thank goodness it didn't force everything to power down. I was going to be so mad. Let me close this. And then unmute this. All right, servers are still degraded. Let me forcefully restart this launcher because it's not giving me the music that I needed to give me when I launched the launcher. Checking the thing. Somebody said their backer number was sub 50K. I don't think mine is sub 50K, but I'm gonna find out. Oh wait, if you're talking about on Kickstarter, I don't have one of those. I don't have one of those. I don't have one. I don't have. Let's see what we got. I see now that I am a space marshal. Fancy, fancy. I did not know it was a space marshal. I feel like that has to count like rebuys because I don't have that kind of money. They give a date for Star Citizen, not yet. Still bad, but I'm still playing. All right, so this is what I was gonna do since we got the command to come from the bot for the Vangie fan. Greetings, fellow spacefarers. The Vangie fan is your go-to Twitch ambassador for all things sci-fi gaming. I mean, I don't appreciate that because literally I also am an ambassador who is also featured in sci-fi gaming. Why the would you do this to me, bud? I thought we had a friendly relationship. I digress. They're currently orbiting in the Star Citizen universe trying to amass that precious UEC. From Las Vegas, this variety caster is on a mission to build a community that's out of this world. Engage warp speed and may the force be with you on the G Nation. There it is. There it is. Subscription count storage concierge. That explains a lot. Because I've been subscribed for years. Like, literally years. Because I've been subscribed. Because I still want to see the game get made. And I like supporting the fact that it's right there with, like I can't afford to spend hundreds of dollars, but I do like supporting ISC. Ooh, the Atlas Paint 4-pack is only... See, I don't have no money. I don't need to see none of this. None of this. I'm in the concierge shop just to see what's in there. The Atlas Paint 4-pack is stupid cool. I want it. So back in 2012, had to stop. 2015 came back with subs last year. Nice. Squirrel. But yeah, it's got to. I feel like it also has to count melts and rebuys because there's a lot of stuff that I have melted and rebought because and my ball. When I started playing Star Citizen, I was working a full-time job and also streaming full-time hours. So I was giving away copies of the game that I was buying with money. So that explains why my fleet is not as nice. And I'm so thankful that SIG actually started to give content creators stuff to get to their communities. So we got some ships that we got to give away. But yeah. And I'm trying to see if they even have it to where I can see where my, I don't have a backer number. I'm trying to see if there's a number. I don't think I'm gonna see that. I don't think it's a thing. Can't afford chips, but I was almost tempted to spend 1,100 on those Vertical sticks this morning. Fam, saying how much money is a Space Marshal? High Admirals after 1K? I don't even fucking know, man. Actually, I think it's 5. I think it's 5K, which is why it's gotta be counting rebuys, or like when I melt and then buy another ship. So I gotta be at like 6, because I think Wing Commander is 10K? 2,500 for Space Marshal? Okay, cool. Then Wing Commander must be 5K. Okay, cool. But yeah, to be fair, in my defense, if I have been subscribed at the $20 tier for 12 months, that's $240 a year. It's $21.60 if I've been subscribed the entire time I've been playing. And for all intents and purposes, even though I don't play, I still subscribe because they give you stuff, man. I got so many pieces of armor randomly from subscribing that I'm happy about it, man. I'm happy about it, man. All the subscriber players, literally, Squadron 42 looks so good. It really does. Can you find your UEE backer number on the Citizen dossier? Where the fuck is that? What? I think the yearly is nice. Yeah, nice. Under your account, I'm on my settings account overview. Organizations? 12K, my fleet is only 7K, all these damn giveaways, right? Just under overview at the top. The profile? I don't see a number on this page. Yeah, where even is that? I don't see that anywhere in here. Click your name. Go to your city. What? Okay, that page. Okay, that's a different page. When somebody says under overview, that's not. There it is. 481,213. There it is. There it is. We up there. It was not on the overview page. It's on the. You have to click your profile and then not click settings. You have to click your name. That's high. Yeah, and I'm back in 2015. The idea that I'm still 481,000 is wild to me. There was that many people signed up in 2015. Golly. There are millions of people that are citizens now. True, but still. Do you know who Chris Roberts was? Fam, it took me. Like, I knew about Freelancer, but I didn't know about Chris Roberts himself until, like, I started to play Star Citizen. All right, let's get back to it. Now that we've found out the thing I was looking for, I found it per shot. So let's get back into this video. So we can actually end it today.
Was not just the game that was pitched back then. It's more
so in
rich.
2 years,
it's more
300,000 people in there.
And fundamentally, you'll be getting a whole lot more. And I mean a lot more.
Big box, Strike Commander, Wing Commander, Freelancer.
So now I've defined what 1.0 is. Let's get into the cool stuff.
Meow, 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 meow.
Star Citizen, by its very nature, is a sandbox MMO. Today, you as a player have to find the fun. You have to figure out what you can do and how to do it. If you want to be a hauler or salvager, you have to know those professions exist. You have to know what ships support that gameplay. And you have to rely on outside resources for help. As it is now, the game is not set up to help you. So we're going to add a soft framework, a nervous system, that connects all the professions, ships, and content together. And to do this, we're going to add a main story.
I like that. I remember hearing this yesterday, but still.
To help new and existing players, to help discover all the exciting features and content we have, to take them on a journey of discovery of what the game has to offer. This story will become the spine of the universe and help onboard players with understanding how to play the game and understand what's available to them. This story will also introduce each of our guilds and what professions we have to offer.
I was wondering how they were
Like
going to bring in the
United
guilds.
Resource Workers, our core industrial guild, which
Thank you for
supports
the details
two
on
of
the
our main
guilds.
professions, mining,
When you were talking, my
core
bad.
industrial guild,
Sorry,
which supports two of our main professions, mining and salvaging.
Okay.
They also support many other features and professions,
Damn.
like repair technician, crafter, and builder. Guilds are hugely important in Star Citizen, and as you know by now, guilds are comprised of many factions. As you work for each of these factions, you will gain guild reputation. You can then use this reputation as a currency to purchase guild-affiliated rewards,
Or does they commit to
like
anything? Yeah.
ships, blueprints, and items.
When you add in the fact that when they commit to stuff, they typically do it fantastically. Once it's done, the iterations may not be the best, but when they get in there, they get in there.
And each guild will have a unique inventory of what they offer. Alongside economic growth, guild reputation will become a core progression of the game. And to talk more about guilds and our main story, I'd like to introduce David Haddock onto the stage. Our
Bring it
very
out,
own
David. Bring
narrative
it out.
director.
Bring it out. The lower animation voice teams usually hit it out of the damn park.
Thank you, Rich. Hello, CitizenCon. How's it going? Awesome. So yes, 1.0 is very exciting, and it's going to provide us probably our first real opportunity to finally inject a massive amount of narrative into the game.
He
But
been
we're
a
going to do
boss,
that
man.
in several of ways.
Yeah,
Now,
tell
Rich
us.
introduced the main story, so let's get into it. What exactly is that? First, it's a narrative experience. This will be a crafted story through the star systems and professions of the Star Citizen universe, taking players on an exciting adventure that will finally kick off the growing tension between Earth and Terra. Yeah. It will be NPC-driven. So while Squadron 42 will always be the place to go for AAA cinematic adventure, we're bringing a lot of the techniques that we learned from that to capture and build a cast of dynamic characters, some of which may be familiar, for both this story and the PU. And the main story is also designed to be sort of like a tour bus structure where you can hop on and hop off at any time you want to. So we're not also requiring you to do it. So if you want to log in day one and just go off and do your thing, you can do that. Or maybe you want to put the story on hold so you can go explore a new facet of gameplay that you just discovered. Go for it. The point is that you can complete it at your own pace. So that's the what. So why do you want to do this? What's the motivation to want to go on this
the
ride?
Resource Workers Union. I mean, I'm
Like Rich
leaning
said,
toward it
for
as
new
well
players,
because salvaging,
it's a great way to ease into sort
building,
of the vast
crafting.
lore that we've been developing over 12 years. The
You might have to
gameplay, the
do that.
locations that the game has to offer, and also
yeah,
give
we
you
saw
a
the base
sense
building
of
panel earlier.
upcoming stories that are about to come. But you've been playing Star Citizen for years. You probably know the lore better than me. So what's in it for you? Now, of course, we'll have rewards along the way as you
Got a ship for almost all those
missions and
professions.
whatnot.
Let's see. Repair technician, not sure. Breakdown engineer. I'm very curious what the breakdown engineer is. I know they had it on the previous screen, but I don't want to remind. Salvagers, the vulture, fuel gatherer. I don't have a fuel gatherer. I had a prospector that I melted for something else. Builder, I don't know. Refiner, galaxy, which I have. I do have the parts for it. Is there animal husbandry on that list? I hope so. What's the raves? Hunting dogs, beefy cows, and crab mounts. And then crafter, whatever ship involves in crafting, I'm gonna have it. The starter version of it, at least. Just gotta. Because reasons.
But we're finally going to offer a big prize for completing the story. Citizenship.
So that's what Squadron 42 is supposed to do. That's actually cool that they have another way of doing it. This guy who has a repair tool for damaged stuff.
Many of you already know this, but for the uninitiated, in the UEE,
for some small items,
there are citizens and there are civilians. Citizens are members of the population who have demonstrated a commitment to bettering the empire, and as such are given benefits that civilians just don't have. Now, what those differences have been debated in the community over years. 1.0, we're finally going to answer that debate. I won't get into the full list of benefits that we're going to offer, but can reveal that one of them will be around land ownership. Citizens will be able to purchase land anywhere in the UEE and enjoy the security that comes with it. But civilians will have a couple of restrictions as to which systems and which planets they can buy on. So that's the why. So where is this adventure going to take
ships and building and some
well,
degree? Yeah, but like the Pioneer is going to cause money.
5-star systems. This story is going to weave you through all of them, but where exactly are you going to go? First, we've got Stanton, which needs very little introduction. I'm sure you're all very intimately familiar with these 4 corporate-run worlds.
800.
But since I do lore, I figure I could take...
If I melted my Carrack and a couple of other ships, I could get it. But I feel like I don't know if they're going to have another exploration pack like the one that I have. So I'm torn. Just get the Endgame ship and do all the things. That part.
Take the next hour and just walk through each one of these. But I'm kidding.
But also, if the Carrack has what I need on
Pyro, Land of the Lawless. A volatile star at the center of the system is the perfect metaphor for the constant struggle between the gangs and survivors trying to hack out an existence here. If you saw Ian's location presentation yesterday, then you know that he reintroduced...
Play the game, earn the goods. True.
There's another unclaimed system that's currently home to the People's Alliance, a wannabe
I'm a fan of planning and earning.
Formed during the Messer
Escorts
era,
are going to be high value targets, which I mean, to be fair, if I am the leader of an organization, I should have escorts. The part of the reason that I haven't been doing a whole lot of like gathering the fam is because of the gathering that has to happen at the main menu, right? Like right now, because there's only 100 people, it's hard to find your way into another player's server for sure. Once we get 4.0 and we get hundreds of people, and then you can basically bounce in between servers, fam, we're about to start doing a whole lot in this game. If 4.0 drops and we have 600 people in servers, well, I don't know how soon we're getting the org tools, but man, the minute that we can have hundreds of people on a server, then it's not going to be as much of a problem to get a bunch of the squad in. Then we're going to get weird. Oh yeah, Black Wolf is in charge of the Night Quarter gatherings and whatnot. So if you are interested in Star Citizen and you have not hopped into the Star Citizen org channels in the Discord, now is a good time to do so because Black Wolf's got ideas already. Org's going to be huge, guaranteed. So the Night Corps will be making alliances, no questions of that. But primarily, we're still bounty hunting and security providing until we see otherwise. I'm really leaning toward crafting at this point because,
fam,
y'all know how I like to craft, and y'all know how I like to snipe. If I can make a better sniper rifle, trust me, to be able to have a better sniper rifle that I can then sell people, Lego.
A growing outlaw presence and a new
So
threat.
energy
on the
today.
doorstep.
Oh, right now the servers are mid, bro. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. The servers are trash today. We'll probably be a couple days before we get them. Logistics going to be huge, guaranteed. Guaranteed.
From Vandal raids. Ian also made another big announcement of our 4th system, Castra.
Also, we're probably going to make Cascum our home planet because Sherman. It already looks too bomb to not. Sorry.
Situated along the former Perry Line, this was a key strategic system to launch an attack if the Cold War between the humans and the Xi'an ever escalated. So that's 4. Do you guys want to know 5?
That's what people were talking about, Terra. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh. You may have to skip Casca,
We're finally
fam.
doing it. Considered by many to be the new jewel of the Empire, Terra has been a shining star against the more imperialistic
Earth
tendencies
2,
of
basically.
Earth, even in the darkest days of the Messer regime. Now, many believe that Terra should be the new center of the UEE. I don't know how you all feel about that. Yeah, a lot of division. But that's our starting 5. Each
They got the systems like an NBA lineup with the starting 5. I love it.
system and each planet will be featuring the massive level of outposts, POIs, stations, biomes, and exploration options that we've been perfecting with Stanton and Pyro, and you've been seeing in some of the other presentations this weekend.
Caster for me, Terra will be hot and heavy,
we're
it'll
adding
be
one
crowded
more
quickly.
level.
True, but I'm
We're also
literally
gonna be
still
adding
leaning
location
toward
stories. Now, these will
Castra,
be short,
'cause Sherman is
NPC-driven
fire, too fire.
missions sprinkled across our landing zones and cities that will exist outside of the main story, but will help provide an additional bit of lore and character to the location that they take place in. So, that's our main story.
Okay, so breakdown. Let's look at these jobs for a second. So salvager, structural salvage, hull scraping, and component salvage. So that's this is basically the vulture. Because component salvage is like taking the webs off of a web. So webs off of a ship that you're already scraping anyways. So like component salvage and the crafting, being able to make weapons means that we're probably going to see some super upgrades with the crafting with the Vulture. Also, the Vulture is legitimately the first example of crafting gameplay in Star Citizen. So yes, Salvager, we're going to do that. Mining, I'm probably not going to do. Unless we get a raft that is a single player ship that will allow you to, like specifically the Argo ship. It's a single player ship that will allow you to basically do mining alone. Cool. Because the Prospector, I feel like, is dated. I want to see somebody with a more modern ship design. I want to see a Crusader miner or an Origin miner. But Argo, I feel like, would get the job done because Argo is, to me, like the Caterpillar of the verse. So mining, ground extraction, same thing. Is there a ship that can just bore down in the ground, or like a ground vehicle that can just bore down and mine that way? I don't know. Rasher's like 46 crew. Nice. Want to cave mine, dangerous as possible? Fair enough. Little surprised there isn't a Drake miner. Legitimately, I've been surprised at that this entire time. Drake makes ships at the lowest cost for the everyman, and the fact that there's not a Drake miner or salvager, I feel like it's just pipeline issues. But I feel like there's going to be other ships similar in vein to the Vulture in similar sizes from other manufacturers, and I look forward to wanting to melt my Vulture for one of them. The mining spiders, I'm not worried about those as much, although we know that we might get those as players. It'd be nice if we were able to get them in the universe and not have to worry about backing for them. Crafters, equipment and components and vehicles. This is like our Pioneer, Galaxy, massive ships type situations. That actually makes me curious if the 600i could be something that they adjust craft-wise to do that. We got the builder, buildings and space stations. If you didn't know that they were building space stations, I like how they gave this away on this slide. Fuel gatherers, that's the starfarers of the world. Hydrogen and quantum fuels. Breakdown engineer, towing and refueling. That is very much raft. That is very much Argo. That is tow your vehicle type situations. Repair technicians is repair infrastructure, hull repair, and power network repair. Now, I feel like power network repair seems like engineering, which is one of the things that they already have been putting in the game as it is. Hull repair very much seems like a reverse Vulture situation, which means you can do that with your multi-tool. So I get the feeling that's going to be a thing that they probably make modules for the Vulture to do. And repairing infrastructure also feels like a thing that you could do on foot with multi-tools, or not necessarily the multi-tool for moving things around, but like the SMIG, the SMG tractor beam web. And then refining minerals, just I mean, refining happens everywhere. They're really stretching some of those categories to fill up space. I mean, not really. It makes sense. Also, I see what you did there.
Let's talk more about the guilds that Rich mentioned.
Crucible, I forgot about the Crucible.
First, a quick recap. Guilds act as a governing body for clusters of professions and factions with a reputation and progression system.
600 was a cargo ship.
The more you work for them. And I want to call out two things.
I know the eye is like a touring.
One, I'm not going to have time to dive into all of the missions that you're going to see on this board, but just know that every mission type is either in the 1.0 roadmap or already in production. And second, we're also looking to move missions away from the Moby Glass whenever possible. Sure, it will always be an easy way for us to get additional game content in, but we want you talking with people. So
that's cool. We're already fuse crafting the salvage ship, so stable fuses now. Ooh,
so
really?
to aid that, we're going to be adding characters to represent the factions that you'll be working for. That will help sell their personality.
That's big boy fire.
Now,
Let's go.
Some, they'll still interact with you via the written word, but some will call and check in on your performance. And others, you may have to meet in person from time to time.
Texting me? All right, bet.
So, let's walk through them. Here we have the first guild.
All right, we just got done talking about
United Resource Workers. Whether you're eager to earn credits, mining valuable resources from remote corners of the universe, sifting through detritus to try and salvage some valuable components, or even just acting as a technician, you'll find plenty to do with employers like Shubin Interstellar, United Wayfarers Club, and more. Next, you have one of the oldest unions in the UEE, the Interstellar Transport Guild. This will be the go-to place for everybody looking to make their fortune hauling and trading. Some of the
put the Zeus to work in
that
this.
many of you already work for now, such as Ling Family Hauling, Redwind,
Power
and
network
FTL.
repair missions are part of 4.0. So you mean that means a lot of this is already in game. The functionality they need for a lot of this is already there.
And we're going to be adding something special for the daredevils out there.
And yes,
The
tactical, I agree
Sports
fully.
Federation.
I like how racing is all underneath
So
the same
aside
thing.
from the usual racetracks that are both legitimate and illegitimate,
Marksman?
we're actually going to be leveraging some
Parkour
of our existing
athlete?
mechanics to build new sports and provide an outlet
Let's
for all
go.
you Murray Cup enthusiasts. Cargo
Hey, thanks for coming to hang out in the van. Appreciate you
and
for showing up, fam. You know the
competitors
rules.
to
You
see
see a check,
just
check them out. You see the shiny check, you gotta check them out. Do what you do.
best out there. For those who dream
Hunter.
of exploring, I'm sure we have a couple.
Bro, hunter, researcher, search and rescue, farmer. I get the feeling animal husbandry is under animals. And then crafter. Food though. How are you cooking? I imagine it's like the crafting menus that they already have for the resources that they showed off before. They did show you can make hot dogs, so that makes sense that if you have like a field of tomatoes, you should be able to make ketchup. If you got a field of cows, you're working with a farmer, you should be able to craft hot dogs. Or if you got a field of wheat and tomatoes and cows, you got hot dogs right there, family. Easy going. Come for me for tracker dogs? I mean, I would definitely rock a tracker dog. What's funny is it's only the science guild sections that have spelling mistakes. Oh, that's funny. Your Endeavor. Hey, you got an Endeavor? Damn, jealous. Scanning. So this is the Terrapin situation. This is definitely Endeavor territory. I want to see if they're going to have ships that are exclusively for different types of crafting. Not like the Pioneers and the Vultures where you can make stuff off the stuff you scrape, but I'm looking to see like smaller ships where you can put stuff into the, like something like the Galaxy, how the Galaxy has different modules. That's what I'm talking about. Not a senpai. Welcome back.
So with
6
the
months.
repair route, we might see it. Oh, this mission's of us coming to repair stranded ships, possibly for quests.
Yup.
Futurum and DeejayKGV.
Yup.
This is the way.
Galaxy needs a hydroponic mod. Big same. How about a Big Benny's cutter variant? I would love that, actually. Like, all jokes aside, give me that immediately.
Give me that.
Give me that.
Here.
Yeah.
We had the Academy of Sciences that was brought up yesterday in the social presentation, if you saw that. This is a science guild that will include factions like the Imperial Cartography Center, who will task you with a variety of missions to better understand our universe.
Crafting stations could probably be placed in the
Such
ship.
as sending you-
Yeah, but I'm not talking. That also is true what they have the building systems in place now. So like you'll be able to make a crafting station. If you have a cargo hold big enough, if it's connected into the cargo hold and can pull off the grid automatically, which I doubt. It'll still make you move stuff, but yeah, there's potential there. We've seen the crafting panel. It's about 2 SCU of space. You can put down a small. Oh, we saw that earlier. I forgot about it. It's like, I feel like I like the larger looking one, but I'm very curious about it.
Into a nebula to do deep scans.
I want to see it in action.
Or finally seeing what's at the bottom of that planetary canyon.
Hey,
we're gonna have a new
Doc
faction
Robin with that Prime Subarino.
Who will
Appreciate
offer
that sub. Can we get some
associated with the various
primes
fauna
in chat,
that we're
please and
starting
thanks?
to get into the game. From population control missions to harvesting specific resources for research.
Population control on some animals. Let's go.
Now, I don't know if we have some people who'd like to do combat, but our combat guilds were doing something a little different.
So y'all already know that we're leaning toward the mercenary guild out of principle.
Now, previous to
Bounty hunting and security providing fall under mercenary work. So
these are all of our profession guilds.
that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm
but
saying.
for our combat guilds, they operate a little differently. See, these two are diametrically
Appreciate them
opposed to
primes.
each other. So once you pledge allegiance to one,
Diametrically opposed.
the
I
other
love
marks
it.
you as an enemy. On the lawful side, we have the Mercenary Guild. They represent
Different shiny
factions like
variants of
Eckhart
animals.
Security, the Bounty Hunters Guild,
Damn.
and even some military contractors. So whether
Investigate,
you're
capture, and kill
pulling together a
VIPs,
team of
let's go.
specialists to go assault a ground base, hunting down an elusive
That's
criminal,
a lot of mission types,
or
fam. Good
putting together a
God.
recon run to drum up some intel, Mercenary Guild's got you covered.
What's funny is that a lot of this already exists in the game. Like, so if we're going back to the United Resource Workers, repairing infrastructures, hull repair, power network repair. Power network repair is already in. Hull repair is slightly, like, is in a slight adjustment. Repair infrastructure is probably going to be a part of the power network repair. Towing and refueling. Towing is there, the Starfarer is in, but the gameplay isn't really there. But if we notice on some of the new ships, I feel like the Zeus has a little arm that you can refuel it in space. No, I know this is them defining 1.0, but that means that they're not far off from 1.0. Refined materials, we got those. Structural salvage in there. That's literally, all of this is literally the Vulture. Crafting, once the crafting module comes in, and we get something like the Pioneer, or even, like, since we know the Galaxy is a ways out, something that has crafting and vehicle-sized things, that's going to be nearby. The mining, all there, except for ground extraction. I feel like they might have something for ground extraction, but I don't remember it. Although I do know they mentioned that the Pioneer does have the ground extraction in its landing gear. Towing and refuel, towing is there. Building and space stations. Space stations, I feel like, is coming later in this presentation. And we switch over to the Academy of Science.
We had the Academy of Sciences. That
Yeah,
was
yeah,
brought
give
up
me back.
yesterday in the
It
social,
showed the
that
icon for the screen
This
when
is
I
a science
clicked
field
it.
that
There we go. So capturing animals, they have to add the missions for that. Animal parts, we already saw that. They already have it functional because they basically took that worm into pieces. They took the pearls from the worm, they took the teeth from the worm. Hunting animals is already in game. Retrieve and research, that is the thing that I'm very intrigued by. I feel like there's going to need to be a research module. That's going to be a thing. Issues in the task is the connecting issues, UIs, the art, the interface systems, it's networking. Oh no, a lot of this ties into 4.0, and 4.0 being functional and working and being smooth. So I'm with you. And this is all what they intend to be for 1.0 to be. All I'm pointing out is on each one of these screens, how much of it is already in here. Retrieve and research, you can take the horns off the dogs. I didn't know that was already in. So that, collecting animal parts, already in. Capturing animals is just the next step in that. Retrieve and research, I feel like they're probably going to have a module for that. But rescue persons and firefighting should be too far off. We saw the gameplay for that last year, and we saw a brief snippet of it in Squadron 42 gameplay. Rescue persons basically go to a place, take somebody out with you, and have them follow you. So do they have the following functionality? I don't know yet. And the bird throat stones, that's tight. Scan area, scans are in. Location mapping is not too far off, I'm imagining, because of scans. I'm very curious of how this is going to connect with the map system, because that's what all this has to be. Deploy items, not sure. Scan items or objects, that should be in, I imagine, but I'm just thinking of the same scan. Find and collect, that's go get shit. Animals, they have in game. And corporations, I'm not sure about. That's something you need to add. The animals are in game, but like actually doing things with animals like husbandry and stuff like that's not there yet. Chemical creation, you can use the chemicals with the med kits, but like nothing like this or food. So that's gonna come with the crafting, I'm imagining. And then all of this stuff is already there. All of this is like the base of any of these. Like it's there. Personally, I was planning on doing a little bit of everything with all this stuff, making me think I should specialize in a few or certain areas. And that's the joy of it. Maybe you have a character that's focusing on one thing, like crafting, and you have another character focused on specifically mercenary stuff. It's tight. It's tight, 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 tight. All right, so now we got the council. Let me go back to make sure we pop up here when it's there.
On the flip.
And arson. The idea that there's a mission to send you to set stuff aflame. That is fantastic. That's absolutely fantastic. So all of these, save for arson, are in game. Bribe, intimidate, not there yet, but that's conversational. Investigate VIP, I'm very excited to see how that investigation gameplay loop is going to play out. And the same with the capture gameplay loop. Because we have ships, like I have a Hawk and an Avenger Stalker because of the bounty bays. So capturing VIPs, I feel like is going to be the next steps there. Legal crafter, so drugs manufacturing. I mean, true, because Jumptown exists, so technically that's in there. I mean, if you're going to run cargo, you're going to dabble in smuggling. True. Where does space taxi fall? I'm imagining space taxi falls underneath, like cargo, just fancy versions of cargo. Pirate, shipjacker, recovering cargo, interdicting targets. I feel like interdicting is in. I just haven't seen it done. I feel like I want to see them redo what I know that interdicting exists in game to be where you can actually scan and find and catch people that are in quantum to bring them out. Race fixing and fraud, that is going to be a personal system that needs to happen. Kill, destroy, patrol, defend. Yeah, all of those are in. Chemical, that is Jumptown. So technically in, but I'm looking forward to more points for that. Access data, that's hacking gameplay. Also, where's the S? Another S. Access data. Investigation. I feel like I'm looking forward to seeing what they're doing as far as what they were planning for the investigation missions. Scanning areas are in. Location mapping, I feel like, comes as a part of a scanning. So hopefully they implement something like that really soon. But yeah, most of what we're seeing is here.
We have the council.
Most of this is there.
A shadowy group comprised of representatives from various gangs, syndicates, and outlaws who mandate criminal activity throughout the verse. You'll be able to throw in with rough and tumble gangs like the Headhunters,
council assassination contracts. You know, I got you, fam.
Or work your way up to join highline criminal syndicates like the Atonis or the Drop Kings. But remember, the underworld is a dangerous place run by greed and power.
I create caffeine.
So mercenary guild reps might not be the only people you have to worry about, as the syndicates are always looking
directly under violent criminal.
What? Who will hurt their competition and tip the scales of power in their favor.
Why I gotta be the VIP? No.
So as you can see,
that's a lot of stuff.
Exciting storytelling opportunities for you to undertake in 1.0. But one more thing, we're also going to revitalize our social behaviors to make the populations not only feel more alive and reactive and off chairs, but better reflect the tone and flavor of the areas that they're inhabiting. We want to see
sniper criminal.
the people of Warville slowly trudging through the streets, overburdened by the ruthless contracts, just as much as we want to see the tourists of Orison gleefully moving from attraction to attraction. And all of this is what's going to make Star Citizen be the experience we set out to make. A diverse universe with a rich tapestry of stories, characters, and experiences for you to live in.
To talk more about how all this feeds back into player progression,
I'm going to turn it back over to Rich Tyler.
True facts. Diverse universe dubbed True Facts.
Thanks, Dave. Smashed it.
That sounds like a perfect niche tactical, to be fair.
Thanks, Dave. Okay. So we have a main story to connect the universe. We have all the guilds and their associated professions. And we have location stories to give the world depth and life. Crucially, though, we have a new core progression in the game, guild reputation. But what about our other core progression in the game? The economy. So, as we've discussed before, we'll be implementing a Star Sim-powered dynamic economy that will automatically adjust the in-game prices based on player activity.
Did they do a Star Sim discussion this year? I don't think I saw one. Give a museum of Star Citizen's history, including T-posing character standards as part of a FAT. That's fair. It's a valid request. Arms dealers on the frontier will be profitable too, guaranteed.
But for credits to actually matter, though, we need to have an economy where credits flow out as well as in.
That's true.
This means transactions such as repairing, refueling, and restocking need to have value. If everything is too cheap and the money coming into the economy is too great, we'll have massive inflation. And this is where taxes and insurance come in. Boo!
Savage. Thinking of high-sec businesses and locations to steal their blueprints and other valuables? Yeah.
We'll have two main taxes. Inheritance tax, as part of Death of a Spaceman, and security tax for your base that will cover the cost of planetary shield tech.
Throughout the whole company now.
Insurance, on the other hand, will be split between medical insurance, which covers your hospital imprints, and probably the most important one of all, ship insurance. Now, as we have Death of a Spaceman, we also need Death of a Spaceship. Losing your ship should be significant. Right now, for example, over 90% of all claims in the verse are for ships that have not been destroyed.
That's funny.
And this is where ship insurance and our new warranty mechanic comes in. First up, we'll have 3 tiers of insurance, with level 1 being chassis insurance, level 2, chassis and component insurance, and level 3, chassis, component, and decorations insurance.
Okay, that's fair. That's Zeus. I see, baby.
Now, insurance by itself will only pay out credits based on the wear and age of your ship. Insurance, I think you want to listen to this bit because it's important. Insurance with a warranty, though, will give you back a new ship, plus any other equipment or decorations based on the tier of insurance you had. Okay, so this is the bit you need to listen to. All ships bought on the pledge store will come with a permanent warranty and their appropriate insurance.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy.
This means you will always get your ships back if they're attributed to your account. Other ships, on the other hand, will require a transferable warranty, and these are rare. You'll be able to earn transferable warranties in-game,
That's cool.
such as by completing the main story, as an example, and apply them to any of the ships you own. But there will be a cooldown for transferring it between ships, so choose wisely.
Yes, Brian. Once you've bought a ship, the warranty basically gives you a new ship. Insurance is a thing, but the warranty is like, no, you have a lifetime warranty on your ship. So like that makes perfect sense. So if you've bought a ship, you'll never have to worry about losing it completely.
Now, what about claim timers? It's another fun topic. And getting your ship back without a claim. Well, we want claim timers to be proportional to the crafting timers. This means it's more beneficial for you to go back and get your original ship. For this, we're going to be introducing a shuttle ship, just like a courtesy car.
What? That's fire.
You'll be able to claim the shuttle at no extra cost to most locations and then fly it back to your original ship. Once back in your ship, the shuttle will automatically return home.
That's absolutely tight. LTI means you'll always have a ship warranty and insurance, never needing to pay the sink. 6-month LTI means you'll have permanent warranty, but you only need 6 months of insurance covered, then you need to pay.
Then you'll need to claim it back. And as we'll be increasing claim timers, this will mean some ships will take longer than others.
What if we ask a player ship builder to build our ship and our insurance pays them for faster ship recovery? I feel like the insurance should still pay you. Because I imagine at this point, at this level of 1.0 in the game, you should be able to apply ownership to a person. Just like the blueprints, for example. If you find a blueprint, that blueprint is then locked to your account for the life of your account. It seems like buying a ship counts. That when you bought a ship, so it's yours. It ties to you. And I feel like they're going more into detail about the tiers here in a bit.
With starter or small ships always being readily available, and larger capital-sized ships taking a long time. So it's always better to try and get your ship back if possible. Okay, so we've talked about our 2 core progressions, but what does that mean to you as a player? Well, firstly, it means we have a framework where we can start creating cyclical gameplay loops.
I feel like the shuttle seems like once you've
Let me show you.
claimed a ship.
Okay, so right now in live, if you have a prospector, you probably enjoy mining. And the reward for mining is credits and the enjoyment of the activity. But in 1.0, you might be mining for a whole different reason. And this is where cyclical gameplay loops come in. Firstly, let's add all the manufacturers and ships in. I'll just give you a moment to take that in, because there's a lot.
This can't be all the ships. But that's a lot of ships. Raycat, Rock, STV, PTV, Tumbrel, Ranger, Cyclone, Nova, Storm. Where's the Ranger at? I'm looking forward to that thing so bad. RSI, Galaxy, Mantis, Scorpius, Apollo, Polaris, Ursa, Aurora, Zeus, Lynx, Perseus, Constellation. Yeah, they're not counting the variants. I was like, there's no way. So it is the base models. Caterpillar, Vulture, Cutter, Ironclad, Dragonfly, Kraken, Mule, Corsair, Buccaneer, Herald, Cutlass. Origin is 400i, 100 series, 350, 600i, 300 series, X1, 890 jump, 85X, and M50. Good lord, that's a lot. We'll be here all day.
I asked them to take the variants out because it didn't fit on the slide.
Yeah, they couldn't have fit.
And let's zoom all the way into the Prospector, a stalwart of the mining community.
I believe about the Genesis.
But let's say I
possibly
really
because it's
fancy
not
acquiring
in there
a
yet.
military Mark II Hornet. Let's go on a simplified journey of how I could get one. Firstly, I know I won't be able to buy it, as it's a military ship, so I'm going to need to craft it. That means I will need the fabrication hangar blueprint. Luckily, I can earn it by doing mining missions to gain rep with the United Resource Workers, and I already have the perfect ship, my trusty Prospector.
So hold on, let's go back for a minute, because if we're talking about the ships that aren't there, let's see what of these ships are not in the game right now. I know the Ranger's not in the game. I think the Storm, Cyclone, I feel like the Nova's the tank. That's in there. Galaxy's not in. Mantis, I think the Mantis is in. Scorpius, Apollo, I don't think the Apollo's in. So Kraken is there under Drake. Yeah, Kraken's right here. Who's the Genesis under Starliner? It shows up here. Fair. Idris, Jav, Tally, Vulcan, Mirai. Crusader for geniuses? What? A1. Yeah, the C1's not in here. So if we're talking about ships that are missing, the C1's not in here either, and the C1 is Beast. So the A1 is probably the base model of that line. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff in here that isn't in game, but also there's a bunch of ships that are in here that don't fit. Well, like that aren't in game. Like the Banding Merchantman, not in game. But like there's ships that are in game that are not in here. C1 Spirit. If Crusader's here, A1 Spirit, Ares, Hercules, Mercury. Unless there's another Crusader branch. Which leads me to believe the A1 Spirit is probably the base model of that line, and they just took out the missiles to make the other one. But
because there's a lot.
Let's go back to where we were.
So I'm going to need to craft it. Perfect ship, my trusty Prospector.
Hold on, too far.
Luckily, I can earn it by doing mining missions to gain rep with the United Resource Workers, and I already have the perfect ship, my trusty Prospector. With blueprint in hand and some excess credits, I can now purchase a small plot of land on Stanton and build my fabrication hangar. Step 1 complete. Now I need to grab the Mark II Hornet blueprint. For this, I need mercenary rep, and more importantly, a combat ship. With that in mind, I will do a few more mining contracts to earn enough credits to purchase a Mustang from the dealership. Now I can start doing combat pilot missions for the Mercenary Guild, so I can unlock the Mark II Hornet blueprint. Okay, step 2 of our simplified loop is complete. I have the Mark II blueprint, but I need the resources to craft it. So I come full circle back to my prospector, but this time I'm mining for resources instead. As you can see, this closes the loop. No longer am I mining just because I like it, and there's nothing wrong with that. But now I am mining for a purpose and for multiple reasons. For credits, for reputation, for resources, for blueprints, and ultimately as a stepping stone to crafting my own ship
That is
to
beast.
enjoy other professions.
Rip wallets of people who
And
want to
this
do
is
every
just
game loop
one
on
of many
release.
loops.
Yeah, no, or they just
This
don't.
is the core of Star Citizen 1.0.
That's cool as shit. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy.
Player set goals that weave between sandbox gameplay and the soft framework we are adding that give meaning and progression to our professions and features. It's providing the framework for motivation to play the game. That's the journey, though. What about the destination? So Dave has already discussed citizenship and the main story, so let's collapse that for now. Let's talk about endgame content. The content that is designed for experienced players and keeps them engaged. Basically everyone in this room.
True facts. True facts.
So how does that look in 1.0? Firstly, we'll have open world content, including missions, group missions, and server-wide events, like we have today, but tailored to endgame players. While the sandbox element of Star Citizen will allow for large-scale battles, we also want to provide challenging instanced content that will take full advantage of not only multi-crew ships, but fleets of ships. And you kind of know how we do that, right? You saw that yesterday. And as you progress through the guilds, you'll be able to accept high-level contracts from government agencies who will offer prototype and military blueprints as rewards. These missions will require the full coordination of multiple players and an assorted fleet of capital, support, and fighter ships. You will finally be able to become the admiral of the fleet, directing your armada from your hologlobe, which, yes, is a feature included in 1.0.
Finally!
I need that globe, man. I need that globe, man.
We will also be offering more specialized on-foot missions that see you enter the depths of distribution centers and municipal works in small, tight-knit squads that provide an outlet for our more FPS-focused players.
Yeah.
On top of all this, we'll sit a dynamic layer powered by
Characters
StarSim.
hologlobe? I know.
While StarSim will be the driving force in our dynamic economy, it will also track player and AI activity and dynamically spawn events based on their actions.
Really now?
For example, if it tracks large amounts of resources being moved from one home location to another, it will have a chance to spawn pirates to intercept. All this combined will provide just a portion of the endgame experience. And I'd love to delve deeper, but that's for another day, as we still have a lot to show. So we've discussed non-combat professions and guilds, cyclical gameplay loops, and endgame PvE content.
So good.
But what about PvP? What about player versus player content? As you know, 1.0 will contain 5 star systems, 3 of these being lawful in Stanton, Castra, and Terra, and 2 of them being unlawful in Pyro and Nyx. So what's the difference? Let's take a look at Stanton. Lawful systems will be a mixture of high, medium, and low security areas. Each of these areas will be monitored by law enforcement agencies. And depending on the location, will dictate the emergency response time, with high-sec areas being the fastest. Initially, this response will be measured, but over time will escalate to overwhelming force. This means if someone is attacked, if they can just hold out for a short duration, help will be on the way. Pirates will be able to disrupt this monitoring by shutting down the nearby comm arrays, but this will be highlighted in your star map, with dynamic missions being generated to bring it back online. But this is the PvP you already know and experience right now.
This is years
just
since
without
accounts we're
security
going to do
forces.
next year, since it'll be another 1.5
But before we jump into an
years, so
unlawful
Squadron
system,
42. Oh, I don't think this is about... I feel like a lot of people may see like, man, this is this year's CitizenCon. What are you going to do until Squadron 42? Once, I feel like a lot of the basis of what they've shown requires two things. One is 4.0. Once 4.0 is in and smooth, that's step one. Hey, I see you, Hot Wheels, with the
7th place. Appreciate you.
One is 4.0 to be solid, done, ready. Two, yes, because of server meshing. Once server meshing is in with Pyro and 4.0, that's the groundwork. Two is Genesis. A lot of this, I imagine, is based on the new updates to the Star Engine. So once we get 4.0, and then we get Genesis, shit will flow. The spice will flow. Yeah, and they've been testing 4.0, so I'm not even worried about that. So once it's out, once it's done, it's the next step is Genesis. They talk about how purchased armor will be handled. I don't want to purchase armor from the pledge store and lose it. I feel like purchased armor goes into the same vein as they talked about the insurance earlier, that if you've paid for a thing, you will always have a warranty to get it back. It's just about insurance. I do know that that is the one thing that is missing from the cargo that we were supposed to get this year. At least one thing that I can think of immediately in relation to cargo is that the secondary elevators are supposed to be able to be where you pull up your stuff and you'll be able to put armor and stuff like that into and out of your storage on the side cargo containers. And then they also are going to have the specific panel that allows you to bring back the stuff that you have from the pledge store, but that's also just really just insurance and having a place for insurance for your individual stuff. Shen happens with that Prime Subarino.
This is the way.
Can we get some primes in chat, please and thank you. And as you can see, we have a thing now. We added it to Nightcore Bot, so let's see who can get the longest streak of primes
in the chat.
I dare you. I double dare you. And because of Frosty Tools,
Shin happens just equipped DeejayKnight with the best kind of armor a Twitch sub. Like the elusive in-game armor, this support is legendary and won't be lost in a pledge store. Thanks for fortifying the stream, Commander.
Appreciate ya. I expect blueprints for events and stuff, like complete Siege of Orison for special Crusader armor or something. Angelus, that is exactly what's going to happen. Trust. Because, hey, we got the follow from Kate. Appreciate you. If you remember, there's been multiple missions. Like around the time I feel like they brought up the FHC, there was what was the Xenothreat? The Xenothreat armor that you had to work for. Guaranteed that moving forward, once we get to 1.0, you'll get the armor and likely a blueprint too. Pick something specialized. I mean, you're not wrong, but still, can we keep that prime train going? Is the question.
If you pirate a ship.
Oh no.
Okay. So first up, let's discuss ownership. All ships and high-value items that you own will automatically be assigned to you.
There it is.
This means if someone steals your ship, you can mark it as stolen, either via an insurance claim or in your Mobi. This will then trigger a dead man switch on the stolen ship, meaning it will cease to function after a period of time.
What?
But what options does this leave as a pirate? Well, you can still salvage it. You can tow it back to your fabrication hangar to dismantle it for resources. Or, if you have a high enough rep with the council, our criminal guild, you can get the dead man switch disabled and pay for a new title deed to become its new owner.
That is beast. So that means that the ships now, like we were literally talking about this yesterday. When ships get stolen, they don't just get respawned. They just mark it as stolen. The dead man switch goes off, and if you got a raft, you tow that joint. Oh, let's go. I don't have a javelin.
Also, if you're in a lawful system, you'll need to find a transient jump tunnel.
How dare you?
As all major locations and POIs will have custom security that will scan you on arrival. Okay, so with that out of the way, let's look at the unlawful system in Pyro.
See, now that makes me curious, because if you've got the ability to get a new title deed for a ship that you've stolen, will you be able to generate one from a lawful system or nah? It might be the SRV. I'm thinking of the wrong name. I'm just thinking of that specific ship build. So you're probably right. It's the SRV. I'm just silly. Have a good one, Ralph, and thanks for coming to hang out with us. Appreciate you. And no insurance, maybe some council side insurance. It's super expensive payments. Yeah, but it was a free ship. Except for the fact that you had to pay for the deed. But to even get to be able to pay for the deed, you have to level up high enough with the criminal guild. So like it's a loop, which is great. You transfer a warranty to a stolen ship? I don't know. Transferable warranties. I thought they said something about transferable, but also I can't remember, so I'm not gonna lie.
Unlawful systems have no laws at all, and with that comes opportunity. Pyro, as an example, has an abundance of high-quality resources and is a hotbed of criminal activity, the literal definition of high risk, high reward. With crafting now requiring resources, you're going to want to create bases to mine and extract them. This is where base raiding will become a new form of PvP, and it's founded on a combined arms ethos. Defending players will be able to add defenses such as walls, automated turrets, and most importantly, ground shields, a localized version of the planetary shields used in lawful systems that absorb the most powerful of weaponry. No longer can you just turn up and drop a Moab. A localized version of the planetary shields used in lawful systems that absorb the most powerful of weaponry. No longer can you just turn up and drop a Moab.
That's interesting. Although, to be fair, I do like showing up and dropping Moabs, because why not, though?
One huge difference, though, compared to planetary shields, is that these shields can be disabled. You will have to strategically assess each base and punch your way through its defenses on foot to eventually bring down the shield generator. Once the shield is down, then you have options. You want to raise it to the ground, you can bomb it from the air.
Millsy Star with a follow with a raid. Appreciate you, fam.
If you want to extract all the resources, though, you'll need to infiltrate the base using explosive charges and hacking while fighting off the defenders. Now, both piracy and base raiding is founded on sandbox gameplay. And again, that's the essence of Star Citizen. But we want to add more. Something where you can log on and immediately find the action and fight for a purpose. So first up, let's go on a history lesson. In the early 2600s, there was a fledgling corporation called SEAL that had developed a new system-wide planetary shield technology. The same technology that will provide protection for your bases today. To prove this tech, they wanted to use Nyx and Pyro systems as a testbed. With the promise of high-quality resources,
How about yourself?
SEAL lured independent miners to man the shield network in exchange for shield protection for their settlements. As a prototype, SEAL couldn't provide total coverage over all the mining settlements, and so they created the SEAL Tokens program, allowing the most industrious factions to purchase shield coverage for their work. The network consisted of multiple linked bases on the ground.
Yeah, we'll probably be doing ground assaults. Just not sure
to several stations in orbit
where, probably
around
illegal
each planet,
places, pirates and whatnot.
that then connected to the nearest relay in the shield network, which eventually linked back to the shield core, which oversaw system-wide distribution of the shield technology.
Damn. Wait a second. That's some in-depth gameplay loop. You got to take down the shield base to take down the shield station.
Factions could then earn SEAL tokens for working on any part of the network. They could then use these tokens to buy shield coverage. But with the competition amongst factions being so intense, Seal was only able to offer shielding to the hardest workers. Unfortunately, due to outlaw interference, Seal eventually pulled out of Pyro and Nyx and pushed for a more automated solution in more civilized systems. So fast forward to present day, without Seal's backing, they had to pull out and leave it as it is. And welcome to Station Warfare. With the SEAL network still in place, but lacking resources, orgs can take ownership of these structures to gain access to planetary shield tech. Which, as you know, would make their bases
So it's
invulnerable.
maintaining the shield system, then you
Unfortunately, there's a
bid
catch.
those tokens open to
There isn't
protect your
enough
stuff,
to
and
go
your enemies
around.
have also been repairing
And
the
as
shield
in the
system.
good old
That's a
SEAL
lot.
days, the system still works via the SEAL
That's
token
super cool.
program. To earn tokens, you'll have to assault a location and then deposit resources to power the network. This begins with ground bases and ends at the shield core. Each structure occupied will then accrue SEAL tokens over time, with larger structures earning more, and at the end of each week, you must then use these tokens to purchase shield protection.
Bloom and Monarch's plans? Whoa.
With shield coverage being limited, though, the system
This is a lot of
automatically
detail.
selects the orgs with the highest bid from across all shards.
Jeez.
Meaning for that week only, a certain number of orgs will gain access to shield protection. So this is a chance for your org to become the de facto leader of a system. It means you'll be able to log on and immediately find the action and fight for your org. And finally, it's not just sandbox PvP or ganking. You are fighting for a purpose. So once you've won your bid,
That's a
what
lot,
then?
man.
Well, to talk more about that, I'd like to welcome Ian Leyland.
Man,
Star
how is there
Citizen's
still
creative director,
another
to the
like
stage.
45 minutes of stuff, bro? Good lord.
Good lord.
Thank you.
Harold
All right,
will on
hello,
a test, and I'll
CitizenCon.
get EU flashbacks, pretty much. How many systems are we going to have on launch? 1.0.
Thank you, Rich. Thank you, Dave. So, to continue the
On launch 5
conversation
of 1.0.
large-scale
5 star
endgame
systems of
org
1.0.
activities,
Best CitizenCon ever. I
let's
would
go
agree,
back
fam.
to Pyro 3, where the ground bases were being built earlier today. This morning, we saw the small habitat being built by
I feel like
Rich.
it's like they're talking at such a high level for 1.0 that it is really difficult to say how many systems this is going to take, because the question that I'm having immediately is if this is it based on, like, there's 3 different shield bases on the planet, which means that they're going to be at least in 3 different sectors on that planet, which there's going to be a lot of points of interest inside that cluster that connects, like, each different sector has multiple clusters of actual stuff happening. So you got to figure out which base is the one to go to. Assault the base. Get in there. Man, there's so much to that. There's so much to
And
that.
then we
Like,
saw
it's-
Deck start to expand.
this is the thing that people have been curious about. Like, what is it going to take to keep large groups of people together to play this game? Why would you keep playing? This is literally it. Just do everything. Assault the base while getting third partied by other orgs. Right, like, and that's when it's going to be important to have your org paint on your ships. Well, at least your org logo, so you know this is who we're here with. So much stuff.
And the base into a commercial enterprise.
These are huge footprints, and I wasn't expecting. Yeah, no.
But eventually, we saw
Gigantic.
a massive example of an org base. But with everything Rich was talking about, with all
We got
system-wide
Nautica
activities,
NC with
we
the
want
Prime
to give
sub.
you guys
Fam, you know what it is. Put some primes in chat. Welcome to the Night League. Thank you very much for your support.
but also the thing we need to protect. And to do that, let's look up into the sky and see what it is.
I see that Carrick and a Zeus, and is that a Valk? love that. Quantum jump. It's so pretty, man. That's what I think it is. I already know it. It's a hull over there. We got a Polaris over there. We got a Carrack over there. We got a C2 up there. What ship is this? That's not a ship. This is the ultimate org hangout. Think about the amount of resources you're gonna have to gather to make your own space station. Yeah, this isn't no. The game actually looks this good. Woody, this is in game. This is in engine. Like the game looks like this right now. If we load it up, the servers are messed, but like it's there. You build it in pieces or all at once? We don't know yet. And I'm okay with that. This is even a final form. Yeah, no, they're going to get bigger. That is fantastic. Ugh. Damn it! Oh, got it. Got it. Still want to see if I can get another one. Damn it. It's right there. It's right there. Hashtag floating sex. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I need it. I need it. When can we bromance like they do in The Expanse?
Phrasing. Let me introduce you to player space stations. Finally, you can build your home amongst the stars. This will be the starting point for your base of operations, for system-wide org activities. But why is this an end goal? Well, first of all, to construct your own space station, it's going to require vast quantities of resources and materials. And
Fam, between us and Smash in the van, easy. We're going to have that easy.
Well, it all starts with the supply bay. And the supply bay can only be constructed by the Pioneer.
So they really mean endgame. Like they for real with the endgame.
Once it's created, the
Get Pioneer,
supply
fair
bay
enough.
then handles the creation of the station itself. Now, we're in gray box development phase, so the artwork's not final.
Bro.
Let's go on a journey and start building our space base.
What? What? You can tell they've been really thinking about developing this. Yeah, they've had years to do it, and it is. Also, the idea, because it's Star Citizen, you're gonna have to have the org around at all times while you're doing this, because the minute that you start building a space station, if somebody from another org shows up,
That's another space station you have. It'd be a shame if somebody with a weapon to it.
somebody's wrecking that station. So you gotta keep the squad around. Ugh. Also, it starts that small. That's so fucking glorious, man. Get some air and have a smoke, right? Let it out. Let it in. Call your friends. Unless it's in a high security zone, yeah. Will you even be able to make it in a high security zone? 10 years in the 700 million, anything, right?
They haven't done anything.
Bro, no game is gonna have this. I'm still blown away by that wall of awesomeness. Because that's how they're going to pull it in to continue building everything. Oh my God. Good God, man. It's first person Eve online. If they pull it off, it'll probably last as long too. Easily. You might be able to put them in a high sec system. True. Oh my God. That music too. Also, I love how you see the planet rotating while it looks like the space station is just kind of like building itself. Well, they're putting resources in, but like, where's the next phase of building? Come on. Oh my God. Oh my God.
I need it.
I need that immediately.
Awesome. So as you saw, the cargo grid of the supply bay consumes resources, and the required resources will be substantial and will need to be topped up over time. So this means orgs will be encouraged to have efficient logistic networks to feed the supply bay. And as Rich outlined with professions, it's ideal if your org is well-rounded in terms of roles. Even the starter player can contribute. The supply bay
it's the only image of any drones I've seen.
Construction drones,
yeah,
which are used to create the station. And unlike ground bases, many drones are used at once to create the base. Once the station is built, the supply bay then integrates into the station itself. So here we are. We've built our core station module, and it's big. And out of the box, the
it looks like an
station
Argo
comes
cargo.
readily built with some core functionality. Let me talk you through it. Right on the top is the bridge, which is the command deck. This is where all further construction is going to be managed. From here, we can then monitor the status of the entire station. We have access to power and water management. Power and cooling is something you'll need to consider carefully. It also is an area to set permissions for who can enter particular areas, either divided by the ranks of the org itself or open to the public. And there'll be a radar station to track the activity outside the base. And the terminals to access logs of who has visited the station and see what they did.
Good Lord,
so let's jump back in game and take a stroll through our bridge.
What? And as a heads up, typically when they show these videos, this is what they have right now available on this. This is, it's there. That's in engine. Like, you can tell by the shadows right here. Those shadows are like staggered. They're not perfect because there's that's using literally in-game assets. Come on, bro. 64 SCU of resources donated to the org base each week. Good Lord. Gray box is in engine? Yes. Gray box is just like they're basically like, gray box is like, we are not finalizing anything. Like this wall, for example, if it was complete, it would probably be a window or like it would have some sort of visuals. But right now, it's just it's a solid wall with a solid gray color. That's it. That's all gray box means. Like this, once we get more toward this hollow sphere, that has more beyond gray box features. But as you can see, like these are still gray. Like they would have like rivets or something on this going down this. Like it's not very detailed. The shading is there, but like if you notice, like the top of the table goes to a different color, and then the bottom, like there's probably going to be more detail added in there and like scratches and stuff. But like this is gray. Like there's nothing on the walls. This would be more detailed once it's closer to launch ready, like 1.0 in the game ready. What if you decide to get your own color scheme for your stations and houses? I get the feeling they're going to allow you to paint it. So like this is the current state in development. They're not randomly walking people around, nothing. That's literally in there. That's literally where they're at right now with it, and it's just impressive. I also want to dangle my feet over the balcony, for real, for real. I need primitive shapes in game that let me custom logos and art. I mean, I get the feeling they won't get that. This is stupid good. I want to go pee, but I also don't want to leave this. It's too good.
Super awesome. The back of the bridge leads to a centralized transit network. This spine physically connects the entire station and will provide access to the various decks. Each level in the station will have a centralized lobby area.
Now remove that rock with the head of the giant sandworm. I would do that.
Mode, so you'll have
I would do that. It looks amazing. Yeah, it does.
We
watched the Squadron prologue to start the day. Like we watched it in here.
Plenty of space. This space station
6 hours ago?
will have a one-to-one interior layout
watching 6
matching
hours
the
ago.
exterior. No magic elevators.
Nice.
So you can circumnavigate around the entire perimeter, and it's wonderful. Okay, let's jump back in.
This is gorgeous, man. Make it so people do art in game. Oh, I'm so excited for that because with the amount of stuff that they're showcasing, I get the feeling that at certain points we'll probably be able to make blueprints. If you can do art type stuff, because I would love to make a blueprint of some artwork and be able to sell prints of it in game. How flames would that be? But y'all would enjoy the 1.0 and in-game stuff. Oh, we will. We will. This is stupid good. Elevators on planets are so janky because of how much geometry the game has to render. Yeah, that's fair. Man, shit.
All right. As you can see, right at the bottom of the central transit system leads to the lower areas. This is where you'll gain access to the engineering deck. So like bigger ships, this is where all the hands-on engineering and maintenance gameplay happens. This will serve as the beating heart of your station. Then we have the hangar deck.
Did you just run over somebody?
And as
Probably.
the name implies, this is where you'll gain access to your hangar network. The base station comes with a large hangar already built, along with 2 docking collars, and also empty slots for another 2 medium hangars when needed. There will be a vast network of internal road systems, meaning you can quickly drive from one hangar to the other. No elevators needed. Okay, let's check back in.
Let's go. That's just an accent thing, Slider. It's just an accent thing. Look for those cargo trucks. Right. Starlancer, yep. Man, this is so fire.
All right. So your station hangar will offer some enhanced logistics. For example, there'll be spaces for several freight elevators. And there'll be empty modules for...
I love that they're letting you set up how you want to set up your org space station, because having empty modules and having freight elevators is great, but like having an empty module that you can customize and change, maybe you don't want bay there, maybe you want a med bay there, like
open ship parking for vehicles, vehicles and ground vehicles. And there'll be also exit points.
Man, by hireable
where you
NPCs
can
almost
simply
guaranteed.
drive out into your station. Then there'll be also an upper level for the observation deck. From the observation deck, you'll have a control room, and from here, you'll have master control over the freight elevators and the vehicle elevators. This means that even before someone has landed, their new cargo can be up into the hangar and ready to be loaded up. Now, everything we've spoken about so far is what comes with your station.
What?
Let's talk about what you can do to expand it.
Bro.
As I mentioned before, the station comes with a predetermined interior network of corridors and roads. And in this network, you'll find an array of bulkhead connectors. Bulkhead connectors will come in tiers 1 to 3,
Like a ship? No.
drives the size of room you're able to build. In the interior build mode, this is where you start to expand the interior of your station. The rooms will require resource and time to construct, and once built, you can rename each room, which will be reflected in the station's minimap. The interior of your station will have ample areas for you to expand. You can build generic empty rooms, and you can fill with items to your heart's content. You can also build specialist rooms, where the theme and functionality is already set for you, such as mess
To be
halls
fair,
or
Black Wolf, you are
or
the
generator
org
rooms. And of
runner.
course,
Like you
there
are the person
shops.
handling all of
So similar to
the
small
plans for
shops we
pilots and
built around
whatnot. So
ground
you're
base,
gonna have a
this is on
dedicated
a much bigger scale. But
operations room,
that's
as we
just
put
the
it. When we put the pit smoker in,
immediately.
what kind of question is
Let's
that?
talk about the exterior.
What kind of question is that? Wolf gets to running themselves. Literally, that is a black. Like Black Wolf is probably going to have multiple rooms in a giant section.
These are attachment points.
Black Wolf's going to have his own
located on
hangar.
the upper and lower
Bar first.
surfaces of
Wait, a second. Did you think we wouldn't have a bar? No questions. Also, loving the scene of these hard points, because then that's got to be our first focus. Once we make it, officer rooms, of course. Once we make it, there has to be a ton of these, because I get the feeling these are for scanning and these are for guns. We're gonna get stupid amounts of guns. You'd be able to make a station shaped like a giant penguin for the lug. I mean, bar yes, bar first. I mean, we already know how this works, fam.
the station.
There's gotta be
Using build
scanners.
mode, you can customize
the
your
second, that's the
station with
personal
a
scale.
variety of modules, which tailor it to specific functionality.
Whiskey for guests. I mean, we're gonna work on a Radagast sponsorship to where like guests at the station that are of age will be given a sample, not a shot, like a finger. You get a half a finger of Radagast when you show up, right? Not a whole finger, half a finger. And because Lala is amazing, I don't know if I actually showed y'all the kit. Lala got me a drink smoking kit to where you put this on top of like whiskey or Kraken, which I've done it for. And then let's see, we have applewood, we have cherry wood, we have pecan and oak, and a torch. So like, let's turn it on its lowest setting, or this one is not the one that we used because I don't think we had enough. whatever the fuel for that is. But yeah, it's literally made for smoking your adult beverages. So if we work with Radagast, butane, yes. If we work with Radagast, I want to have a Radagast sponsorship where I personally will welcome anybody who's wanting to work with the Night Court. Anytime we have a meeting, we're going to pull out the Radagast, we're going to pull out the smoker, and I'm going to sit there in a meeting, just, this is for you. I'm going to sit back with my drink in hand and just welcome the Night Court station. What would you like to do for the Corps? Or what can the Corps do for you? Ooh! Ooh! That's it. Welcome to the Night Court station. What can the Corps do for you? We're in a built-in farm so you can grow Wagyu quality beef. Oh, trust. We will have all of the most exemplary smoked creatures aboard our ship. And also, for the vegans, we're going to have our most exemplary smoked vegetables, our vegetables and whatnot. You know what I have never had? That now that I'm just thinking about it, it would seem like a great idea. Some smoked shrimp and grits. I just made myself hungry.
Some modules cater towards resource collection, such as gas harvesting.
2 shots bourbon.
While others
Simple
are geared
syrup.
towards
Does I
defense,
bitters, orange cherry,
like
BRB.
shields
Do what you do.
or turrets. This
And yes, we will have smoked worm meat day and date. This being built because y'all don't think there's an Earth where we have a space station and we haven't wrecked many worms, do you?
goes back to bridge operations of power management. A situation may arise where power priority is needed. Then we have major hard points. The core station.
Bro, there is still another like half an hour left of this, fam. I was literally planning on being done with this like 4 hours ago. I was like, it's a 4-hour presentation day. We were done at like 1. I was like, we can be done with this quick. Man, no. Actually, no, we started up at 1. So we'll be fair. We've been here 7.5 hours. But like this is 4.5, which we didn't watch the whole 4.5. And then the other one was only like an hour and a half left. So like 6 hours somehow, because people keep coming in talking about
dead game, scam game.
Get sidetracked. You know who keeps? I literally, that's what I just admitted that I got on the
module comes with 2 hardpoint connectors. Major hardpoints are used to connect substantial wing additions to your station. The first example Awesome, thank you. Awesome. The first example is the cargo wing. The cargo wing will dramatically increase your inventory capacity. So this is ideal for orgs who are specializing in holding. Then we have the refinery wing. So you'll be able to refine resources on a vast scale. As it's in space, it's much more convenient than traveling to a ground base. Awesome, thank you, awesome. The first example is the cargo wing.
I don't mind being called out, but it's like right after I got done saying like I'm the one who goes on tangents.
The cargo wing will dramatically increase your inventory capacity. So this is ideal for
That's
orgs
huge.
who are specializing
Absolutely
in holding.
huge.
Then we have the refinery wing.
Man, it's going down. Those might be holidays. Might be. Dodgy Dev stole all my time by making an amazing game for me to play. Scamming me
So
out
you'll
of
be able to refine resources
being a scam.
on a vast scale. As it's in space, it's much more convenient than traveling to a ground base.
Fam, look at how big this is. This should tell you how long it's going to take to make these. Those are Starfarers. Imagine how long it's going to take to use a ship to print a Starfarer. So imagine even making the platform that a Starfarer lands on. 1. platform that a Starfarer lands on and everything else in it? Nah. This is wild.
Now,
we still
a player
have 25
could buy
minutes left.
Resources from your cargo wing, and then refine it directly in the refinery wing. And finally, we have the hangar wing.
So obviously we're going to have one of each.
And finally, more convenient,
Refinery wing. Okay, go.
the hangar wing. So,
Basically, you set up right now to be a miner, salvage your cargo hauler. I'm drooling all over all of this, as you should be. You have to refine the mats to build it elsewhere, to truck them to the station to build it.
Hangars you'll want. There'll be a variety of hangar sizes, as well as docking collars, to help organize your fleet's deployment.
Now, no, this is years out, fam. Not even a question of that. It is years out. But goodness. This is the kind of thing that you put above your org base on ground. And you do all the hard work of refining and getting resources on ground, and then you fly it up to space. Good God.
All major hardpoint wings are connected via struts. And like the rest of the station, the struts are also internally traversable. Okay, so let's recap on the exterior expansion wings. Minor hardpoints give us options.
You know that just
on how to
stockpiles
collect
massive amounts of resources or other orgs can
provide
just pay them to
automated
build stations for
defenses
other
for
orgs.
your base.
Those orgs are going to get stupid paid. Absolutely stupid. Pioneer has extract and refining on board, so saves a step. Ooh. I may have to melt my Carrack and do that. I may have to.
Major hardpoints gives us options on how you can specialize your base. Let's jump back in game and see how our base is getting on.
The fact that they even have this gray box stout says so much. People keep wondering, what are they doing behind the scenes? This shit. This. They've been doing this. There's a hull, there's a Star Max or whatever, there's a C2. I don't know what that is. I thought that's just way lower down. Pedro's so glorious. Pedro's work is so good, man. Fam, we need more of those angel thumbs. We need those in chat. Just put so many of them in there. We need like walls of angel thumbs. Also, that's Zeus. This is so fucking gorgeous, man. Y'all that know how I operate that new, like, DJ's gonna love this. You are not wrong.
All right. Yes, Pedro has been working with us on this as well, so thank you. Looking cool. Customization is just as important as expansion. Similar to ground bases, you'll be able to earn.
They don't have to say shit else. I don't care what anybody says. I feel like they did this purposefully to showcase to me that these would look great with Night Core colors, because of course we would rock Night Core colors, because bitch.
Earn tints for your station, and you'll be able to apply decals for your org logos. Outside,
I'm so hyped right now.
minor
Excuse
and
me.
major hardpoints,
Excuse me.
your station will come with 2 unique base expansion points. One on the top side behind the bridge, and one on the underside. The top side will be for the crow's nest. Now, all the other modules built so far have very specific functionality, but I'll admit, this is for the org members out there who want the ultimate in personal space.
Personal space. Step 1, personal space. Step 2, personal space. This is your room? Oh yeah. But maybe not, because if somebody wants to come and attack the base, obviously they go for the crow's nest. They knock out the space underneath the crow's nest. All they have to do is hit the middle of it. If they can take that down, the whole crow's nest breaks off. Also, think about how... The hype in me is thinking about how they're building this, right? The next step is, how are they going to destroy it? And if they destroy it, just this crow's nest, think about how long it's going to take to build another one. Just think about it.
Someone cooked here.
They always cooking in here. Can we get trapped Grim up here like Rapunzel? True. If we surround him with smoked meats, he won't care, man. I envision it as a planning room or boardroom. Yeah. First off, this is where the bar goes. This is where the proper bar goes. This is where the VIPs come. This is where we have the meaning of like, what can the core do for you? With the custom smoked drinks, that's what the crow's nest is for.
So I'm going to be flying around the verse, and I want personal invitations to see what you've done in those rooms, okay?
Phrasing?
Super cool. I can't wait to see what you do with it. Now let's talk about the underside. This is going to be for the flight deck, which also comes with an additional 3 major hardpoints.
Jeez.
The flight deck is perfect for your rapid reaction forces. It's ideal for fighters, but big enough to fit most ships. It's the perfect home for your station's defensive air wing. And just like the hangars, there'll be an observation deck which can override freight elevators, making rearming quicker and easier during operations. So
Jackson
an
Pollock
org with a
using
tight
only bodily
flight
fluids?
deck crew
What?
can be substantially more efficient than others.
Hey, yo, who mans is this?
This one's my favorite. Let's take a look.
Come on, bro. It is non-stop excellence in this. My shit that the station QRF starts in half an hour, right? Right. There's a whole lot of ships, man. Absolutely stupid amount of ships.
All right.
Of course, our peers would have a deck crew. Of course. No fake real gamer dialogue. I feel like they got roasted enough for that. But that would just add more people.
But why do you need a flight deck for your rapid defenses force?
It's a great question.
Well, if you've built your super awesome station in a super lawless system, now you're the potential targets for others.
Yep.
Everyone will have their eyes on your resources and wonder what gear you've got in your inventories. And let's say we didn't win the station warfare bit that Rich mentioned. Let's take a look at the inevitable.
See, I literally said earlier, building it up is one thing. What would happen if you take it down? I love the way my brain works because they knew exactly. Obviously, it's not just me. They knew how it was going to happen. Ooh. Damn, you got the Eclipse? Oh, fuck. Oh, that's good. Oh, no, a Mustang. That Mustang has got to be a beast-ass Mustang, man. Question is, can they defend it, though? Because the Bucks put out work, though. Buccaneers put out damage, bro. Like, it does not surprise me that a Buck could take out a 400 in that situation, because, golly. Yeah, their rapid reaction force is a little missing. Now, Legionnaire would have been perfect right here, but they're not ready to show off the hacking systems yet, so they're not going to do that. The drop troops, yerp. Also might be good versus the Hammerhead, and the rockets are working. Womp womp. I know who would build an organization station in a lawless system. Good luck trying to raid Redshift station inventory. Yeah. The Golden Pico. That's great. I love how they actually got to defend themselves with that, though, because sheesh.
Okay. So
Late
not
oh, Bergsorg,
only
yeah,
is
true.
Your station
You don't want to know that.
Staging area for offensive campaigns. It's also a defensive fortress. The exterior of the station itself can take quite a beating. It's going to be very hard to damage. So the goal of
internal turrets are God tier factual. I saw it pop down.
Hole through the defenses and get inside. The optimal way to do this will be to infiltrate through the flight deck or EVA hatches and work your way up. Once inside,
Zidunk.
Yes. Once inside and you've cleared out a hangar, you may also want to consider airlifting in a tank or two to clear some corridors. Raiders will have to hack freight elevators or bulkheads in order to gain access. And of course, bring enough ships with them to start hauling out the loot. Gaining control of the bridge will allow access to storage, which would otherwise be unhackable. So, as a defender, there are a variety of automated defenses you're able to install internally within the station, such as blast doors, which seal shut, systems to be breached, and a range of turrets like anti-vehicle or anti-personnel. These will all help slow down the attack and give time for your reinforcements to show up. So let's do a final recap.
Good Lord.
This is one of the end
Good
game
Lord.
goals for dedicated orgs, and will be your base of operations for system-wide activities. The station can be customized both in the interior and the exterior, meaning you can tailor it to your own requirements. And it's your very own home amongst the stars. But wait.
But wait, there's more.
But wait. There's one more unique module we can build.
This could have been an entire expansion pack, just star bases.
And that is the dry dock. This unique slot will be at the back of the station. It has its very own dedicated observation room with crafting stations, and has a transit tram which runs along the inside of the arms, leading to the docking collars where your ship will be constructed. So, the only question still remains, what sizes of ship can we build? Let's take a look.
Who's got new pants? I need new pants. What up? God of the bread? Do you like turtles? I do like turtles. You wish what was real?
No. I'll just watch the end of the show.
I will not shed my pants. And poop my pants. Open up. Let me see. Watch it be an Idris or a Jao. Just for funsies. I love how here the Dead talking. I want to see the reaction. Jesus. The amount of time it's gonna take to build one of whatever the fuck that is. Enterprise, appreciate that raid, fam. You know what it is. You see it, check them out. Enterprise is right there. Go shoot some love into the fam. We are focus mode on it because what the is this? Good Lord. I was thinking it was going to be an Idris. This is way better. Me, man. Me. The station in and of itself is the Bengal. That's just nothing. Just like, let's just add another Bengal to the universe. Just make one. Let's just make one. What the? What? They can connect like, why does it have to be a hexagon? Y'all know I like hexagons, Sig. How dare you?
Stream clip successful.
No.
Thanks, Ian. So now we're talking. Multiple
Jeez. Ender, appreciate the raid. Fam, you know what it is. You see it, check them out. Enterprise is right there. Go show some love. Good God.
Goal for any org. Okay.
You build a space station to build a ship that could wreck a space station. I'm going to say it here. Somebody is going to be a part of an org. They're going to be a high up member of an org. And they are going to take, once that org builds a Bengal, they're going to use that Bengal to blow up at least one space station. And it's going to be such massive news. You see where I'm going with this, Angelos? Just like in Eve, when the one person was low-key a part of another place, they went in, they ran the bank accounts empty on that. Oh my, like literally just like Eve, somebody is going to help entirely build a Bengal. And then with that Bengal, they're going to blow up the space station that just finished the Bengal and say something to the like of,
for the other orc, bitch.
And they're going to take that Bengal because they're going to be the person to push the button to make it. They're going to be that high up. They're going to make a Bengal and it's going to belong to a whole nother org because that person works for another org. You know it's going to happen. And when it does, that is going to be the moment that people who have been sleeping on Star Citizen will be coming to the game in droves because it's going to happen. It's going to happen. It is going to happen. Mark my words right now. Take a clip of this if you like. I don't care. It's going to happen. And that will be the day they have the most new members of the verse ever.
Stream clip successful.
It will be the most new people in a day. You can do that in this game. Let's go. Yes, because every time that espionage happened in EVE. There was articles about it in stupid amounts of gaming papers, and more people hopped into EVE immediately because it's gonna happen. Derek, they just showed that you can. All right, we're at 4 hours, 20 minutes, 38 seconds. They showed this. This is player org created space stations are coming to Star Citizen. Free press equals massive player surges.
Exactly.
So that, and then they showed that you can make the largest ship that I know of in Star Citizen. I don't think ships come bigger than Bengals. There is no way for players to get Bengals. So the idea of an organization, which they already showed that you're going to need a massive amount of materials to bring in to create the space station to start off with. Good Lord. It is going to be stupid. Capital class ship, the biggest flyable ship that we can fly. I feel like the Retribution is like, isn't the lore that the Retribution is like one of the biggest ships that exists? So like, meh. Player flown, that's it. Flying wherever we go, appreciate you. What about the improved quality Bengals? It's all made of high-end materials. Exactly, which is why it's not going to happen immediately upon 1.0. It's going to be a couple times. It's going to be a couple, like the bunch of orgs are going to have ships. It's not until somebody makes the best one, and they're going to make multiple. It's going to happen. Save this clip. It's going to happen. And when it happens, I want to be able to look in the camera on stream and be like, I told you so.
Stream clip successful.
Because I told you so. It's going to be stupid. It's going to be stupid. I am excited about all of this. They're going to make so much fudge. All the fudge.
And dry docks to craft
selling cheap ass janky Bengals, the poor orgs.
Hey, streamer.
Huh?
Hydrate.
I'm out of liquid. It'll be us. No. Don't say it'll be us, because then people are going to see us as the wrong part of that equation. It's going to be us that like gets blown up. We don't need that. It might be one of us who takes the ship for the Night Court. That'd be cool, but like, no. Actually, no, I don't want that, because whoever does it, everybody is going to be half and half between I want to join an organization to blow them up, or I want to be in that org. And do we want that level of scrutiny? With this, I can sleep. Have a good one, Tactical. Universe will declare war on you. Exactly. We don't need that. Can't wait for someone to steal the Bengal from another org. True, but like, I don't want it to be us. I do not want the target on my back for the whole verse. Think about it. Think about the people who have massive orgs. Test alone would come down on us with the fury of 1 million Auroras. Tell me I'm not wrong. Not ready for that. We don't need that. As a former member of the Imperium, there's a level of heat you don't want. We don't want none of that. We don't want none of that. Now, what we will do is provide support for people who want to go and wreck that org. Like, hey, look, we'll sell you some ships. We'll sell you some weapons. We will be the weapons and arms dealers. Burke Blackflake would do. Oh no, Burke would 100% do that. 100%. He'll be hated, but also a legend at the same time. Yeah, Burke would do that. Now, if it was me, Burke, Smash doing it together, yeah. But like, there's no way I want to be the source of the heat alone. Support anonymously. Right. Like, hey, look, you can take these weps, go do your work. We can make money in the background, not wrecking everything. Black would go 8. If someone stole his Bengal, exactly. But I was talking about he would steal the Bengal. Not sure how many test players are actually going to do much with him. Heck, I'm in test and haven't really done anything versus flagship people. To be fair, I'm in test. I've been in test for years and years. Night Court banning merchant ships everywhere. I mean, we legit. When I say I want to make webs, I'm not joking. Webs and armor, easy. I want to make the best sniper rifles, specifically sniper rifles in the verse. That is my aim. And then because I'm a sniper, we got to have 2 kits of armor. That 100% stealth armor they showed off in day 1 and the tracker armor for like bounty hunters, because bounty hunting, security providing. Now, we want to have 2 suits of armor one sniper rifle, it's going to be a problem. We'll pirate them whenever I can. Need all the flight suits? Maybe, but at least 2, the sniper, the stealth, and not the tank, the bounty hunting one. Those 2 and snipers. The last thing they'll never see, TJ brand sniper rifles, pretty much. Don't let us put slogans on the webs. For my first wave of weapons is gonna have everybody go night-night. My second wave is gonna say pshoom pshoom, everybody go die tonight. It's not even gonna have the full thing pshoom pshoom, like that's it. Ain't no gangs that say pshoom pshoom. They don't even hear it now. Exactly. So the point is, you put a Pico with a note in the middle of a field for the place that you're going to take a target out, and when somebody goes to pick it up, you give them a second. Hey, look, sucks to be you.
The ultimate end goal for any org. Okay, so let's take a step back.
Oh my
At
goodness.
the beginning of this
We
presentation,
already have our own yes, the
we
Nightfire.
had 3 types of players and 1 universe.
The Nightfire.
And hopefully you can
Brum.
see we have purposeful gameplay catering to each type of player. But that wasn't the only goal. It was to build a game that connected all 3 together cohesively.
You would have crafted and give it to members.
And this
Exactly.
is where you come in.
Exactly.
The community, the lifeblood
Whammer
of
slammer.
Star Citizen. Whether you're a PvE player delving for unique crafting
Pika
blueprints,
says you about to peek a
a
hole in your
non-combat
head.
player mining for high-quality resources, or building a base with your friends, or a PvP player fighting for your org in station warfare to protect your base. Each one of you
Not the
supports
mama.
each other. You need the blueprints to craft.
Bum,
You
bum,
need the
bum, bum,
resources
ba-dum,
to
ba-dum,
make
bum,
them.
ba-dum, ba-dum,
And you need the
bum.
equipment and protection to be safe. This is what Star Citizen is. It's a universe that caters to all players. Now, I could probably go on for another 10 hours deep diving into each system.
Yeah, no.
Diving into each system. Now, I could probably go on for
Star
another
Citizen
10
org
hours
bases
deep
esports.
diving
Oh,
into each
guaranteed.
system.
Guaranteed. Yeah, this presentation, I feel like every year they have a CitizenCon presentation that literally makes me more excited about this game. And every time it happens, like I've never been this excited to see where this game goes. And after watching all this today, same thing. Same thing.
But I do Jared out of a job, and he needs future ISCs and SC Lives and CitizenCons.
True facts. True facts. How will they
Today
top this
was
next
to
year? Squadron 42. And also, I feel like a lot of this, game dev takes time. A lot of this is not going to be out quickly. At all. So I feel like next year, instead of getting the gray box presentations, we may get a lot of, this is coming to the verse shortly. Because 2026, knowing that Squadron 42 is the launch of Squadron 42, 2026, Squadron 42, if 1.0 is not out, they're aiming for it to be out near then. And all of this is what I'm expecting to be like most of the way they're there to 1.0. But like, I feel like when Squadron 42 releases is when they're going to push. They can't say they're not doing the work. This is very ambitious development. It always has been. Also, feels here, the count will be 30 hours, not 15. Fair. Did Tony Z leave? Sig? I did not know that. I feel like RSI brought the world of Star Wars Galaxy's world back to life and took out the Star Wars. Fair. And the cool part is, with them making the Genesis version of Star Engine, Disney could just make it again. He's just busy. Good. Because that just means that the game's going to be that much better. A lot of those parts are probably in use for Squadron, so we'll be getting polished this year. Exactly. Which is what I've been saying this whole time. This game has been... I got vindication last year at CitizenCon. Because last year, they said, Squadron 42 is feature complete. We're going into polish. We're moving everybody from Squadron 42 to Star Citizen. This year is showcasing a lot. Let's finish this, and then I'm going to pull up one thing that will put the bow on Star Citizen for the evening before we end. Because as much as I would love to play Death Stranding, we won't have enough time to actually do anything in Death Stranding today. Squadron 42 is what players will bite into while they wait for Star Citizen to catch up tech-wise. At this rate, I feel like most of what's in Star Citizen that they pointed out for 1.0, most of it is already there. Just those 2 to 3 months after last year's con, the features they dumped in live. Right, but like, that is exactly where I'm going after this vid, quote. So like, let's finish this out and see what they say.
Us on this journey as we march towards Star Citizen 1.0.
Indeed.
Thank you, CitizenCon, and can we welcome?
Yeah, they were saying that, Azrael.
No. Jared. Okay. So Chris is not ready yet. So we're gonna ad-lib a bit.
I'm here.
Oh, well, LTI is warranty and insurance. That's what you're gonna get.
I have it on my thing on. Yeah.
What?
Welcome, Chris Roberts.
I was like, what is this?
I don't know.
You don't need this, right?
Well, then they're going to scroll it. Thanks, Rich. Rich, Dave, and Ian. I hope you guys and girls.
It's always
love
wait,
what
there's
you
more
saw
with them.
there. It's having a definitive line in the sand is incredibly empowering for the whole team.
Him having a second in command is part of this, I feel like. Because Chris having to be the end-all be-all on everything, I feel like has a lot to do with why the game has been on a delayed path, which feature creep was a thing for years and years. But like, this is not a bad thing. They're ambitious. All of this, everything about this is feature creep on what we expect in gaming in general. So I feel like him having a second in command is the reason why we have the path we have specifically for specific things. So Rich did work and it has been great. And since they brought him on board, we've got nothing but like, boom. Oh, it's been a month since something big. Boom. Oh, it's been a month. Boom. It's been a month. Boom. We've been getting, it's been heavy hits. And the game is in a place now where 4.0 is going to be the groundwork. All that we've been playing thus far has been what leads to 4.0, and 4.0 is the beginning of the next stage of Star Citizen's growth. .0 is going to be the linchpin for where we go from here. Then Genesis is going to take that even to next unbelievable levels. I'm so excited to see where this goes now.
And I think for all of you guys in the community, as I said, introducing the presentation, we will never stop growing Star Citizen, even past 1.0. And part of what makes Star Citizen so special is the symbiotic relationship between you guys, the community, and us, the developers. And I know I could be accused of feature creep, but you only need to look at Spectrum, Reddit, and Discord.
It's only time until I see a
great ideas and suggestions.
Black Bengal, same. I'm very excited about that.
A live alpha and seeing areas that the game can grow and improve.
I think 1.0 will be ready for Squadron 42 minus Endgame shit. Oh yeah, that's what I'm expecting. That will give months for Corps to build toward all that stuff. I'm pretty sure on launch we'll lose all the AUEC and items we've stacked over the years. I feel like that'll be the last. I feel like the wipe before 1.0 goes live will not be right then. I feel like they're going to make 1.0 live in the background. We're going to get more game mechanics before that happens, because every time they add a major game mechanic, they wipe. But I feel like we're going to get at least couple more game mechanics. We're going to see that board that they showed off fleshed before we get a wipe, and then that will be the last wipe. But I think the last wipe, we won't know it was the last wipe, because I don't think they want to enrage the community. But there will be a wipe before 1.0. Probably multiple wipes before 1.0. But I feel like once 1.0 drops, that's where the game goes ham. But, man, between 4.0 and Genesis, and they're already feature complete with Squadron 42, it's about to go down.
And often we take these on board because they will make the game better. And in some ways, while you could say Star Citizen is a Chris Roberts game, I would say it's all our game. The developers, the community, building the game, we're all building this dream game together. And I think that's what makes it special. I think that's why you guys and girls have been here for as long as you have and have supported us through thick and thin, because we're doing something together. And I don't think in almost any other game you have the opportunity to be involved.
Play now, do I lose anything?
And have
No.
your voice is heard.
Not at
and
all.
impact what we do. Because, you know, occasionally we'll do things and
They even talked about that earlier. All the things you pay for, you will have unlimited warranty for. So, like, you will always get back.
you guys are like, no, that sucks. And we're like, yeah, you're right, we'll change it. And also, like I said, we definitely read and look and hear all the stuff that you write. Some of it may not be so nice, but a lot of it is really great. And we take it aboard because we're just trying to build this amazing universe for us all to live in together. So what defining 1.0 does, though, for us is give us a finish line in terms of feature and content we are committed to delivering for when your life in the verse becomes truly persistent, your gameplay to progress your reputation, the money you earn, the material possessions you collect and earn will persist even as we deliver more content and features. And I think that's incredibly important for really finally being able to fully commit and not just go, okay, well, I'll play for a while until the next patch comes out. And it's also a market for the game to be more stable, well optimized, and incredibly friendly for new players, as well as experienced ones, which I think all you guys are. But that'll only be the start of our journey together, because the vision of Star Citizen is a game that has no sunset, one that will continually grow with new content and features. We'll always make sure we're on the cutting edge of new technology. We'll never be outdated. I know I occasionally see that, whoa, in so many years, you guys will be out of date. But as you can see by our constant presentations, we're always looking to make whatever we can do, whether it's the visuals, the audio, various ways to make the gameplay better. That's something we will always
Just
be
wait,
working
there's
on.
more?
So we'll
Shit.
always keep the game at the bleeding edge of graphics, sound, physics, and yes, we'll support VR, and we actually have some of that in the background we're doing. Now we get stuff. So I hope you've enjoyed this year's CitizenCon. We demoed a small prologue that opens Squadron 42 live, with a few crashes to prove it. As I said, there's a really great full playthrough, no crashes, that Rich did immediately afterward that's up on YouTube. And we've given a date to finally deliver the spiritual successor to Wing Commander that the team and I feel comfortable in hitting. We've defined what Star Citizen 1.0 will be and shown features such as base building and monster hunting that will be delivering the next 12 to 18 months. 4.0 and server meshing and pyro is coming.
I do like that point.
That Rich did immediately afterward that's up on YouTube. And we've given a date to finally deliver the spiritual successor to Wing Commander that the team and I feel comfortable in hitting.
This part.
We've defined what Star Citizen 1.0 will be and shown features such as base building and monster hunting that will be delivering the next 12 to 18 months.
They said we'll be putting in 1.0 next year, but they said we'll be delivering within the next 12 to 18 months. They actually said it, and we're like, look, we understand. You may want it now. It ain't happening now. It's going to take a little bit longer than we may have wanted. Don't rush it. Which, in my opinion, is a very crucial point to make. Don't rush it. 12 to 18 months. So that means if it happens at next CitizenCon that it's not ready, chill out. And 12 to 18 months is not long, considering the base they already have for Star Citizen. That's good. Finding release date is hard if you aren't working to set to a set game design doc. True facts. And that's why I feel like having Rich is probably what got it tight. Like they got to tighten it down. I mean, I feel like it was already tight, obviously, but like it's more tight, which is good and good. So let's continue.
4.0 and server meshing and pyro is coming at the end of this year. We're already in Evercati on 4.0.
I think he was talking about base building.
The spiritual successor to Wing Commander that the team and I feel comfortable in.
I think we specifically were talking about base building.
What Star Citizen 1.0 will be and shown features such as base building and monster
hunting. Features such as base building
delivering the
and
next
monster
12
hunting.
to 18 months.
So monster hunting and base building will begin within 12 to 18 months is what I'm expecting that to have meant.
4.0 and server meshing and pyro is coming at the end of this year. We're already in Evercati on 4.0. I think some people have been streaming some stuff. And in coming weeks, we'll continually stabilize and improve the experience as it moves into PTU and then goes to live. With this, we will have delivered the majority of what we showed last year at CitizenCon, with the remaining features coming early next year. And there are over 1,000 people committed, 1,000 people at CAG committed to bringing you all this and more. We love what we do, and we're inspired by your passion and support. We know that we are truly lucky to have such a strong community that shares the passion and dreams we do.
Somebody had to hit him and be like, bro, like,
almost no other developer has,
bro,
the ability to dream and reach for the stars. And I truly
follow the cards. Like,
as a developer, it's very unusual to be able to build
4.0 by the end of the year will be sweet. No, they're on track for that. 4.0 has been an Evo for a minute.
Guys and girls, so thank you.
I don't think I've ever seen him read from the cards this closely. Never have I seen it. So, like, it's not a bad thing. It's more just that, like, they're like, no, seriously, read from the cards, bro.
An incredibly passionate group of people have worked behind the scenes to bring this weekend's event to life. And I want to take a moment to thank Leah and Ed, Tyler, Jared, Kat, and so many others have poured their hearts.
I did play it last year. We actually made a bunch of videos about the Pyro food tour.
Presenters and teams supporting them, whether they're here with us today or watching from one of our other studios around the world. In the words of Admiral Bishop, I'm proud to stand with our teams.
Kiss him a bit down. What you gotta do? What you gotta do? He seemed down because it crashed. He was mad. He has not he's not gone without mentioning the crash every time he talks. And also, since you said it,
who wants some news?
A heartfelt thanks to the community members who volunteered their time to run this year's show. None of this would be possible without their dedication and support. I thank all of you very, very much.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, man.
And, you know, many of us in the team are going to, myself included, are going to head down the road to the Factory International for the Enter the Atmosphere event that Amos is doing.
Sure, would be great to do an IA walkthrough. Are you talking about on stream? Oh, you know.
A fair number of you will manage to make it over there. There'll be a whole night of racing and esports, a bonus developer panel with Yogi, Klatt, and Richard.
I need those FOIP tools immediately. I wonder if that's a part of Genesis or something that they could just push out randomly.
With that, Season 2954 comes to a close. I hope you enjoyed what you saw, made new friends, reunited with old ones, and marveled at the creativity on display at the community booth, which was pretty awesome to see. And, you know, CitizenCon always underlines what makes Star Citizen special. So that's you. You guys here coming together, supporting, watching, giving us, the team, the energy to make this game. So thank you. And we'll see you in the verse.
Hey, yo, who mans is this?
See you in the verse.
This is the way.
It is the way. Meyer was the stage host. That's awesome. I saw him posting pictures of having hosted at CitizenCon, so I was curious about what it was. But that's cool. I keep forgetting which one of the videos from last year of Inside Star Citizen was the one. I need to bookmark it because it's all coming together. We're going to check out the... So it had to be after this. I think it's shipping out. When was shipping out?
Talk. CIG hat back on.
Yep. I was right. So the reason I wanted to come back to this before we fully dipped for the night is because this, in my opinion, is one of the more important videos
CIG hat back on.
that they put out.
You're probably looking at your screen and saying
We were talking about it earlier in that
new maps for Arena Commander and more. But since this is our
last episode of the year, we have a tradition.
Okay, that previous tab was 2 gigs. All right, so initial sessions will likely be up over the next month. Pirate Gaming on the suggested shorts. You guys really want suggestions? I mean, he's also saying, like, I've been watching a lot of Pirate Software stuff. But the 2020 forecast, in my opinion, is one of the things that showcases how much they've just put out this year. Because this was from December 14th of last year. And the stuff that they were talking about wanting to be in Star Citizen by the time we got to where we are now this year. So let's check it out.
Here at ISC of looking back at everything that's happened the last 12 months and reliving some of our favorite moments. And, well, look, 2023 was good. Great even if you gloss over that little rough patch in the middle there. But heading into the new year,
Holiday
all
live
that
stream.
I can really think about is everything that's on the horizon that's about to make 2024 the biggest and baddest year of our project yet. So if it's all right with you, I'd like to indulge myself, maybe switch out my CIG cap and put my backer hat on and tell you what has me excited about this next year for the Persistent Universe in a segment that I'm calling Disco Lando's Star Citizen 2020 Forecast. Now, without talking specific dates, let's discuss what's being targeted and currently on track for release in
Who's
just
the
first half of 2024, starting with Master Modes.
Master Modes is in.
Pilot and operate ships we've been discussing
Master
since
Modes has been
CitizenCon
in.
2952. Now, whether that's every ship or a staggered rollout of groups of vehicles depends on how work progresses. But it's a major change to the way spaceships operate in the Persistent Universe, and you can be sure that we'll update on it more when the time comes. And of course, when your ships aren't in flight, they can be stored in the newly persistent hangars that are arriving with
Hangars are in.
freight elevators.
Freight elevators
kiosks,
at
and
a
the new
base
cargo
level are
transaction
in?
system that we've shared on both ISC
Is the vehicles working through the freight elevators that is not in, but that is a thing that they're working on.
and this year's CitizenCon. Now, all combined, they form the next major evolution of cargo careers and will also have far-reaching, broader implications for the entire Star Citizen experience. And then outside of vehicles and hangars, there's also a variety of FPS combat improvements coming to the first half of 2024, with improvements to reloading, the weapon wear and misfire system, scopes.
I feel like I'm not sure if the weapon fire and misfire system is in there or not. Everything is muted.
crosshairs and charge
Shouldn't be.
and drain, and even more. We'll be able to show
You might be muted.
you once we return in the new year. And then outside of strictly FPS combat, there are new player character features coming, like the updates to the EVA system.
That I have
the
not
visor
seen
and
in
lens
game, but
system,
then again, in my defense, I've not been outside of a ship to try.
loot screen,
The new UI's in, the loot screen's in.
default item interactions,
That's
and the
in.
personal interaction system.
That's in.
And there's even new shopping and mission apps in development now.
We've
and
seen
while we're
a
talking
couple
about
of them, I
apps, the first half of 2024 is also currently scheduled to see the arrival of our new character customizer with things like tattoos.
I think those just got in. Because I know the locks was in, but I feel like the tattoos came in with the locks. I need to double check that so I'm not a liar.
Piercings, scars, and yes,
Space crawling and walking is in. I know the space flying is in, but I don't think the hand crawling thing is in. They just came in. All right, cool. There was an improvement to EVA over how janky it used to be when you leave your ship. Yeah. Like, I remember literally, like, my Legion Goes wallpaper is the first time y'all saw us, like, floating around in EVA on the stream. It was great. Wish they would have gave dates for what they showed at CitizenCon or what 2025 has to offer. To be fair, I feel like if we look at what last year's CitizenCon was, this is literally the same kind of thing. Last year, they talked a ton about CitizenCon, and most of the stuff they showed off was the stuff like this that is in the game now. So my expectation is that between 4.0 dropping this year, which they're already on track to do, I'm expecting Genesis to go live next year. And Genesis is an overhaul on how they build things. So I'm expecting that next year, Genesis is going to go in, and we're going to start to see that crafting. Base building for sure, yeah. So, like, base building and crafting alone with, like, blueprints is going to change the game. So, like, there's a lot of cool things that are going to happen. Yeah, we got clips of the locks. Kroll had to do it.
Virginia, it's true, beards.
Beards are in.
For how many and of what kind, only Andre knows for sure.
I'm waiting for the
We're gonna
Ranger.
ask 'em
I
sometime
believe that's
around March. And then, of course,
the
if you're
ground
in-game,
motorcycle.
There's also a little thing called Mobiglass.
That's in.
And an awfully big thing called Star Map.
That's
They're
in.
both getting their big updates in the first half of next year.
Mhm.
And have I mentioned those enormous distribution centers that'll be
Have
the
I mentioned
new
that they're in?
microcosm homes for every gameplay and mission feature that exists in Star Citizen, as well as the 4, 5, 6, let's just say several new and updated vehicles that are making their way to the
A bunch of
Citizen
them
universe in just the first 6 months of 2024?
He just did.
I did.
Just
now.
See?
Now you can check those off.
They did say 12 to 18 months, Crypto. So that's why I paused earlier, because Chris said we showed the basics of base building, which will be in between 12 to 18 months from now, which means we'll have base building within a year and a half. And again, we don't know when in 2026 Squadron 42 is due to release. They just said 2026. For all we know, they could go Q1 2026 just for the funsies. And also, I think they low-key gave us, in the last briefing of what they're expecting to get to 1.0, they showed a chart of different jobs and different things. Most of those jobs are already in the game, or at least a lot of the things they need to make those jobs function are already in the game. I think it was like 10 things maybe that we just couldn't be sure if they were in the game or gonna be in the game. So they're gonna keep it up. It's gonna be a big deal, and I'm excited about it.
Whew. Okay, so real talk.
So yeah, literally, we just watched everything he talked about. Is in. This is the first time. Yeah, we know it's probably Q4 2026, but they never said when in 2026. That's all I'm saying. But look at this. In this, what? We started watching about 10 minutes and 58 seconds. So in 2.5 minutes to 3 minutes, they ran through a series of things that are now in Star Citizen that were not a year ago.
CIG hat back on. Now, you're probably looking at your screen and saying to yourself, what about Pyro and 4.0? Well, don't fret. The things that we just covered are those that aren't too dependent on continuing foundational tech work.
Would you count
like
Pyro's
server
in?
meshing.
I would count Pyro as, like, notice, I said before he talked about Pyro, already in. Just about everything else that he mentioned in that 2 minutes was already in. I have not seen Pyro personally this run around, but it's there. As someone who went away for years, it's extremely cool to see them hitting goals even on a scale of a yearly target. Right, like, this is just from not even a year ago. Literally 10 months. That's powerful. The fact that they could release things to us, tell us about things that they want to get done within a year, and they're already on track to have Pyro out to us within the next month and a half. Well, 2.5 months, because it's still October. There's still like a quarter left. Wipe that up, Mosey. You shouldn't be shitting yourself. Let's continue.
So we feel pretty confident in targeting everything that we just shared for the first 6 months. But when it comes to something as enormous as the complete Pyro system in Alpha 4.0, well, that's where the new preview channel comes into play.
Oh no.
Now that said,
They said
Alpha
that multiple
4.0
times. They said
is
that before
currently
CitizenCon,
targeting
but
a
they
summer 2024
it's playable now.
release. But that won't mean that you have to wait until then to play it or learn more about it. That's because in 2024, we'll continue doing play tests like the one we just completed, and you'll be able to follow along with its development firsthand on the preview channel.
They have not done as many preview channels as I would have liked to have seen, but they have done multiple preview channels this year. Considering they just created this concept last year, the fact that they've done what, like 4 once a quarter-ish preview channel tests, maybe 2 to 4, but like that's still a chance for everybody who's back the game to try something that they're trying to get made. That's tight, man.
That's the planets, moons, space stations, settlements, and outlaw lifestyle that comes within the Pyro system.
This
but
year
also
it'll be
an
standing
entire
Pyro.
host of
That's a
additional
lot.
new features, content, and quality of life improvements.
To rewrite something and it took a
like,
while, yeah, that's fine.
fully
That happens. I'm cool with
functional
it.
jump points, the new quantum travel system, new vehicle HUD and MFD
Cargo
work,
patch definitely delayed
resource
Pyro.
management,
That makes sense.
hacking, and much, much more.
Ooh,
All
hold
life
on.
improvements like, I don't know, fully functional jump points, the new quantum travel system, new vehicle HUD and MFD work.
And HUD and MFD is already in. The quantum jumps are going to come in with Pyro that you can actually try out.
resource management, hacking, and much, much more, all being worked on in tandem.
The hacking was a thing that was in Arena Commander for a while, so I feel like the hacking's already in just as a base. And you know, we're always honest in here about this crypto. We don't sugarcoat anything about Star Citizen. Am I excited about it? Of course I am. But I try my best to never sugarcoat and act like things aren't in a less than stellar state sometimes. I feel like that does a disservice to the game, and it does a disservice to all of the work that they do to show us its current state. Nothing in Star Citizen will delay Squadron 42 also. I don't know. They did want to make sure that they were kind of parity, like on parity level stuff, but I feel like there's stuff that Star Citizen would get if it were not for Squadron 42. Insider Gaming article. So what do you think? I did not see the Insider Gaming article. If you're talking about them, I know somebody mentioned earlier that somebody wrote an article saying like SIG is almost broke. Like I don't know their internal financial situation, but I also feel like they're hitting harder on all cylinders than I've ever seen them hit. They are firing all the cylinders, just like
powering through.
So I'm expecting nothing but good. That was MMORPG clickbaiters. Okay, cool. I don't know. I'm not in it.
The preview channel will let you and us test 4.0 together while maintaining the stability of the persistent universe with all those other great additions we just discussed. And then, in the summer of 2024, 2 become 1. And we can avoid
That's
that
would rush out
thing
Squadron
that
42.
didn't
Yeah,
quite go the way
true.
that we'd hoped.
The holiday live stream?
You know, external funders come
And then
in.
just
They're
because we're cheeky,
exclusively
there are
crowdfunded at the
still
moment.
some
Yep.
things better left for you to discover on your own.
Which is good.
And
I
don't
want them to
forget,
say
we
that
haven't
way.
even talked about the back half of the year yet. All in all,
To be fair, they were pushing on all cylinders with this. We haven't talked about the back half of the year. That was enough. It was a lofty goal to aim for more than that this year. But like Pyro needed, or the cargo needed to get redone in some sort of way that delayed things. But don't care because it's great right now. I'm excited at where the game is currently. I'm looking forward to see where they continue
2024
to
is
go.
shaping up to be the watershed.
Also,
year
low
for
key, that was
Star
one of the
Year
coolest
yet.
things.
All in all, 2024 is shaping up to be
Taking
the
off a hat to have
watershed
another
year for
hat,
Star
that's the most
Citizen.
disco thing I've
And if
seen.
we've learned anything this year, it's that through the trials of
Announcements such as this are
318
good for their
to the
investors as well. Yeah.
successes of CitizenCon and everything in
Javelins and
between,
engines will sell out
before
again,
that
guaranteed.
and coming up next, Star
Guaranteed.
Citizen is a project that continues to iterate, to evolve, and to embody an experience you simply can't find anywhere else, whether that's in the universe or within our community that makes all this possible. So thank you for helping us reach the heights that we have, and buckle up for the journey still ahead.
Hey.
We're in for one hell of a year.
Yeah, we are.
For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. Thanks for letting us share the process of game development with you, and we'll see you all here next year.
All right, so I try my best to not look at articles that are like doom and gloom, because for all intents and purposes, we are backing a project. I backed Star Citizen initially with the expectation that I wanted to back a game that was going to take however long they needed it to get done. I expected as much. Many people are upset about it. That's fair. If you expected a full game and it is not a full game, I understand that anger. Having said that, I'm impressed at the level of stuff that they showed us just now that I didn't know was already where it was. Like, it's super impressive to see where CitizenCon is, the amount of stuff they showcased for CitizenCon. Let's see, funds raised in the past couple days. We got the 18th was between 462 and 824,000. The 19th was just under 462. The 20th, aka Sunday, the stream that we just got done watching, they made $1.9 million. And then today, just under 824,000. So they know what they're doing. They're doing work. So
Someone cooked here.
let them cook. For me, that's literally what it is. Let them cook. They're making a game. They're making an engine on top of another engine and doing things that no one has ever done before. What we're dealing with now is gonna happen. without dealing with anything bad. It's just what exists is gonna exist. When people see what is happening with Star Citizen, if they can fire on the cylinders they've been firing on and this next year knock out as much as I'm expecting they will, it's going down. No issues, no complaints, no questions. They're doing work. Will there be Pioneer price increase? I don't even know. That was really cool. Able to get titles to unlock stolen ships with enough criminal rep. Why buy a jab when I can steal one? Exactly, Signet. CryEngine, they started out with messed up so much and stuff in the beginning. Yeah, like, but they literally hired the most fitting staff who were all about that engine. So, like, it's truly genius, the amount of stuff that they have, that they've done. I'm cool with the progress they've made personally. Excited about it. In a team making a AAA game right now, and 1.6 million is my entire department budget minus my salary. I've no doubt they spend a ton, but they're still making a ton. I mean, it's... And right now, at this point, it's just like, let it ride until Squadron 42 is released. It's great to see Sean Tracy during the keynotes. Agreed. Anytime we mention Sean Tracy, fam, y'all know what to do. Put them Sean's in chat. The amount of progress they've made in their last 3 years has been impressive, and that's the point, right? Star Citizen has, in this last year, been in a point where somebody like Summit could go into Star Citizen and be in the game for like a month.
This is the way.
A month. When I started playing this game in 2015, there were no planets to land on. It was just space stations, hangars, and flying around in between them. And just this last year, I think it was 50 before last year, and I feel like last year or the year before is about when they went to 100 players per server. The fact that 4.0 is being tested right now to bring player counts up to 600, and that's, when I say up to 600, 600 is the low end of what they're aiming for with Pyro, or with the server meshing, the low end. They've had tests of up to 2,000 people. So if they can get stable servers at 2,000 people, that's what people have been wanting from this game from jump. That is where the game is going to change. And people getting into the game last year that have never played it before, doing big things, having great times, gathering tens of, not thousands, but tens of hundreds of people, like tens of people, like 50 some people, Smash and Burt going 50v50 on one server. That's a lot, fam. Maybe too much with only 2 systems. You say that, Doomgummy. But how bomb would it be to be at something like Microtech and to just look out from the city and see a crowd of people? With 6 it won't be. Yeah, it's bomb, but I ain't waiting in line at the urinal. Yeah, but that's why you pull your ship up and you dip. You go somewhere else. Because 2,000 people may seem like it's a lot, but with the size of the planets, you're not guaranteed to see other people. Especially once we start getting into Pyro, like the further out planets in Pyro, you're not guaranteed to see people. But with 2,000 people, it makes it more reliable that you're going to introduce yourself to other humans. And that is what an MMO is for. It's great. I'm excited right now. Like, all of this to me is the reason for the season, for lack of a better way to put it. Full train clip they did shows you what you might see someday. Yeah, and that's fantastic. The idea of having a full train, come on, fam, that's glorious. Let's go. I think base building will spread people out too. It will. It's not even a question. And that's, they are confident enough to have shown us 3 star systems that they're wanting to release next. Showing us Sherman in the Casta something system. So Nyx, Casta something, and then Terra being the next systems when they literally chose Stanton because of the diversity in the biomes. That's powerful in and of itself. Yes, Castra. I'm going to try my best to remember. That's going to be a while. Really interested in seeing how base building is going to work with so many people. It's going to be great. Maybe if you did a blind jump in the deep space, you'd be able to hide your station even better. Probably. make a jump and then switch to a different, like go to a distant planet and then go to the other side of that planet. Numbers. Perfect hiding spot. Absolutely perfect. In my opinion. Small player bases won't take up much room. It's the org bases that are going to be competing for real land plots, true. And then the space stations. And Terra will have the tropical forest beaches and huge new type locations. Player made stations are going to be so cool. True facts. New system allows for non-specific jumping. Ugh. I'm so excited about all this, man. The game just is... It is changing for the better, in my opinion. I'm very excited to see where it goes. I'm trying to see if I can find... Yeah, I don't see the, I see the Atlas pack for paints. I don't see any way to get a Zeus paint. I'm sad about that. Oh well. When the quantum travel system comes out, you can just blind jump in any direction. That's wild. Plus, some of the big cap ships will basically be bases for some orgs anyways. Yep. The game is gonna change real soon, and it's gonna be great. What Zeus paint are you looking for? I was trying to see if the Chairman's Club option is there. It's not in there though. It's not in there though.
It's not in there though.
All right. At least I don't see it. It's a nice looking paint. I want it. I just want it. Can't help it. Can't help it. Can't help it. There wasn't a Chairman's Club paint for Zeus. I thought there was. Or concierge paint. Because I feel like I remember seeing the black, all black on the Zeus. Because I remember looking at it before I got the Zeus. And now that just makes me want it more because I want it. Solstice paints for concierge on Zeus. Go and open up my hangar real quick because maybe I got it and just not think about it. Also, I need to install the stupid browser plugin that shows everything I have in this game. When it was concept, it was sold then, and I think only then. Look up Zeus Solstice paint. No, it's just I'm more trying to see if I have it. I have to look at my email to see if it's a thing that I grabbed and didn't pay attention to because my brain, the way my brain's set up. Hey, Zeus Mark II Solstice paint, Nightfall paint for the Cutter, and the Black Star paint for the Fury. So I do have Solstice paint for the Zeus Mark II. It's somewhere in there. I just had to go search my email for it instead of looking on the website. So yeah. Now the question is, what ship am I gonna melt so that I can get this CitizenCon package with the Titan? And what am I gonna CCU my Titan to? Because I want it. You have an org? Yes. Exclamation SC org in chat will give you the link to the Night Corps organization. We are a bounty hunting and security providing org. We'll probably be changing that. Looking at the way that they're setting the guilds up, it's gonna be something different. Wish there was a paints filter on the website hanger. Yeah, there's a plugin for looking at all your stuff. I just can't remember what it is. All right, what ship would I melt so that I can get the Titan package that is currently there? Also, welcome Ro to the verse, fam. Ro just cop Star Citizen today. Appreciate you, fam. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the Ranger. Like, immediately. I need it. Immediately. Hanger link, yeah. I just need to. I don't want to. It's like I don't like putting plugins that look at my inventory, so I don't want to accidentally like somebody hack it and be like, "Oh, let me give you a ship. I know this dude got one." I don't need that in my life. But check my mail. Had the same order in the Arastra Nocturne paint. Nice. Not to mention alliances and cross org work for different gameplay focuses. And org rep is going to be a game changer. It is. And there's already plenty to do with Star Citizen, so it's just going to be more, which is great in my opinion. I am so excited about where the game's going to go. It's just going to get better and better, I think. Now, I could get rid of my arrow and then get it back later, because I don't use the arrow a lot. The Hawk even. Like, but the Hawk, nah, the Hawk is a bounty hunter ship. We keeping the Hawk out of principle. Oh, I found my Argo combo pack that has the Stalker and a Mustang Beta. I'm not likely to use the Mustang Beta, so I could melt that and then get the Stalker package or the Titan package and be fine. And then I could just upgrade the Titan to the Stalker with the difference. And worst case scenario, I can pull the Argo combo back from my tickets to rebuy stuffs. Yeah, let me do that. Might want to hold out for IAE ship reveals. I mean, to be fair, I have a stupid amount of stuff that I could melt. Also, I got a bunch of ships to give away for the fam, so I get the feeling they're probably going to give us more to give away. I think I have at least 3 or 4 Star Citizen ship giveaways that need to happen, like soon. So that should give me enough to get the CSV and or the Argo cargo pack plus granite paint. What? The Argo cargo pack includes the Argo cargo and the CSV, or the raft and the CSV. Damn. Don't do me like that. Don't do me like that. All right. Oh, that's only War Bond? Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. All right, so let me go look at the thing emoji. Need a game package to join the org. I mean, you know the one I would tell you to go get. If you are curious about the one that I would tell Django to go get, this one right here. Avenger Titan CitizenCon 2954 starter package. $56 gets you the Avenger Titan. Iron Weave paint, $15K starting money, a full armor set of this fancy armor, the Archangel sniper rifle, and 2 years of insurance in the Air View hangar. Come on, fam. That's dubs. That is literally the absolute best I've ever seen a package be priced at in Star Citizen. No questions. Hands down, I highly recommend it. If you are going to pick up a package, make it that one. Make it that one. Like, no questions. That package is stupid good. Avengers, the most flown ship, isn't it? I thought it was the Aurora, but it is. Get it. Fam. Get it. Don't even question it. Do it. Just do it. Just do it. Oh man, it's only War Bond. I tried. Oh well. I do still have other Avengers, so there's that, which is nice. Because I'm not spending money right now. Like, I literally only did that so I could melt and get other ships. All right, you know what it's time to do. It's time for me to slide and go feed and walk these dogs. We got dogs that got to get fed and walked, fam. You know what it is. If you followed, cheered, tipped, subbed, resubbed, lurked, rated, gifted subs, your presence is a present. I appreciate the gift. You are literally the reason that I get to remain a full-time entertainer. Literally. I cannot do what I do without you showing up and hanging out. I'm honored at the highest level that one can be. Because nobody ever needs to show your faces. Like, there are tens of thousands of streams live at any given time. Nobody ever had to come in here. You never had to show up. You never had to be in here. You never had to decide to stop in. You could have left and gone anywhere you wanted to, but you decided to come here. And for that, I am absolutely honored and appreciative. In the meantime, let's go show some love to the homie Levan G Fan, who is currently also rocking out in some Star Citizen. So let's get this raid kicked off. Had to be here. Ender dropped me off here. I mean, you didn't have to stay though, Doom. Ender's got great taste, I think. And, you know, you could have left. You could have closed the tab, but you stuck around. For that, I'm truly grateful. Also, if you have not hit that follow button and you are enjoying yourself, fam, you know it costs nothing to hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. If you're on TikTok, hit the follow button. If you're on YouTube, hit the subscribe. You know you want to. It'll be a pleasure to see you moving forward. Oh, snitapps. The bot's giving away the goodies. Doom Gummy, welcome to the Nightcrawler. Appreciate the continued support. Also, look at what Frosty Tools had to say about it.
Doom Gummy just upgraded their status from engaged viewer to VIP of the verse with a Twitch sub. Much like carefully selecting the best ship components in Star Citizen, they've chosen to boost DeejayKnight's stream with their support. Here's to high flying and ad-free in the verse of positivity and laughs.
That's what I'm talking about. All right, fam. We'll see you tomorrow. Be well. I'm out.